Tu-san looked at the strangely designed artifact, finding it somewhat ugly. Still, recalling the rumors about this ruthless figure from the Red Cloud Bandits, he asked, "How much is this?" The nobleman beside him remained silent, though his face was full of disdain as he looked over the pile of artifacts at Qi Yuan's stall. To him, they all seemed like trash, hardly worth a second glance. "This is a yellow-grade artifact, painstakingly crafted by me. More importantly, it's one of a kind, an item that existed only in imagination until now. You're in luck, it's yours for just 1,000 taels." "What, 1,000 taels?" Before Tu-san could speak, a passerby exclaimed, "Even a masterpiece yellow-grade artifact rarely costs this much. You're daylight robbery. Too much. Unless it's a top-tier yellow-grade artifact, it's not worth this price." Yellow-grade artifacts typically ranged between several hundred taels, with few exceeding 1,000 taels. The nobleman couldn't help but sneer. "Why don't you just rob someone?" Qi Yuan's expression remained calm. "If you try to rob me, I might just take yours instead." Qi Yuan had always been law-abiding and kind, following the principle of, "I won't harm you if you don't harm me." Since the nobleman hadn't truly offended him, Qi Yuan refrained from taking action. The nobleman started to speak but was hurriedly stopped by Tu-san. Tu-san knew Qi Yuan was a dangerous individual. If they truly angered Qi Yuan and ended up dead, who would they complain to? 1,000 taels of silver, I'll buy it, Tu-san said through gritted teeth. The onlookers were shocked. He bought it? Seriously, he actually bought it? Wow, this guy must be loaded. Other vendors, seeing this, started eyeing Tu-san like a fat sheep. "Young man, I have a yellow-grade artifact here just as good as his, and it's only 800 taels. Interested? Mine's just 500 taels." Everyone saw Tu-san as an easy target. Tu-san ignored them and turned back to Qi Yuan. "What unique features does this artifact have?" "It certainly has them," Qi Yuan said with a grin. "See the button there? Press it gently, and a light sword will appear. This light sword gathers the energy of heaven and earth, making it incredibly sharp and durable. Its destructive power is astonishing." Qi Yuan hadn't crafted an actual beam of light into a sword but had condensed heaven and earth's energy into one. Its primary strengths were sharpness and resilience. "HMPH, that sounds so ordinary," the nobleman commented scornfully. Others agreed, thinking Qi Yuan's explanation too plain. Most yellow-grade artifacts carried engravings or enchantments that granted special effects, like burning or freezing properties. Qi Yuan's artifact lacked any such features but was still so expensive. "I'll buy it," Tu-san said without hesitation, handing over a banknote worth 1,000 taels. Qi Yuan took the note and said calmly, "Actually, this artifact has another special ability. However, it requires 10,000 taels to activate." 10,000 taels? What did you just say? The crowd erupted in shock. With that kind of money, you could buy a basic Earth-grade artifact. This is absurd. No special ability could be worth 10,000 taels. The onlookers couldn't believe what they were hearing. To them, Qi Yuan was blatantly extorting his customer. The nobleman was equally stunned. 10,000 taels. Do you even understand what that means? Even for him, such an amount would be a significant burden. Tu-san hesitated, deeply conflicted. His head swam with doubt and fear. "May I ask, Senior, what is this special ability?" Tu-san finally asked, recalling the rumors of the Red Cloud Bandits' terrifying power. "Once I tell you, there's no going back, you'll have to buy it." "Are you sure you want to hear?" Qi Yuan replied calmly. This man was rich. Qi Yuan intended to milk him for all he could. One big sale could cover his expenses for a year. If he could get 10,000 taels, he could buy plenty of materials. Sensing the opportunity, Qi Yuan wasn't about to let it slip away. The nobleman grabbed Tu-san's arm. "Tu-san, why let this man deceive you? That's 10,000 taels. While they came from wealthy families, 10,000 taels would still leave them financially strained." Tu-san hesitated, torn between believing in Qi Yuan's strength and fearing this was a scam. "Fortune favors the bold. If you walk away, this special ability may never be activated in your lifetime," Qi Yuan said with a calm yet tempting tone. Tu-san's mind raced as he stared at Qi Yuan's face, recalling the Red Cloud Bandit incident. Many had witnessed a mysterious figure's power during the attack. When various weapon masters went to investigate, they asked survivors to describe the figure's appearance. Strangely, every witness gave a different description. It was as if some mystical force prevented them from identifying this individual. However, all reports mentioned a scruffy old man and a strikingly handsome youth, facts that matched Qi Yuan and his companion. Tu-san also remembered the blood-red armor the mysterious man had worn. That armor looked like an unusual artifact. Could this artifact's special ability be related to that armor? His heart pounded at the thought. I'll buy it, please tell me, Tu-san said at last, biting the bullet. He then turned to the nobleman. I'm short 4,000 taels. Could you lend it to me? Tu-san, he's clearly a scammer. The nobleman protested, exasperated. Look at these uncertified, bizarre artifacts. They're worth no more than a few dozen taels. You're seriously spending 10,000? Do you think this can rival an Earth-grade artifact? He rattled off objections like a machine gun. Brother Huang, lend me the money. If I'm cheated, it's my loss, not yours, Tu-san insisted, visibly resolute. Qi Yuan observed this exchange and thought to himself, if I were a scammer, I'd definitely succeed. Still, Qi Yuan was a principled man. He would never break the law. Fine. The nobleman, his face alternating between frustration and resignation, eventually handed over 4,000 taels. Around them, the crowd watched with bated breath. Many looked at the duo with greedy eyes, their thoughts teeming with envy. Tu-san respectfully handed over the 10,000 tael banknote. Please, senior, reveal the special ability. Its special ability is called God Summoning. Within the light sword resides a dormant divine spirit, known as the God Incarnation. You need only believe in it, even lightly. In moments of peril, silently chant, God Summon, and the God's avatar will descend to aid you. However, this can only be used 3 times. Qi Yuan delivered this explanation via voice transmission. Tu-san froze, momentarily confused. Summon a God's avatar. This sounds too good to be true. Any artifact capable of invoking a god must be a divine treasure or belong to a heaven-grade weapon master. Could this small yellow-grade artifact really do something so miraculous? You've hit the jackpot. I only have 3 such artifacts left. Consider yourself lucky, Qi Yuan said with pride, his tone brimming with self-satisfaction. To Qi Yuan, this was a masterstroke: sell artifacts for money and gain followers. When he used his godlike powers to help these followers, he wouldn't earn tangible rewards but would advance his role-playing progress. By presenting this as a purchasable feature, he essentially monetized the opportunity to serve as a deity. Truly ingenious. Arguably the smartest man in Ning Kingdom. Only 3 left. Tu-san gulped, still skeptical. Once they're gone, they're gone. Use it wisely and only as a last resort, Qi Yuan advised. The nobleman, his eyes narrowing, asked sharply, Tu-san, what's the special ability? Tu-san hesitated, unsure how to explain. Brother Huang, this isn't the place to discuss it. Let's go elsewhere. He hurriedly pulled the nobleman away. There are 2 more artifacts left. Only 1,000 taels each. Pay 10,000 taels to activate the special ability. Qi Yuan called out. The crowd eyed Qi Yuan and Tu-san with suspicion. Many believed Tu-san was merely a shill. Still, some grew more curious about Qi Yuan's artifacts. Yet, the steep prices of 1,000 taels, or even 10,000, deterred most. In the end, only a few cheaper artifacts, priced at a few dozen taels each, were sold. 2 hours later, Qi Yuan stretched lazily. Money flows like water. I had over 10,000 taels, and now I'm down to less than half. After Tu-san left, Qi Yuan quickly packed up and used the ghost market to purchase crafting materials. The market offered a wide array of items, including many he needed. He even spent 3,000 taels on a storage artifact, a crucial purchase for him. Its capacity was under 10 cubic meters, small but sufficient for now. The rest of his money went toward various materials, which now filled his storage artifact. With all these materials, I can craft plenty of powerful drones or even mechanical angels. Qi Yuan thought, his ambition soaring. He envisioned assembling an electronic army to bolster his godly image. After all, his artifact designs were inspired by Earth's modern technology and pop culture. In this ancient world, such creations would undoubtedly make him seem divine. Young master, with that much money, you could have just bought more buns, Chen Kangbao muttered nearby, fixated on food. You only ever think about eating, Qi Yuan replied with a sigh. At this moment, the 2 had left the ghost market, and Qi Yuan deliberately slowed his pace. In the Immortal realm, I never encountered bandits. Yet here in this game world, I do. Interesting, he muttered. Then, addressing the shadowy forest behind him, he called out, since you're here, come out. Why bother hiding? As his voice echoed, 5 figures emerged from the forest, cloaked in black robes that concealed their forms. Each exuded a menacing aura. Young man, hand over your storage artifact and silver, and we'll let you leave alive, their leader rasped. When Tu-san paid 10,000 taels for an artifact, many eyes had turned to Qi Yuan. Such wealth was enough to tempt even a Zon-grade weapon master into action. Among the 5 were 2 Zon-grade weapon masters and 3 high-level yellow-grade weapon masters. You're quite bold, aren't you afraid I might be hiding my true strength? Qi Yuan asked calmly. Ha, young man, don't try to scare us. The Ghost Market's gate has detection artifacts. Do you think we don't know your strength? You're merely a yellow-grade weapon master, a fraud and a scammer. The silver you swindled belongs to us. One of the Zon-grade masters said coldly. Everyone entering the Ghost Market passed through a gate equipped with a detection artifact. That artifact, an Earth-grade treasure, could measure one's power. The 5 had confirmed with market staff that Qi Yuan's power level was merely yellow-grade, nothing to fear. They assumed Qi Yuan had used trickery to scam Tu-san and guessed the Tu family would eventually retaliate. Thus, they intended to strike first, claiming the 10,000 taels before anyone else could. Sigh, why must people be so wicked? Why bully me? I'm just a humble son-in-law, Qi Yuan murmured. As he spoke, his disguise vanished, revealing an even more strikingly handsome face. Remember, the person you're bullying is the Shen family's son-in-law, Qi Yuan. The 5 robed figures froze, clearly caught off guard. You're the Shen family's son-in-law? One Zon-grade master asked warily. Shen Lingshuan's husband. Shen Lingshuan's name carried immense weight. Though she was also a Zon-grade weapon master, her status as a top genius on the Heavenly Pride list made her leagues above them. This is him. That complicates things, another Zon-grade master muttered, now regretting his involvement. The Shen family's wrath was not something they could withstand. But isn't he supposed to be useless? Someone asked, puzzled. Everyone knew the Shen family's son-in-law was a weakling with no cultivation. Yet now, he was revealed to be a yellow-grade weapon master. The leader's face shifted between emotions before he finally spoke. Young Master Qi, let's call this a misunderstanding. We'll leave and pretend this never happened. The 5 had no desire to kill Shen Lingshuan's husband. Not even the Ghost Market could protect them if they did. The others nodded, preparing to retreat. Hey, I've already revealed my identity. If you don't continue bullying me, won't I lose face? Also, Wang Canshan, Feng Tai, Lin Hu, did you really think wearing those robes would hide your identities from me? Qi Yuan called out their names directly. The 5 froze in shock. How did he know? How did Qi Yuan uncover our identities? If Qi Yuan returned to the Shen family and reported them, they were doomed. He can't be allowed to live. Killing intent flared in Wang Canshan's eyes. He looked to the others, then growled, kill him and flee Jining Prefecture. No matter what, it seemed they had no other choice. The others exchanged grim looks, their eyes burning with malice, before charging at Qi Yuan. Die. The 5 attacked simultaneously, wielding their artifacts with lethal precision. Though Qi Yuan's appearance and behavior were strange, his strength was clear. As a yellow-grade weapon master, he was no match for them. Time to show off again, Qi Yuan muttered. Sigh, I'm so used to relying on raw power that I forget, I'm a technical genius. With a swift movement, Qi Yuan dodged their coordinated assault. His movements were perfectly calculated, no more, no less, evading their attacks with ease. In a flash, his short sword sliced toward Wang Canshan's neck. The strike was swift, precise, and effortless. In an instant, Wang Canshan fell to the ground, clutching his neck. His body went limp. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend how that sword had reached him. The remaining 4 stared at Qi Yuan in horror, as though he were a demon. Qi Yuan's techniques were incomprehensibly flawless. Despite only possessing the strength and speed of a yellow-grade weapon master, he completely dominated them. They couldn't even touch the hem of his robe. Keep bullying me, I'm just a weak, helpless son-in-law, Qi Yuan said with a smile. To the 4, that smile was as terrifying as the devil's. Sword light flashed again. In less than 20 breaths, more bodies littered the forest floor. Sheathing his sword gracefully, Qi Yuan sneered. So poor, yet you wanted to rob people. After searching their belongings, Qi Yuan found fewer than 300 taels, a pitiful amount. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The meager haul of 300 taels left Qi Yuan rather disappointed. Still, it wasn't entirely surprising. Bandits like these rarely carried much money on their person while out robbing. Young master, should we file a claim for damages? Chen Kangbao suggested from the side. And maybe get a free meal out of it while we're at it. Qi Yuan glanced at Chen Kangbao. I'm starting to think you might actually be my nascent soul. In the mortal heart realm, Qi Yuan often organized communal meals for the villagers. But since leaving that place, he hadn't heard the phrase, getting a free meal, in ages. I'm not strong enough right now. Filing a claim might just get me killed, Qi Yuan replied. The fact that these 5 bandits knew his power level suggested they had some ties to the higher-ups in the ghost market. If he dealt with these low-level thugs, he might provoke their superiors, leading to an endless cycle of retaliation. At some point, he might even face the ghost market's controller, likely an Earth-grade weapon master, and be hunted down. While Qi Yuan's combat skills were close to flawless, his physical capabilities were only equivalent to a yellow-grade weapon master. His techniques allowed him to kill any Zon-grade weapon master, but even techniques had their limits. An ant, no matter how skillful, could never defeat a fighter jet. The bodies of Earth-grade weapon masters were as impervious as steel. Qi Yuan's techniques wouldn't even scratch them. To defeat an Earth-grade weapon master, one would need comparable strength or a Heaven-grade weapon. More importantly, the whole situation seemed like too much trouble. Qi Yuan needed time to grow. These 5 only gave me enough experience to gain 1 level. What a waste. The more Qi Yuan looked at the 5 corpses, the more irritated he felt. They weren't just broke, they also provided minimal experience. Old man, it's time for you to shine. Find me a place with plenty of specters to kill, Qi Yuan instructed. He desperately needed experience points. Playing the role of a son-in-law or acting as a divine presence wouldn't give him any. Experience could only be earned by defeating major enemies. Right away, young master. Chen Kangbao replied enthusiastically. As the morning sun rose lazily, Qi Yuan's expression carried a trace of melancholy. So poor, my storage artifact is nearly full. And my money's almost gone. Why doesn't anyone recognize my genius and buy my artifacts? So far, he had only sold 1 light sword, and that was to Tu San. Apart from Tu San, no one else seemed willing to pay. This left Qi Yuan frustrated. Pretending to be divine required a huge amount of resources. Crafting drones, faux angelic robots, and even a sky battleship, all these things required money and materials. With his current finances, how could he accomplish such feats? Brother-in-law, Shenling Feng approached, limping and looking weak. What happened? Got bullied by a woman? Qi Yuan squinted at him. If Shenling Feng turned into a pathetic simp, Qi Yuan would be very disappointed. No, Shenling Feng quickly denied it. He wasn't about to admit that he got strung up and beaten by his mother for asking about her bathing schedule on Qi Yuan's behalf. Sigh, don't mention me when you talk about chasing girls anymore, Qi Yuan said, easily discerning the truth. Shenling Feng had indeed been bullied by a woman. Brother-in-law, I've got a problem. I need your advice, Shenling Feng said hesitantly. Go on, you know I've been sending letters. Well, one of them reached the Zhao family. But instead of the young lady replying, it was the old matriarch. She wants to meet me. What should I do? Shenling Feng looked distressed. The Zhao family matriarch was a famous widow in Fengshan County, wealthy but long past her youthful beauty. What, are you planning to take a shortcut in life? Qi Yuan asked. No, I want to turn her down, but, you know I'm bad with words, Shenling Feng admitted. Tell her, I like Miss Yang. Miss Yang wears Valentino, and you're wearing orthopedic shoes. Qi Yuan replied flatly. Hearing this, Qi Yuan briefly considered crafting a Valentino knockoff for Jinli to wear. But he quickly dismissed the idea, remembering he didn't have the rights to the brand. Shenling Feng was confused, feeling his brother-in-law's words were profound and difficult to grasp. Just write what I said. And remember, as a man, you need to protect yourself out there, don't let anyone take advantage of you. Also, brother-in-law, Lin Qinghe sent word earlier. They've caught Fang Shisen from the Radiance Society. He asked when we'd like to come see him. Shenling Feng mentioned this with deep admiration for Qi Yuan. After all, Qi Yuan had deduced the murderer's identity from a single glance at a decayed corpse. Truly impressive. They found him. Qi Yuan's eyes narrowed. How convenient. Neither his left nor right eyelid twitched. Let's go see who this Fang Shisen really is. Meanwhile, in the county prison, Lin Qinghe stood outside a cell, looking perplexed as he observed the burly man inside. So, this person really exists. How did Qi Yuan know about him? Lin Qinghe muttered to himself, puzzled. The prisoner, Fang Shisan, sat calmly in his cell, showing no fear of death. Lin Qinghe hadn't apprehended Fang Shisan. The man had turned himself in. This entire situation was bizarre. Footsteps approached, snapping Lin Qinghe out of his thoughts. He quickly went to meet them. Young Master Shen, young Master Qi, you're here. Fang Shisan from the Radiance Society is inside. He led Qi Yuan and Shen Lingfeng through the prison. The smell was unpleasant, stale and damp, with hints of rotten straw, reminiscent of a pigsty. Soon, Qi Yuan stood before Fang Shisan's cell. This is Fang Shisan. He came to the yamen this morning and turned himself in. I tried interrogating him, but he refused to talk, saying he'd only speak after meeting you, young Master Qi, Lin Qinghe explained. He glanced at Qi Yuan and Shen Lingfeng, surprised by their dynamic. Wasn't Qi Yuan just a son-in-law? In Ning County, he'd been known as a timid and useless man. Yet, here in Fengshan, Shen Lingfeng seemed to defer to him. You're the one who killed old Zhang? Qi Yuan asked, his tone calm. Fang Shisan looked at Qi Yuan, equally calm and unafraid of death. Yes, Fang Shisan replied, sizing up Qi Yuan. Why, does it have anything to do with me? Qi Yuan pressed. To fully embody the role of Qi Yuan, the son-in-law, he needed to resolve the unresolved grudges tied to the character. Besides, even if he denied being the son-in-law, would anyone believe him? Yes, Fang Shisan answered without hesitation. Lin Qinghe looked on, bewildered. The exchange felt more like a conversation between a superior and a subordinate than an interrogation. What's the reason, and why did you turn yourself in? Qi Yuan continued. The reason, Fang Shisan's lips curled into a strange smile. Because you don't deserve to live. Qi Yuan froze for a moment. The man seemed entirely genuine. On reflection, given the original Qi Yuan's reputation, he might indeed not have deserved to live. And as for surrendering, I wanted to see you for myself, Fang Shisan said, his gaze turning curious. You're different from before. Of course, I'm a god descended to earth. Naturally, I've changed, Qi Yuan replied earnestly. Chen Kangbao chimed in, the young master is a god. Lin Qinghe stood to the side, increasingly confused by the strange atmosphere. When you gave it away, you sealed your fate, Fang Shisan said cryptically. He was clearly referring to something but refused to elaborate. What did I give away? Qi Yuan asked, genuinely curious. Fang Shisan fell silent. Qi Yuan could tell the man was speaking the truth. It seemed the original Qi Yuan had handed something over to someone, provoking the Radiance Society's wrath. But why had their response been so convoluted? Why kill old Zhang first, and why target Qi Yuan with such hesitation? Were they afraid of something? Suddenly, Qi Yuan paused, frowning. While reviewing the original Qi Yuan's memories, he realized parts were missing, like someone had erased them. Alternatively, it might be because his role-playing progress wasn't high enough to unlock the full memory. When Fang Shisan refused to answer further questions, Qi Yuan shifted topics. What is the Radiance Society? Fang Shisan's calm eyes flickered with surprise. You don't know the Radiance Society but know I'm Fang Shisan. He stared at Qi Yuan, his gaze growing fanatical. When the night falls, and the world descends into chaos, only the Radiance Society can guide the way. With that, Fang Shisan suddenly spat blood, his life force rapidly fading. He killed himself, Lin Qinghe exclaimed, shocked. Fang Shisan was clearly no ordinary man. His mental fortitude and swordsmanship, evident from his swift execution of old Zhang, marked him as exceptional. And yet, he had surrendered only to take his own life during questioning. The whole situation felt bizarre. Lin Qinghe examined the body and confirmed that Fang Shisan had severed his own arteries. A madman, he must have been insane, Shen Lingfeng muttered. Suicide, that kind of pain was unthinkable. Qi Yuan stood silently in the cell, deep in thought. It seems there are hidden depths to this. The original Qi Yuan's identity was far from simple. Lin Qinghe sneaked a glance at Qi Yuan, finding him increasingly enigmatic after witnessing Fang Shisan's death. Did I misjudge him all along? Back at the Shen residence, Qi Yuan sat in his room, lost in thought. Today's events left him with many unanswered questions. The original Qi Yuan handed something over, angering the Radiance Society. He muttered to himself, no lie detected, this confirmed the statement is true. Qi Yuan's nose could function as a lie detector, even for his own statements. Was it given on March 11 this year? Lie. On May 16. Lie. On July 21. This time, his nose didn't grow. Qi Yuan's eyes narrowed. July 21 was just before he returned home to pay respects to his ancestors. He hadn't been guessing randomly, only testing dates tied to gaps in the original Qi Yuan's memories. So, on July 21, the original Qi Yuan gave something to someone, angering Fang Shisan of the Radiant Society and provoking a vendetta. But why didn't Fang Shisan act directly? Was he avoiding something? This is too complicated. Thinking is such a hassle. Forget it, I'll just focus on getting stronger. Once I'm strong, everything will come to light anyway. Qi Yuan decided to set the matter aside for now. Major discovery, young master. Chen Kangbao burst in, his face alight with excitement. I've found a spirit cultivation zone. A spirit cultivation zone, like the one in Red Cloud Village. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Since arriving in Function County, Qi Yuan hadn't spent his time idly swatting flies. For him, knowledge was the ultimate tool for production. Without sufficient information, how could he efficiently identify and exploit high-value white moonlights? Places like Red Cloud Village's spirit cultivation zone were perfect for discovering such valuable targets. You're saying the Radiant Society has a spirit cultivation zone here in Function County? Qi Yuan asked, surprised. Function County wasn't like Ning County. With Earth-grade weapon masters present, how could a spirit cultivation zone exist undisturbed? Yes, Chen Kangbao exclaimed. Master, it took tremendous effort for me to dig up this information. Chen Kangbao puffed up his chest, clearly expecting a reward, a bun or two, perhaps. If even you could find out, how come no one else in Function County has acted on it? Oh, others know about it, Chen Kangbao admitted. But they can't get in. The spirit cultivation zone is surrounded by a grand formation. Even Earth-grade weapon masters can't breach it. Chen Kangbao shared everything he had learned. In that case, it makes sense, Qi Yuan said, stretching lazily. Alright, let's check out this spirit cultivation zone. Hopefully, it doesn't disappoint and gives us plenty of white moonlights to work with. He was eager to gain more experience. Today's encounter with Fang Shisan had given him a sense of unease. It was clear that the original Qi Yuan had always been under someone's watchful eye. Everything he did had likely been observed. Now, Qi Yuan needed to grow stronger to avoid falling into the same trap. He couldn't tolerate the thought of someone spying on him, even while he bathed, without him noticing. For all he knew, someone could be watching him at this very moment. Today, I'm setting a grand goal. To grow stronger so that no one can secretly watch me bathe. In the two-family estate, soft candlelight illuminated the room. Tu San held the light sword, his eyes filled with admiration. It's truly remarkable, absolutely worth 1,000 taels. Every time he used the light sword, he felt as though it enhanced his charisma. Still, the thought of spending 10,000 taels to unlock its so-called special ability made his heart ache. Frankly, he wasn't sure if the claim was true, and he didn't dare waste one of the sword's 3 charges on a mere test. After all, each activation would effectively cost 3,000 taels. As Tu San marveled at the sword, his expression suddenly changed, his gaze growing serious. About 15 minutes later, dressed in a black cloak, Tu San appeared in a shadowy alley. The alley was pitch black, devoid of any signs of life. Suddenly, a crow flew into view, landing in front of him. Upon seeing the crow, Tu San's eyes filled with reverence. "Greetings, Elder," he said solemnly. This crow was the manifestation of a Radiant Society elder, a mysterious Earth-grade weapon master. Tu San hadn't expected this elder to summon him. "In a few days, I will be leaving Ning country. There are some resources I need you to gather for me. In exchange, I will grant you contribution points," the crow rasped. It then began listing a series of rare materials. Tu San's expression shifted repeatedly. "Elder, these items are far too precious. I'm not sure I can afford them." HMPH. The crow's cold snort echoed through the alley. "Do you truly believe your cover is perfect, Tu San?" Tu San's face changed drastically. "How does he know? Have I been exposed?" "These items must be delivered in 2 days, the crow commanded, brooking no argument. With that, it spread its wings and vanished into the shadows, leaving no room for Tu San to protest. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Outside Function County, The scenery was mesmerizing, with continuous mountains and rivers intertwining. This river is called Waishui. During the rainy season, it spans 60 jong in width, and its source flows from Mount Yi Lake. The riverbanks were flanked by steep cliffs, with narrow paths winding along them. Below, the Waishui River surged onward. Thickets of brambles and wild mugwort grew waist-high. Looking down at the Waishui, boats occasionally came into view. If I were a poet, I'd probably be inspired to compose a verse upon seeing such a sight. But alas, I'm merely a kitchen knife, all I want is to slice up some fish. Qi Yuan couldn't help but muse as he took in the view. Of course, he neither yearned for home nor wallowed in literary aspirations, so poetry didn't come naturally to him. Fish buns would taste amazing. Chen Kangbao chimed in. His mind constantly revolved around food. As he gazed at the Waishui, excitement flashed in his eyes. I've heard that Mount Yi Lake is home to a water lord whose true form is a giant fish. I bet it would taste incredible. Someday, I'll catch it and hire a chef to make fish buns for you, Qi Yuan replied nonchalantly. At that moment, a crisp voice, tinged with a playful tone, rang out. You've got some nerve. The water lord of Mount Yi Lake has already reached the peak of Earth grade, ruling the waters of Mount Yi's domain. In its lake, it's invincible. Even a legendary heaven-grade weapon master might fail to kill it. Two elegant figures appeared, one tall and one petite. Both wore veils over their faces, obscuring their features. The speaker was petite, her figure slender, with a flat chest that emphasized her youthful charm. The taller woman wore a black dress embroidered with golden threads, her figure curvaceous and statuesque. Her slim waist and alluring posture made her presence captivating. Even though her face was hidden, her exquisite figure made her appearance seem irrelevant. HMPH, my young master is a god incarnate. How dare a mere water lord act so presumptuously? Chen Kangbao retorted. The petite woman's laughter tinkled like silver bells. The water lord is currently stationed at Mount Yi Lake. If your young master is so capable, why isn't he heading there now to kill it? My young master has his plans and doesn't need your advice. HMPH, sounds like you're all talk and no action. Too scared to follow through. The petite woman sneered disdainfully. Junior sister, enough, the taller woman said, her voice icy. Her cold tone seemed to chill the very air, sending shivers through even Chen Kangbao. Her voice wasn't just cold, it was piercing, cutting straight to the bone. On Earth, Qi Yuan had heard many captivating voices, from sultry tones to commanding ones. But he'd never encountered a voice so cold it seemed to manifest physically. Senior sister, the petite woman pouted but dared not argue, clearly intimidated. The taller woman turned to Qi Yuan. If you're truly ambitious enough to slay the Water Lord, you might consider participating in the upcoming Artifact Master Conference. Her tone remained detached and icy, as if she were speaking from atop a snowy peak. We'll see if I have time, Qi Yuan said with a yawn. Lately, he'd been so busy that his sleep had suffered. The petite woman looked at Qi Yuan with disdain, convinced he was just boasting. We'll take our leave, the icy woman said, her voice as cold as a glacial spring. She began to walk away with the petite woman. Wait, my lady, Qi Yuan called out. The petite woman blushed. Scoundrel, how dare you address me like that? You misunderstand. I wasn't calling you, I was addressing your companion. You, the petite woman puffed her cheeks in indignation, her veiled face full of charm. What is it? The icy woman asked politely, her tone distant. I'm in need of a mount. You seem quite suitable, would you consider becoming mine? Qi Yuan asked earnestly, his gaze fixed on her. The air froze for a moment. Chen Kangbao shivered from the sudden chill. The icy woman's gaze grew frostier. What did you just say? The petite woman bristled like a powder keg about to explode. I'm offering you a job. Full benefits, meals and lodging provided, excellent salary, with opportunities for promotion. Perform well, and you could even be promoted from mount to bedwarmer, Qi Yuan explained, sounding entirely serious. The icy woman's expression didn't change as she turned to leave. The petite woman hurried after her, fuming. How rude. Leaving without even saying goodbye, Chen Kangbao said indignantly. You overestimate people. Those as tactful as I am are a rare breed, Qi Yuan remarked smugly. Not far away, the petite woman nearly tripped, clearly enraged. About 15 minutes later, the petite woman sat on a boat, arms akimbo. Those two were insufferable, arrogant, talkative, and rude. Am I not pretty enough? If you hadn't stopped me, senior sister, I would have hooked them like fish. Why argue with madmen? The icy woman replied coolly. Madmen. The petite woman blinked in realization. So they're madmen. She sighed, feeling foolish for letting herself get upset over lunatics. The icy woman frowned slightly. The direction they were heading in, it looked like Kunling Crossing. Kunling Crossing. The petite woman frowned. Following their master's orders, they were heading to Kunling Crossing to investigate a spirit cultivation zone. Their master had expressed concerns about the Radiant Society's growing activity and the potential threat to such zones. When they arrived at Kunling Crossing and found everything normal, the petite woman relaxed. Could they be with the Radiant Society? She asked, her eyes gleaming with suspicion. No, the icy woman replied. The Society's elders have long abandoned their human forms. Those two, for all their flaws, were still human. The petite woman sighed in relief. Good point. Still, that lunatic was surprisingly handsome despite his nonsense. Perhaps it was a coincidence, the icy woman said. Senior sister, when we return to your family's estate, will you stay the night? I'd love to meet your husband, the petite woman teased with a sly grin. No, the icy woman replied indifferently. We'll retrieve the gilded mystic stone and return to Mount Yi Lake immediately. Her tone remained distant, as though she were discussing a stranger. The petite woman was momentarily taken aback but quickly giggled. I hope he's handsome, otherwise, it'd be such a waste. At Kunling Crossing, the waters were black and ominous, the vegetation eerily thick and tangled like human hair. The records of Function County mention that in the 7th year of the Tianyuan era, a flood submerged Kunling Crossing, drowning 75 households, Chen Kangbao explained. At first, everyone thought it was a natural disaster. But later, when the spirit cultivation zone was exposed, people realized it was man-made, an atrocity orchestrated by the Radiant Society to nurture specters. So the specters here were once the people of Kunling Crossing? Qi Yuan asked. Yes, they were dockworkers, ordinary laborers struggling to make ends meet. They could barely afford to eat, let alone enjoy luxuries, Chen Kangbao said with a sigh. Tragic. Qi Yuan looked ahead at Kunling Crossing, sensing the dormant specters within. Compared to the Red Village, this place was far more dangerous, crawling with specters. The swampy, toxic gases and miasma blanketed the area, making it impossible for ordinary people to venture inside. Even the indestructible body of an Earth-grade weapon master would struggle in this terrain. Only Heaven-grade weapon masters might navigate it with ease. It seems I'll need to craft some gas masks and a larger drone before venturing in, Qi Yuan remarked. Charging in directly would be troublesome and a waste of time. Young master, truly impressive. Chen Kangbao continued his flattery. Let's carefully observe first. Identify all the risks so we can deal with them all at once, Qi Yuan said calmly. The most challenging part of Kunling Crossing was entering it safely. Qi Yuan's sharp eyes scanned the area to assess potential threats and devise countermeasures. Several hours later, as night fell, Qi Yuan didn't return to the Shen household. Instead, he went to the ghost market. After purchasing more materials, he set up his stall again. Sigh, I'm so broke. Qi Yuan lamented. My storage artifact is nearly full, and my silver is almost gone. Why doesn't anyone appreciate my talents and buy my artifacts? So far, he had sold only one light blade, and even that was to a clueless noble. Being a god in disguise required significant resources. He had plans to create drones, pseudo-angels, and even starships. But with his current funds, these ideas were mere pipe dreams. Master, the world is full of ignorant fools who fail to recognize good products, Chen Kangbao said with conviction. You're not ignorant, why don't you buy something? Qi Yuan shot back, raising an eyebrow. Cough, young master, you're making it difficult for this humble servant. I may be wise beyond measure, but alas, I'm penniless. Chen Kangbao replied, his expression sheepish. If you're so wise, why are you broke? I'm just unlucky, Chen Kangbao replied weakly. At that moment, a sharp, mocking voice rang out. Senior sister, look, it's those two lunatics. The sweet yet biting tone carried a faint fragrance, tinged with a cold chill reminiscent of snow. The same petite and tall veiled women Qi Yuan had encountered near Waishui approached his stall. The petite woman's curiosity was piqued as she examined the strange artifacts on display, clicking her tongue in disdain. So, you're an artifact master. But your skills leave much to be desired. What kind of junk is this? Whenever Qi Yuan and Chen Kangbao left the Shen household, they altered their appearances with the Thousand Transformations mask. This was crucial for maintaining Qi Yuan's role as a humble son-in-law. Publicly showcasing his abilities could tarnish the image he was building for his ordinary persona. The petite woman didn't recognize him but found the peculiar artifacts intriguing. Her gaze landed on a speaker playing recorded advertisements in a sweet voice. "This is interesting, it can talk," she exclaimed. "Are you here to buy something?" Qi Yuan asked with a bright smile. "Although I've only been open for 3 days, business has been booming, an average of 3,000 silver a day." Qi Yuan's statistical skills were exceptional. He knew how to frame numbers effectively. "What, 3,000 silver a day?" The petite woman was stunned. "Are you trying to scam us? 3,000 silver could buy a Zon-grade artifact, not this heap of unremarkable trinkets with no certification. The entire stall's inventory likely didn't even add up to 1,000 silver." "He's not lying," chimed in the neighboring vendor, a sly smile on his face. Ever since Qi Yuan had made an easy 10,000 silver on his first day, the vendor treated him with newfound respect. After all, anyone who could leave the ghost market unscathed after such a transaction was clearly not to be trifled with. Hearing the vendor's confirmation, the petite woman believed it. She glared at Qi Yuan. "You're unbelievable, I can't imagine what kind of idiots would spend so much on this junk." Her eyes returned to the speaker. "How much for this?" 99 silver. Qi Yuan replied honestly. "That's a bit pricey." The petite woman hesitated but still paid up. "But I have money, so I'll buy it." She handed over the silver and took the speaker. She was genuinely curious about its mechanism and believed it might have potential if mass-produced. Qi Yuan graciously accepted the payment with a smile. Meanwhile, the taller woman remained silent, her icy gaze sweeping across the artifacts with a hint of curiosity. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. "Senior, I can't believe you're here." The voice belonged to none other than young Master Tu, who arrived looking flustered and exhilarated. Spotting a familiar face, Qi Yuan's expression softened into a smile. "Ah, looking to buy the other 2 light blades? You're in luck, today I'm feeling generous. Only 21,998 silver for both." The petite woman froze, wide-eyed. An idiot had actually arrived. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Young Master Tu-san glanced at the 2 women beside him, one tall and serene like jade, the other petite and lively, his gaze flashing with a trace of astonishment. "Senior, I'm a bit short on funds lately," he said awkwardly. His visit to the black market was primarily to purchase materials on behalf of a Bloodthorn elder. That elder's outrageous demands had left Tu-san financially drained. Still, he eventually steeled himself to proceed with the transaction. "Looks like I've lost my chance at fortune." Qi Yuan sighed, disappointment evident in his tone. Nearby, the petite woman glanced at Tu-san, her expression smug. "From the sound of it, you spent 10,000 taels on this lightsaber." She pointed disdainfully at the lightsaber, her eyes filled with contempt. Her expression made it clear, 3 parts of her thought Tu-san was an idiot, and 7 parts thought he was a conspirator. Tu-san hesitated for a moment before turning to glance at the taller, icy woman standing nearby. Ultimately, he chose not to argue. Instead, he turned back to Qi Yuan and asked cautiously. "Senior, does this weapon truly have the abilities you claim?" When dealing with the Bloodthorn elder, Tu-san needed a reliable means of self-defense. "It's absolutely genuine. With this lightsaber in hand, you can swagger through the Ning Kingdom with confidence," Qi Yuan said. "And by the way," he continued, "there are still 2 more available. They're incredibly cheap, but if you don't grab them soon, there might not be any stock left in a few days." "Ha, without your lightsaber, this auntie can also swagger through the Ning Kingdom." A mischievous voice interrupted from the side as the petite woman broke into a radiant grin. She turned and began walking sideways like a crab to emphasize her words. Seeing this, Qi Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. This game still has truly bold players, he thought. The phrase, swagger through the Ning Kingdom, was intentionally ambiguous, carrying a double meaning, one literal and the other alluding to the invulnerability granted by the lightsaber's divine summoning ability. Yet this petite woman mocked the phrase so openly. Tu-san laughed awkwardly. "Well, your assurance certainly gives me peace of mind." But in truth, he only half believed Qi Yuan. After all, if Qi Yuan's capabilities were as extraordinary as he claimed, wouldn't he keep the lightsaber for himself and directly rob people instead of selling it? Tu-san, ever cautious, assessed others through a lens of suspicion. "Ah, it seems today will end without a single decent sale," Qi Yuan lamented with a sigh. Hey, what about my 99 taels? Doesn't that count as a sale? The petite woman interjected indignantly. A small sale doesn't count, Qi Yuan replied earnestly. The petite woman was momentarily rendered speechless. Finally, she pointed to several small, ungraded items on Qi Yuan's stall and declared forcefully. These, wrap them all up. I'm buying them. Her tone was imperious. Though wary of the high-priced lightsaber, she opted to buy the ungraded items instead, anything to avoid being ripped off by an overpriced artifact. Qi Yuan's face lit up as he quickly wrapped up her selected items. That'll be 572 taels in total, he announced. He quoted a precise amount to convey professionalism. The petite woman frowned slightly. Ordinarily, she wouldn't have spent so much on ungraded artifacts. But in comparison to the 10,000 tael lightsaber, this price seemed tolerable. Moreover, the quirky designs of these artifacts intrigued her. Now does this count as a proper sale? She asked after completing her purchase. A medium sale doesn't count as a proper one, Qi Yuan replied matter-of-factly. Greedy scoundrel, she spat, muttering under her breath. Then, after a moment of thought, she spoke again. You've got talent, want to join Heavenly Workshop and work for me? Her words revealed her true intentions. Her grandfather was a high-ranking member of Heavenly Workshop, and her invitation was sincere. The surrounding stall owners and passers-by were stunned into silence. What, did she just mention the Heavenly Workshop? Isn't that on par with the Artifact Association? In the Blue Mountain realm, most artifact masters were affiliated with the Artifact Association, a massive organization responsible for certifying and regulating all magical artifacts. The association wielded immense political and economic influence. But there existed a peer institution, the Heavenly Workshop, an exclusive alternative to the Artifact Association. Unlike the association, which accepted nearly all artifact masters, the Heavenly Workshop prided itself on only recruiting prodigies. While its membership was far smaller, its influence was no less significant. Many artifact masters dreamed of joining its ranks, though only Earth-grade artifact masters could apply directly. Does the Heavenly Workshop pay 10,000 taels per month? Did they provide free materials? Qi Yuan asked casually, his tone nonchalant. You're insane. The petite woman was furious. Recalling her elder sister's earlier remark, this one's mad, she realized it wasn't an exaggeration. 10,000 taels per month. Even heaven-grade artifact masters wouldn't make such demands. In that case, your offer's too low. I'm not interested. Qi Yuan waved dismissively. His refusal left onlookers utterly bewildered. Joining the Heavenly Workshop was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for most artifact masters. Who in their right mind would turn it down? Do you even know what the Heavenly Workshop represents? The petite woman was both shocked and infuriated. Qi Yuan's artifacts, though ungraded, were brimming with creative ingenuity, exactly the kind of talent the Heavenly Workshop valued. No salary, no free materials, and not even. Qi Yuan glanced at the tall, icy woman beside the petite one. No mount provided, not interested. The petite woman's fists clenched in frustration, her chest rising and falling in anger. Here, take this Heavenly Workshop token. If you ever decide to join, you can use it to enter. Just remember, it's non-transferable. She handed over a token to Qi Yuan before storming off with her newly purchased items. The nearby crowd looked on enviously as Qi Yuan pocketed the insignia. That night, after hours of unsuccessful attempts to sell more artifacts, Qi Yuan sighed as he packed up his stall. It seems heaven doesn't favor hard work. I've toiled until midnight, yet I haven't made a single decent sale. Old man, am I not working hard enough? Master, you're extremely diligent. Chen Kangbao replied earnestly, eager to appease. Let's go home, Qi Yuan said, and the two began their journey back to the Shen household. Under the deep, cold night sky, the moonlight appeared particularly desolate. When Qi Yuan returned to the Shen residence, he noticed that the household seemed unusually tidy and festive compared to normal. Brother-in-law, you're finally back. From the main gate, a sleepy-eyed Shen Lingfeng peeked out, his face marked by dark circles. My sister came back today, Shen Lingfeng exclaimed. Unfortunately, she only stayed for a little over an hour. She had urgent matters to attend to, so she returned to Mount Yi Lake. Shen Lingfeng's tone was filled with regret. After all, his sister and brother-in-law hadn't yet officially met. It's fine, Qi Yuan said, smiling faintly. Brother-in-law, my sister isn't like ordinary women. You might be a charmer, with a knack for melting hearts with just a few words. But my sister, she's a true disciple of the heavenly sect, cold and indifferent. If not for her unique physique, she probably wouldn't have married in this lifetime. Shen Lingfeng now stood firmly on Qi Yuan's side. I hope you win her over soon. That way, our parents can finally rest easy. Oh, Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Shen Lingfeng leaned closer, whispering. My sister's physique is unique. Many people covet her for it. In fact, Shen Lingfeng continued, even I've never seen my sister's true face. He sighed, his expression one of helplessness. A furnace physique. Qi Yuan speculated silently. He thought back to the icy woman he had encountered earlier that day, whose aura seemed shrouded in mist and mystery, making it impossible to discern her true form. Dash dash dash. The winding path stretched on as three figures hurried forward. Leading the group was a well-dressed nobleman with a refined and elegant demeanor. Behind him were two individuals resembling servants, each carrying goods on their shoulders. A closer look revealed that these servants were burly and powerfully built, clearly far from ordinary individuals. The three walked in silence, with young Master Tu San's expression heavy. Fourth uncle, Elder Zan Lei, we'll reach Kunling Crossing in a little while, he said solemnly. In the face of threats from the Bloodthorn Elder, young Master Tu San hadn't taken the matter lightly. After deliberating, he had reported the situation to his family. As a result, his fourth uncle and Elder Zan Lei had disguised themselves as servants and accompanied him. Tu San's fourth uncle was an Earth-grade low-tier weapon master, renowned for his exceptional combat prowess. He was famed for having once decapitated an Earth-grade specter with a single slash of his massive blade. As for Elder Zan Lei, she was even more formidable. An Earth-grade mid-tier weapon master, she ranked among the top 3 combatants in the Tu family. If Qi Yuan were present to see Zan Lei, he might have remarked. Big, huge, absolutely massive, her name suits her perfectly, like a thunderous eagle in battle or a bolt of lightning on the battlefield. Truly, a Thunder Rabbit. Don't worry, the Bloodthorn Elder, Black Crow, is just an Earth-grade low-tier weapon master. With Elder Zan Lei and me here, there's nothing to fear. Even if he has hidden tricks or has recently advanced, the two of us are more than capable of dealing with him, fourth uncle said nonchalantly. HMPH, he dares to covet the Tu family's resources. Let's see if he can swallow them, Zan Lei said, her eyes flashing with killing intent. Hearing this, young Master Tu San exhaled in relief. Roughly 2/4 of an hour later, young Master Tu San stopped at the edge of Kunling Crossing. Fourth uncle and Elder Zan Lei placed the goods they had been carrying onto the ground. Tu San looked at the misty expanse of Kunling Crossing ahead and gave a deep bow. Elder Black Crow, Tu San has brought the resources as promised. His voice carried with authority, echoing into the foggy expanse. Moments later, the sound of wings flapping could be heard, followed by a hoarse voice. Smart move, I've credited the contribution points to your token. As the voice fell silent, the goods on the ground suddenly levitated and flew toward the mist. But just as they were about to vanish, an unexpected explosion erupted from the pile. Boom! A deafening blast shook the surroundings, sending mud and debris flying everywhere and leaving a massive crater in its wake. In midair, Elder Black Crow, with feathers torn and several broken, was visibly injured. His body bore wounds so deep that his pale bones were faintly visible. Hovering unsteadily, his eyes burned with fury. You little brat, so you came here with ill intentions. You'll pay with your life. He swooped down with murderous intent, heading straight for Tu San. Elder Black Crow, this is Jining Province. It's not a place where you can act recklessly. Tu San's fourth uncle shed his disguise, his body growing larger as a radiant golden light enveloped him. In his hand appeared a massive blade that gleamed with a cold edge. With a mighty swing, he struck downward with unparalleled force. The blade cleaved through trees and rocks in its path, the sheer might of the attack colliding with Black Crow's spiritual body and producing a metallic clang. Throw it! At that moment, Elder Zan Lei shouted, swinging 2 enormous iron balls chained together. The balls were massive, comparable in size to stone platforms used for drying grain, and their momentum was terrifying. The air howled as they flew, their sheer weight and speed capable of crushing anything in their path. Bang! The strike shattered one of Black Crow's wings completely, rendering him heavily injured in a single exchange. See, little San, with me around, there's nothing to worry about. Fourth uncle patted his chest confidently, sure of their victory. However, Tu San felt a twinge of unease. Though they had grievously injured Black Crow, the elder's strength meant he could likely retreat into Kunling Crossing unscathed. Even so, the mission's primary objectives, delivering resources without loss and ensuring Tucsan's safety, were already achieved. But just then, a cold and sinister voice echoed across the area, sending chills down their spines. Black Crow, you're utterly useless. You can't even handle something this simple. Zhang Lei's heart sank as she instinctively looked skyward. In the air, a long, slender shadow appeared. It was a snake. A snake with wings. Elder Winged Serpent, I beg you. Please help me kill these people. Black Crow pleaded, panic evident in his voice. The serpent's cold, piercing gaze fell upon the trio. Instantly, a paralyzing fear gripped them. You're the winged serpent from the Moshan Kingdom. Why are you here in Jining Province? Zhang Lei's scalp went numb. Their plan had only accounted for dealing with Black Crow, a peripheral elder of the Bloodthorn organization. Killing him wouldn't have caused significant repercussions. But this was entirely different. The winged serpent elder was a full-fledged elder of Bloodthorn, based in the distant Moshan Kingdom over 3,000 miles away. His presence here meant something far more sinister was at play. She and fourth uncle had thought Black Crow's schemes were limited to extorting Tucson. But the involvement of the winged serpent suggested a much deeper conspiracy. The winged serpent elder was an Earth-grade peak weapon master with a fearsome reputation. Over a decade ago, during a war between the Ning Kingdom and the Moshan Kingdom, he had personally slain a high-tier Earth-grade weapon master from Ning, a prince, no less. His infamy was well earned. The winged serpent's cold eyes swept over them before settling on Black Crow. Did you get the item? The division envoy is growing impatient, he asked. I have it. Black Crow responded hastily. Zhang Lei's heart trembled. In her eyes, the winged serpent was already a terrifyingly high-ranking figure. But now, it seemed he was merely following orders from an even more powerful superior, the division envoy. The envoy had sent him to Jining Province specifically to retrieve an item from Black Crow. The implications were staggering. The two family members suddenly realized they had unwittingly stumbled into a colossal conspiracy, one far beyond their initial assumptions. A small wooden box floated into the air and landed on the winged serpent's back before vanishing into his storage artifact. After confirming its authenticity, the serpent seemed satisfied. Where's the man? The winged serpent asked. He's still alive. Even with the division envoy concealing his presence, I dared not overstep my bounds. I merely took what was needed, Black Crow replied, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. The winged serpent nodded slightly. The item is all that matters. As for the man, he's important, but not that important. Turning his attention to the two family members, he sneered. Since I've come all this way to Ning Kingdom, it'd be rude to leave without sampling some appetizers. He flicked out his forked tongue, its stench filling the air with a nauseating odor. Tucsan's face went pale. Zhang Lei and fourth uncle, who had been confident moments earlier, now looked visibly shaken. This was an Earth-grade peak weapon master, a terrifying foe who could not be easily defeated even by the strongest of Ning Kingdom's heavenly sect leaders. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The enormous figure of the winged serpent hovered in the sky, shrouded in clouds and mist. Its foul-smelling, blood-red forked tongue flicked in and out, exuding a soul-chilling aura. Zhang Lei and fourth uncle too were absolutely terrified. Damn it, am I really going to die here today? Fourth uncle too spat out a mouthful of old phlegm. The strength of an Earth-grade peak weapon master was overwhelming. Even if he and Zhang Lei joined forces, they were no match. Earlier, the way Zhang Lei and he had tormented Black Crow, the winged serpent would now torment the two of them in the same way. Winged serpent, before I die, I just want to know why you came here. Fourth uncle too shouted loudly. He was very curious about the winged serpent's arrival. A powerhouse of its level infiltrating the Ning Kingdom carried immense risk. There was even the possibility of being besieged by Earth-grade weapon masters. What Black Crow had handed to the winged serpent also aroused fourth uncle two's curiosity. He felt there was a conspiracy involved, possibly targeting the Ning Kingdom. He was deeply concerned. Are you trying to stall for time? The winged serpent had no patience for nonsense. In the central Rakshasa Kingdom, there's an old saying, villains die because they talk too much. The winged serpent elder was fully aware that its actions would be labeled villainous by the self-righteous. As its words fell, it dove sharply. The sound of wind breaking filled the air, and the fierce gale stung the eyes. Zhang Lei swung her massive iron ball fiercely toward the sky. Unfortunately, she was nearly 2 small realms below the winged serpent in strength. Clang! The iron ball rang out as it was violently repelled, almost dragging Zan Lei backward along with it. The outcome of the exchange was decided in an instant. They were entirely on different levels. The Winged Serpent Elder, in terms of the Ning Kingdom's rankings, could easily be ranked among the top 30 in the Earth rankings, deserving the title of Earth Rank Grand Master. Blood trickled from Zan Lei's mouth, her face pale. Seeing this, fourth Uncle Tu grew anxious, but he was utterly powerless. Tu brat, if you hadn't schemed against me, only you would be dying today. But now, you've dragged two more down with you, Black Crow said sinisterly. Young Master Tu San was panicking, his heart filled with fear. An Earth-grade peak weapon master was terrifying. His family had only one such expert, and that person had been in long-term seclusion, completely unaware of the current situation. Tu San gritted his teeth, feeling as if the road ahead was shrouded in darkness. At this moment, only the Shen family's master could save him. But just like their own ancestor, the Shen family's master had also been in deep seclusion for years. How could they possibly appear now? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Desperate, he decided to go all in. A light sword appeared in his hand. Its radiance converged, crystal clear and gleaming with a frosty glow. What an amusing little toy, Black Crow remarked with a glance, his tone filled with disdain. Who would have thought a mere Zan-grade weapon master would dare to wield a sword in defiance? Young Master Tu San was in a panic, recalling Qi Yuan's words. Senior, please, don't let this be a lie. I want to walk freely in the Ning Kingdom. 1,000 taels can't go to waste. He muttered these phrases over and over. But the truth was, 1,000 taels couldn't even hire an Earth-grade peak weapon master for a single strike. Even so, gritting his teeth, he shouted. Summon, the divine. The special ability, activated with 1,000 taels, had to work. This scene made the winged serpent glance over. An ant, using its trump card. It mocked coldly. Black Crow chuckled incessantly. Only fourth Uncle Tu looked on with admiration. Not bad, kid, that's the spirit of the Tu family. Stand tall and fight, show them that the men of the Tu family have spines of steel. Fourth Uncle Tu's words fired Tu San up so much that he nearly charged forward with his sword, only to be swatted aside and killed by a flick of the serpent's tail. Young Master Tu San stared at the light sword with trembling anticipation. But alas, the sword remained silent, showing no signs of special phenomena. Could it be that he had been deceived? Still, the thought of spending 1,000 taels to summon a divine incarnation 3 times, how could anyone be foolish enough to believe such a thing? Despair overwhelmed him, but then, suddenly, the skies parted, and a brilliant streak of light descended. In front of Tu San, a radiant figure appeared, glowing brilliantly. The light exuded an aura of majesty, divinity, and sanctity. The figure wasn't large, only human-sized, but its presence was extraordinary. Its form, composed entirely of light, was indistinct, but the sacred aura it emitted was unmistakable. The Winged Serpent Elder, Black Crow, and everyone present couldn't help but focus their attention on the radiant figure. What is this? The Winged Serpent grew wary. This light, descended from the heavens. Black Crow hesitated. At that moment, a majestic voice rang out. In a world without light, behold the descent of the divine. Boom! The radiance shattered in an instant, revealing a tall, imposing figure bathed in divine light. The figure strode forward with steady, confident steps. Its body was made entirely of light, clad in resplendent armor that shimmered brilliantly. The figure exuded the majesty of a celestial deity descending upon the mortal realm. Dragon scales and phoenix feathers adorned the armor, interwoven with intricate totemic patterns. Its light shifted, sometimes blazing fiercely, sometimes gentle and warm, encompassing both dominance and benevolence. It's real, Tu San muttered to himself, his eyes filled with awe. What on earth is this? Black Crow's voice was trembling with dread. Enough with the theatrics. The winged serpent snorted coldly, though a hint of unease flickered in its expression. Fourth Uncle Tu and Zan Lei turned to Tu San, their faces full of questions. Tu San stood up and shouted at the glowing figure, "Descended deity, slay these 2 evildoers." As his voice fell, the glowing figure turned its gaze toward the winged serpent and Black Crow. In its gaze, the winged serpent saw countless emotions, divine sanctity, absolute indifference, and unwavering justice. What are you? The winged serpent's voice quivered with unease. For someone from the Moshan Kingdom, where heavenly grade weapon masters were extremely rare, this spectacle was beyond comprehension. Combining Tu San's words with the unfolding scene, a terrifying possibility struck the winged serpent. A divine descent, are you the incarnation of a god? The thought sent chills down its spine. Gods were only spoken of in myths. It was said that in the central Rakshasa kingdom, above heavenly grade weapon masters, there existed beings known as gods. But those were distant tales. How could this be an incarnation of a god? And yet, the possibility planted a seed of terror in the winged serpent's heart. It glanced at Black Crow, their gazes meeting in silent agreement. Escape. Both acted without hesitation, fleeing toward Kunling Crossing. Kunling Crossing was notoriously difficult to traverse. Even Earth-grade peak weapon masters could not emerge unscathed. But the members of Bloodthorn were exceptions. Their plan was simple: hide within Kunling Crossing to mask their tracks, then make their escape. The divine figure, still glowing brilliantly, stood silently. It did not pursue, merely watching as they fled. Witnessing this, Tu San grew suspicious. Could this be a counterfeit? Just a projection meant to scare people off? The thought crossed his mind, though he quickly dismissed it. Even if it were fake, the result was impressive. Scaring off Black Crow and the winged serpent elder was already a great success. But just then, the glowing figure spoke once more. As my divine descent, the luminous form began to grow taller. 3 meters, 6 meters, 10 meters, finally, it reached a towering height of 30 meters. It wielded a massive, holy light sword, emanating unmatched grandeur and purity. The sword symbolized justice, order, and absolute law. Its majestic voice resonated again. Holding the light, darkness shall retreat. Should injustice arise, summon my divine descent. As its words fell, the towering figure moved, brandishing the light sword. With a single, unadorned strike, it cleaved downward. Boom! Kunling Crossing erupted in a massive flash of light. The ground quaked violently as the light surged forth, tearing through the crossing like a divine blade carving through chaos. The winged serpent and Black Crow let out anguished cries as the radiant energy engulfed them. In an instant, both Earth-grade weapon masters were obliterated. Their legendary resilience was as fragile as paper before the overwhelming power of the light sword. Kunling Crossing itself was left desolate, its toxic mists and poisonous gases entirely eradicated. The divine figure, having completed its purpose, slowly dissipated. Was that a god's strike? Tu San was left in awe. Could it be that even a legendary heavenly grade weapon master could do no better than this? Zan Lei murmured, her arms folded across her chest, emphasizing her imposing presence as she stared in awe at the scene. One strike to slay 2 Earth-grade weapon masters, along with hundreds of specters. It's simply too powerful. What's going on? Fourth Uncle Tu turned to Tu San, bewildered. This weapon, I bought it at the ghost market for 1,000 taels of silver, Tu San said, swallowing nervously. He didn't hide the truth. The seller said that for 10,000 taels, it could activate a special ability called Divine Summoning, which could summon a divine incarnation. It can be used 3 times. This time, I decided to give it a try, and it actually worked. 10,000 taels. Fourth Uncle Tu stared at Tu San in disbelief. You're the only fool who'd believe that. If it were me, I would have chopped that seller in half for trying to scam me. Despite his words, Fourth Uncle Tu's eyes gleamed with wonder. 10,000 taels, and you can summon such a terrifying being, that's an absolute bargain. Fourth Uncle Tu's tone was filled with admiration. That seller, are they still at the ghost market? Did they have more artifacts like this? There were 2 more light swords, but at the time, I didn't have the money to buy them, Tu San said awkwardly. Idiot, Fourth Uncle Tu cursed, though his eyes betrayed his excitement. Such a powerful artifact was priceless. Forget 10,000 taels, even 100,000 or 1,000,000 would be worth it. Ah, it seems like this light sword is damaged now, it's unusable for the time being, Tu San said, his voice trembling slightly with uncertainty. Summoning a being of such terrifying strength must require immense energy. The sword likely needs time to recharge before it can be used again, Zan Lei speculated. Hearing this, Tu San heaved a sigh of relief. I wonder how long it will need to recover. Even if it takes 100 years to recharge, it would still be worth it. You'll be dead by then, but this can serve as your clan's ultimate treasure, Fourth Uncle Tu said thoughtfully. That seller, just who could they be? He turned his gaze toward Kunling Crossing. It's a shame, even though this strike killed the winged serpent and Black Crow, we still can't enter Kunling Crossing. Whatever Black Crow handed to the winged serpent remains a mystery. We need to head back and report this incident immediately. And we must also go to the ghost market. Fourth Uncle Tu was growing impatient, eager to leave. He wished he could rush to the ghost market right now and buy the remaining 2 light swords. Let's go. Without hesitation, the 3 figures disappeared into the distance. Elsewhere, Qi Yuan looked pale as a sheet. I've grown stronger, but also weaker, he murmured. His face was ghastly pale, and his breath was shallow, as though a strong wind could knock him over. Moments ago, Tu-san had activated the divine summoning. Through it, Qi Yuan had unleashed the move known as My Divine Descent. The divine incarnation descended and executed an awe-inspiring strike. However, that single attack had taken a tremendous toll on Qi Yuan. His energy was utterly drained, leaving him physically and spiritually exhausted. The strike had not only slain 2 Earth-grade weapon masters but also obliterated hundreds of specters, rewarding Qi Yuan with a massive influx of experience points. His level jumped a staggering 40 levels in one go, bringing him to level 96. In the realm of weapon mastery, this was equivalent to stepping into the Earth-grade beginner stage. Remarkably, he had skipped the Zon grade entirely, advancing straight from the Huang grade to Earth grade, a shocking feat. But the price was steep. He had drained his vitality and energy reserves completely. For the foreseeable future, he wouldn't be able to exhibit the full strength of an Earth-grade weapon master. It seems that hard work pales in comparison to talent, Qi Yuan muttered. He reflected on the countless efforts he had made to painstakingly climb to level 90. The dedication and sacrifices seemed almost laughable in the face of the divine incarnation's power. One move had eclipsed all his progress. And the artifact Divine Descent, created by Shenganu, was indeed a divine weapon. From the moment of its creation, it had been an unparalleled masterpiece. Holding the light, darkness shall retreat. Should injustice arise, summon my Divine Descent. Was this Shenganu's intention when she created Divine Descent? Qi Yuan pondered. To fully utilize Divine Descent, one needed to understand its background and lore. The words spoken during the Divine Incarnation's summoning were not of Qi Yuan's own making. They seemed to come from the weapon's very essence. To Qi Yuan, this declaration embodied Divine Descent's purpose. Sigh, how does cultivation compare to role-playing? If I could push my role mastery higher, I could summon myself and slash a heavenly grade weapon master in one strike. Role-playing only requires you to play the part, while cultivation is so much more tedious, hunting specters, battling constantly. But I'm an adult, I want it all. Old man, carry me to Kunling Crossing. I need to loot the corpses. Qi Yuan turned to the elderly Chen Kengbao beside him. In his current state, even walking was a challenge. Young master, this old servant's body, Chen Kengbao hesitated, looking distressed. Don't worry, I've blessed you, Qi Yuan lied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Chen Kengbao's face lit up. Young master, I feel a surge of strength. With renewed vigor, he hoisted Qi Yuan onto his back and charged toward Kunling Crossing with surprising speed. His legs moved like the wind, making him look far from the frail man he appeared to be. Qi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. I can't believe my first mount in this game world is an old man like you. What a shame. He sounded disappointed. For some reason, he couldn't shake the urge to ride that frosty woman from earlier. The thought felt innate, almost instinctual. Could it be that I'm a pervert? Qi Yuan reflected on this possibility. He admitted he had a fondness for beauty, but calling himself a pervert? Never. He was still young, after all. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Riding on Chen Kengbao's back, the two headed toward Kunling Crossing. The mountain path was rugged, climbing upward, with ferns growing along the rocky edges. However, the area around Kunling Crossing was too remote and dangerous for any farmers to come here to gather wild vegetables. Soon enough, Chen Kengbao, under the blessing state, moved swiftly and carried Qi Yuan to Kunling Crossing. Kunling Crossing was eerily silent, with only the chirping of insects breaking the stillness. Young master, it seems like a great battle took place here earlier. Was it the commotion from before? Chen Kengbao looked ahead at the desolate Kunling Crossing with fear in his eyes. The entire Kunling Crossing looked as if it had been split apart by a giant sword. The swamp, mud, and shrubs were all heavily damaged, and a foul stench lingered in the air. Put on my gas mask, along with our equipment, and carry me inside. Qi Yuan ordered. At the moment, he was still too weak. He couldn't even take on an average adult, let alone traverse a perilous place like Kunling Crossing, it would be courting death. Understood. Chen Kengbao put on the gas mask. Qi Yuan also put on his own. He glanced at Chen Kengbao and couldn't help but smirk. Why do I feel like we're off to some shady private party? Or maybe a secret rave in the mountains? He recalled how certain groups on Earth would often gather in secluded mountains for secret parties, though he wasn't sure if they wore masks for such events. What is a rave, young master? Chen Kangbao asked, puzzled. If it's something you shouldn't ask about, don't ask. Let's head into Kunling Crossing and take a look. Before arriving, Qi Yuan had prepared a variety of tools and magical artifacts, all of which he had crafted himself. Fully equipped, Chen Kangbao carried Qi Yuan into Kunling Crossing, trudging through the hazardous terrain. Before long, the two stopped in front of a puddle. Yes, a puddle, a stain, to be exact. This stain was left behind by the Black Crow Elder. Its body had been melted by that light sword strike, leaving almost nothing behind. A perfectly fine person had been reduced to nothing, with barely any trace left in the world. Seeing this, Qi Yuan felt a pang of sorrow as he gazed at the scene. What a tragic death. I can't even properly take care of your inheritance, sob sob. With no inheritance left behind, Qi Yuan felt deeply grieved. He had always prided himself on being charitable. When someone passed away, he was more than willing to step in as a caretaker for their belongings, ensuring they weren't neglected. But alas, tragedy struck. The enemy was too ruthless, leaving not a single coin behind. Young master, don't be too sad. Look, there's something good over there. Chen Kangbao pointed toward the spot where the winged serpent had died. The winged serpent, being significantly more powerful, had left behind a few items of value. What good stuff. Do you think I'm that kind of person? I'm just worried that their belongings won't be properly looked after. Qi Yuan retorted. Some people, after killing someone, would covet the deceased surviving spouse. Qi Yuan was different, he cared only about the surviving belongings. Hurry and take me over there to have a look. In this heat, we can't let these things overheat. Right away, Chen Kangbao carried Qi Yuan and sprinted toward the winged serpent's remains. Compared to the Black Crow, the winged serpent had left behind more items. A pristine bone, a fragment of an Earth-grade magical artifact, a damaged storage artifact, a wooden box. The bone was the reverse scale bone under the winged serpent's scales, the hardest part of its body. When struck by the giant light sword, its entire body melted, leaving only this fist-sized piece of bone. The fragment of the Earth-grade magical artifact was now useless. Qi Yuan picked it up, seeing it as nothing more than crafting material. He was particularly eager about the storage artifact. Hopefully, it has something good inside. When he opened it, Qi Yuan's face fell with disappointment. Empty, nothing at all. Qi Yuan was speechless. A storage artifact this large, and there's nothing in it. The storage artifact was massive, comparable to several large trucks combined. Yet it was completely empty. Qi Yuan couldn't fathom why the winged serpent would carry an empty storage bag. Sigh, I suppose it's not a total loss. This storage artifact alone is worth as much as an Earth-grade magical artifact, several tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of taels. You down there, don't worry. I'll take good care of your belongings. Qi Yuan picked up the storage artifact and turned his gaze to the wooden box. The box's material was unknown, and it was only the size of a palm. Despite enduring that devastating strike, the box remained completely intact, which piqued Qi Yuan's curiosity. This must be a treasure. I've struck gold. A mysterious box, entrusted to you by Guanzu, was ultimately stolen by Black Crow. Wait, this is my box. Qi Yuan blinked in surprise, his mind racing. He recalled many things at once. The conspiracy involving the Radiant Society's Fang Shisan targeting Qi Yuan, the live-in son-in-law, stemmed from Qi Yuan giving something to someone else. It seemed that the original Qi Yuan had indeed handed something over, this very box, to Black Crow. My possession. Qi Yuan didn't feel any sense of joy in retrieving it. Instead, he felt cheated. The winged serpent traveled thousands of miles, presumably to protect this wooden box. It must be extraordinary. During his My Divine Descent, Qi Yuan had gained some insights into the identities of both the winged serpent and Black Crow. He held the wooden box and easily opened it, surprising himself. Considering the box had withstood such immense force, he had expected it to be much harder to open. Inside the box lay a small wooden tablet, resembling a bookmark. The front of the tablet bore intricate engravings, with the faint words, Yu Mu, visible. The back had the characters, Zan Hun, etched on it. It appeared entirely ordinary. Yu Mu, Zan Hun, what does it mean? Qi Yuan pondered, but no answer came to mind. Divine Wood Token, created from Divine Wood. Gather all 3 pieces to unlock the Divine Wood Abyss. A special game item, collectible for unlocking a dungeon. Qi Yuan made a guess. Such items were usually rare collectibles. He held the Divine Wood Token, inspecting it closely. Suddenly, a sharp, sorrowful female voice emanated from the token. Run. The single word echoed briefly before fading away. Qi Yuan blinked. Who's speaking? He attempted to use his supernatural ability to communicate with the voice he'd heard. But no response came. The voice seemed like an illusion. Was it just my imagination? Hey, what are you saying? Can you repeat that? Run from what? Qi Yuan mumbled to himself, but there was no answer. His attention returned to the Divine Wood Token. When he extended his consciousness into the token, a string of words appeared in his vision. Who are you? Run. The Bloodthorn is hunting down anyone holding the Divine Wood Token. A chat group. Instant messaging. Qi Yuan was stunned by the familiarity of what he saw. The Divine Wood Token had a messaging feature. I'm just a kitchen knife. Were you the one who told me to run earlier? What exactly is the Divine Wood Token, and do you know where the Divine Wood Abyss is? Do you also have a Divine Wood Token? Qi Yuan sent 4 questions in rapid succession. The other party hesitated for a while, seemingly cautious. You're not from the Bloodthorn. They sounded uncertain. No. Then run quickly. The Bloodthorn is actively hunting down anyone holding a Divine Wood Token. In the Blue Mountain Realm, only a few of his token holders are still alive, all hiding in fear. You must leave the Blue Mountain Realm immediately. The Bloodthorn's influence is everywhere here. It's far too dangerous. The other party seemed agitated and anxious. Where would I run to? I'm still playing the game. I just got this token after killing 2 old geezers from the Bloodthorn. What's it even for? Tell me. Qi Yuan pressed the mysterious NPC for details. The other party fell silent, seemingly in disbelief. You killed members of the Bloodthorn and took the token. Yeah, quote. In the Blue Mountain Realm, there is a forbidden land known as the Divine Wood Abyss. It's the ultimate sacred place for all weapon masters. Within the Divine Wood Abyss is a divine wood. Its branches and leaves are the rarest and most precious crafting materials in the world. Many legendary artifacts were forged using divine wood. Its materials can even be used to create weapons surpassing divine-grade artifacts. The other party sounded fervent, clearly in awe of the divine wood. Oh, so it's like a treasure vault, Qi Yuan said nonchalantly. If you're strong, you must leave the Blue Mountain Realm at once. Don't let Bloodthorn get hold of your Divine Wood Token. If they gather all 3 pieces, they can enter the Divine Wood Abyss. The Bloodthorn harbors ambitions far beyond simply obtaining crafting materials. They want to turn the Divine Wood into a specter. If the Divine Wood becomes a specter, it will give birth to a being more terrifying than gods themselves. The entire Blue Mountain Realm will be doomed. Oh, Qi Yuan remained calm. To the other party, this might be a catastrophic world-ending crisis. To Qi Yuan, he'd heard too many similar tales, it barely moved him. Does the Bloodthorn already have a Divine Wood Token? Qi Yuan asked. They do. Doesn't that mean they can see this conversation? Qi Yuan raised another question. Just then, a new message appeared in Qi Yuan's view. Yes, I've been watching all along. So, what clever plan are you concocting to deal with me? A message from the Bloodthorn member appeared. Responded Ji Wuyun. Qi Yuan blinked, momentarily stunned. It felt as if he'd been talking behind someone's back, only to realize the person was in the group chat the whole time. Still, Qi Yuan had thick skin. How about we work together and enter the Divine Wood Abyss as a team? He suggested without hesitation. This suggestion left Ji Wuyun speechless. Even the Bloodthorn operative seemed momentarily taken aback. Don't. The Bloodthorn is far too powerful. They might even have god-tier weapon masters among their ranks. If we join forces and enter the Divine Wood Abyss, the moment they betray us, we'll all be dead. Ji Wuyun hurriedly tried to dissuade Qi Yuan, clearly anxious. Brother Kitchen Knife, you're quite something. This partnership, I'm interested, the Bloodthorn operative finally replied. Majority rules. Shall we work together? Qi Yuan sent the invitation again. Ji Wuyun went silent, clearly reluctant to say more. It was evident he was beginning to suspect Qi Yuan might also be from the Bloodthorn, baiting him into a trap. Brother Kitchen Knife, if he's unwilling, we can work together for now. When the Divine Wood Abyss opens, other Divine Wood token holders may show up. Then we'll all have a chance to enter together, the Bloodthorn operative proposed. The next time the Divine Wood Abyss is said to open is less than 2 years from now. Alright, I'd like to go, but I'm broke. Can you lend me some silver for travel expenses? Qi Yuan asked, making no attempt to hide his desire for freebies. The Bloodthorn operative seemed briefly stunned before replying, "Where are you currently?" "You should already know that," Qi Yuan chuckled. The Winged Serpent Elder's death here wouldn't remain a secret for long. The Bloodthorn would likely receive news of it soon. "Alright, Brother Kitchen Knife, hold tight. I'll check our Bloodthorn member records. Once I've located the right people, I'll provide you with a passcode. When you meet them, share the code, and they'll give you all their silver," the Bloodthorn operative said calmly. It was clear he cared little about the fate of those members, or perhaps, he valued the Divine Wood token far more than their lives. "Great, I've got my travel funds sorted," Qi Yuan exclaimed happily. "One last question. Do you have a lot of old folks in the Bloodthorn who don't bathe often?" "Brother Kitchen Knife, why are you asking this? I'm short on high-quality, white moonlight, sigh." Qi Yuan sighed theatrically. "Brother Kitchen Knife, you jest." With that, the conversation ended. The group chat fell silent again, with no one responding further to Qi Yuan's remarks. Qi Yuan was unimpressed. Not responding makes you a cowardly little puppy. In his time navigating the strange terrain of heaven and earth mystical hidden realm, Qi Yuan had honed his taunting skills through countless verbal duels with an elder from the Holy Light clan. He now possessed an almost supernatural ability to break people's composure with insults. "Don't stay silent. I know an old man who's got some serious bladder issues. He might just water the plants." Qi Yuan finished his comment and turned to glance at Chen Kangbao. Just then, a loud wail broke through the air. "Wu, Master!" Chen Kangbao was crouched down, biting into the bone left behind by the winged serpent. Crunch! It wasn't the sound of the bone breaking but rather the sound of teeth shattering. Qi Yuan turned his gaze, only to see Chen Kangbao's lips sealed shut, now blackened and bruised, resembling mulberries. "Young master, I've been poisoned." Chen Kangbao's mouth could no longer open. His voice was squeezed out of his throat, sounding like the croak of a frog. His face was filled with panic and fear. "Why do you eat everything in sight? Are you the reincarnation of some mythical eater of forbidden fruits?" Qi Yuan sighed, exasperated. "Don't worry, this poison won't kill you. It'll just leave your mouth paralyzed for about 7 or 8 days, rendering you unable to open it or speak." "No," Chen Kangbao cried out in misery. How was he supposed to eat during that time? This old man's belly was already growling in hunger. "Hurry up and carry me out of here. If the Bloodthorn shows up, we won't stand a chance at escaping." Qi Yuan cut short any further complaints. The most important thing now was to get to safety. Currently, his strength had yet to recover. Returning to the Shen family residence to lay low was the wisest course of action. Once his power returned, he could afford to roam freely again. The next day, Qi Yuan sat before a pile of forging materials, his expression complicated. "My body's so weak now, even forging doesn't feel the same as it used to. Old man, come over here and help me hammer these materials," Qi Yuan called to Chen Kangbao. "Right away, young master. Just let me finish my meal." At that moment, Chen Kangbao sat at a table with a few bowls of porridge and some large meat buns. 2 straws were inserted into his nostrils, which he used to inhale with great force. The cold porridge and meat bun filling flowed through the straws into his nostrils, down his esophagus, and into his stomach. That's right, since his mouth was paralyzed and couldn't open, he had resorted to eating through his nose. This is purely fictional. Do not try this at home. But the efficiency of eating through his nose was laughably low, and Chen Kangbao was a gluttonous old man. Most of his day was now consumed with eating. "Want me to drill 2 more holes in your face?" Qi Yuan said dryly, unable to hide his exasperation. Just then, the group chat lit up with a new message. "Brother Kitchen Knife, in Ning country, our Bloodthorn organization doesn't have many members, just 372 in total. Here's a list of their personal information and the passcode. Find them, say the code, and they'll hand over all their silver to you," the Bloodthorn member informed him. "Thanks," Qi Yuan replied with a grin. At that moment, the previously silent Ji Wuyun reappeared, sending several question marks. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. "Aren't you worried he'll kill your Bloodthorn members and rob them of their silver?" Ji Wuyun asked incredulously. "Death is merely another form of release. Their corpses will, in time, whether decades or centuries, become specters," the Bloodthorn member replied indifferently. Ji Wuyun read this and concluded both these men were lunatics. Their logic was unfathomable. Thanks for the info. I'll take a look at who's closest to me and go borrow some silver, Qi Yuan replied nonchalantly. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Qi Yuan carefully reviewed the information in front of him. Lu Ping, Princess of Chengyang County, currently residing at the Floating Cloud Pavilion in Ning Country's capital. Wang Xiaochuan, richest man in Jiangzhou, Ning Country, residing in Annal Garden. Tu Jingxi, third young master of the Tu family in Fengxian County, Jining Prefecture, Ning Country. Qi Yuan paused. Isn't this the guy who bought my light sword? He had seen third young master Tu twice and had noticed many hidden details about him, including his name. Looks like he really is a rich young master. But I can't overlook Jiangzhou's richest man either. That's a lot of money. Too far away though, Qi Yuan sighed, feeling that the silver notes always seemed just out of his reach. Sigh, I still haven't fully recovered, I can't go wandering around recklessly. Young master, this old servant can go out in your stead. Chen Kangbao offered at just the right moment. You make a good point, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. If he couldn't go out, he could send someone else on his behalf. Looks like I need to forge some reserve hidden energy sources. Qi Yuan contemplated, then began forging once more. After about a day, Qi Yuan felt everything was ready. Looking at the 107 drones in front of him, each equipped with its own hidden energy source, he smiled in satisfaction. It's done, they'll collect the debts for me. Chen Kangbao's heart sank as he watched. Am I about to lose my job? Am I about to be replaced by these metal contraptions? He rushed forward nervously, saying, Young master, they don't know the way. I've thought of that. Originally, I wanted to forge a satellite to send into orbit. But this place isn't exactly a planet. Also, no money, too much trouble. Back on Earth, Qi Yuan's knowledge of technology was average. However, during his time in Gongxing, 01 had transmitted a vast database of information to him. The database included an ocean of information, covering various technological constructs, even airships and celestial surveillance systems. Thus, creating drones with incredible endurance wasn't difficult for Qi Yuan. Don't worry, the hidden energy sources aren't just for endurance, I've also added AI chips. They can ask for directions themselves. That's right, they're the latest model of intelligent robotic drones. Qi Yuan introduced earnestly. The AI chips were modeled after 01's original designs. While cruder than the old version of 01's chips, they were more than sufficient for tasks like navigating and debt collection. Chen Kangbao's sense of crisis deepened. Young master, but aren't these drones? How come they're robots now? Qi Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. They need names. After pondering, Qi Yuan had an idea. From now on, you're all part of the debt collection sect. Your crow brother, go find Wang Xiaochuan, your black cat, find Huang Kan, and your chicken. After assigning unique titles to each drone, he used the 1000 transformations illusion technique to make them appear as all sorts of odd shapes. Seeing this, Chen Kangbao's anxiety grew. His competition was getting out of hand. What if the young master no longer needed him? But then a thought reassured him, at least I have a brilliant mind and can be the young master's strategist. Living off my intellect, I shouldn't get replaced, right? That thought brought a slight sense of relief. You don't rely on your intellect, you rely on your nose to eat, Qi Yuan commented casually, his words striking Chen Kangbao like a bolt of lightning. Chen Kangbao's eyes widened. He can hear my inner thoughts. The young master truly is divine. So handsome. In the black market, fourth Uncle Tu and Zanlei had been lying low for days. Both of them wore disappointed expressions. So many days and no sign of those two mysterious individuals. It seems, they were merely passing through. Experts like that are rare encounters. Who could be as lucky as Tu Jingxi? His luck is incredible. To spend 10,000 taels and obtain such a treasure, it's truly enviable. While the two discussed young Master Tu's fortune, Tu Jingxi himself had a different perspective. At this moment, he was trembling uncontrollably, staring at a terrifying figure before him. It resembled a green snake, its serpentine eyes faintly displaying human emotions. Young Master Tu clutched the light sword hidden in his sleeve, his heart in disarray. I'm doomed. The light sword is still cooling down. This must be someone from the Bloodthorn, here to avenge Black Crow and Winged Serpent Elders, coming to take my life. I should never have gone out tonight to hear songs at the brothel. Spirit of the divine, tainted by blood, I am the green snake of the debt collection sect, the green snake declared, its voice slightly mechanical. The words startled young Master Tu, then filled him with confusion. Aren't they here to kill me? Why would they start with a secret passphrase? Tu San greets the emissary. Regardless of the situation, he immediately knelt in submission. I need banknotes. All your banknotes, the more, the better, the green snake stated. Banknotes. Young Master Tu was dumbfounded. Not here to kill me but to demand banknotes. This is too strange. Emissary, please wait a moment. I will return home immediately to fetch the banknotes. He could only feel that his luck recently had been abysmal. The Black Crow elder had extorted him before leaving, and now another Bloodthorn elder had arrived, demanding money. Has my reputation for wealth spread so far that even Bloodthorn elders know of it? Why else would people keep showing up to demand money? The green snake watched young Master Tu closely, its eyes seeming oddly sentient. Undo your waistband. Ah, young Master Tu froze, but under the cold stare of the snake's eyes, he obediently untied his trousers. With a swish, the green snake turned into a shadow and darted into his pants. Young Master Tu immediately felt something hard and unyielding in his trousers. Fear gripped him. This Bloodthorn elder has no decency, no sense of propriety. Elder, I am loyal and devoted without any ulterior motives. I will fetch the money immediately. Just don't bite. He stammered, utterly terrified. It concerned his future happiness, so he dared not resist. HMPH, the green snake snorted, refraining from any further words. I'll return to the manor for the money now. Meanwhile, across various parts of Ning country, observant individuals might notice peculiar creatures flying across the sky. Mother, there's a black cat flying up there. You must be seeing things. Our cat at home can't even chase a moth, let alone fly. It's not our cat. I just had a thought, Chi Yuan mused from Shen Manor. If I attach storage artifacts to these drones, I could start a courier company, or even deliver takeout. How much money could I make? Over the past few days, the drones had started to return, and Chi Yuan's silver notes had piled up. The Bloodthorn members, it turned out, were mostly cowards. Hearing the secret phrases from Chi Yuan's drones, they obediently handed over their silver notes. Due to the drones' limited capacity, Chi Yuan only asked for silver notes, though it pained him. He felt like he'd missed out on a fortune. Still, Chi Yuan laughed it off and temporarily shelved the idea. For now, he wasn't short of money. Most of the Bloodthorn members were exceedingly wealthy. After all, who else would join an organization like the Bloodthorn but the rich and eccentric? Brother Kitchen Knife, I'm curious. How many people are in your debt collection sect? Are you perhaps conducting experiments on augmented humans like us? A message popped up from the Bloodthorn operative through the Divine Wood token. The operative had provided Chi Yuan with the addresses of their members, clearly intending to track his movements. What he hadn't expected was that Chi Yuan would send drones to collect debts, drones disguised as animals. Some Bloodthorn members with secret channels had already reported the incident, leaving the operative somewhat astonished. The brothers and sisters of our debt collection sect span the heavens and the myriad realms. If someone owes me money, they'll find their way to them on my behalf, Chi Yuan replied nonchalantly. In truth, the so-called debt collection sect was nothing more than a bunch of cobbled-together machines. Brother Kitchen Knife, you certainly keep your cards close to your chest. Perhaps the debt collection sect could join us at the Divine Wood Abyss. Oh, does your Bloodthorn owe me money too? Chi Yuan asked casually. If you bring the Divine Wood token, what's a little debt between friends? You're such nice people, I've made over 1 million taels. Chi Yuan exclaimed. By the way, could you provide me with information about your Bloodthorn members outside Ning country? I could send my collectors to them too. Brother Kitchen Knife, your appetite seems rather large. Why not just share your headquarters address with Brother Kitchen Knife so he can collect in person? Ji Wuyun chimed in. Was the operative's response. Naturally, the Bloodthorn's headquarters would remain a secret. Time passed, and half a month flew by. The drones gradually returned. Only one drone failed to make it back, having collided with a specter in midair and crashing somewhere unknown. Altogether, Chi Yuan had amassed over 2 million taels in silver notes. Too bad I'm still not fully recovered. I can't use as I descend recklessly. Chi Yuan reflected on his current state. Using as I descend last time had been flashy but had drained his energy drastically. Even now, after 20 days, he hadn't fully recuperated. Still, it might have been because I was too weak then. If I used it now, after recovering, the toll wouldn't be as severe. As his strength gradually returned, Qi Yuan kept a low profile, rarely stepping out of Shen Manor. When he needed materials from the black market, he sent the drones instead. One day, Shen Lingfeng approached him. "Brother-in-law, are you going to Lake Yeshan?" There was a hint of reluctance in Shen Lingfeng's tone. I'll test Master Chen's skills. If all goes well, I'll head to Lake Yeshan. It's about time I met your sister," Qi Yuan replied casually. Recently, artifact masters from across Jining Prefecture had been gathering near Lake Yeshan for the upcoming forging conference. Even the Shen family was sending their forgers with the best prospects to the event. In the past, Qi Yuan might not have been interested in Lake Yeshan. However, with the conference approaching, it would attract many talented forgers. Additionally, the largest black market near Lake Yeshan would open, along with numerous trade fairs and auctions for artifact masters. With over 2 million taels in hand, how could Qi Yuan resist buying forging materials? He even considered whether to forge an army of armored warriors. After all, wouldn't a god need divine guards? But to craft such equipment, the materials available at Function County's black market weren't sufficient. Sigh, brother-in-law, if you leave, what am I supposed to do? Those 10 or so girls, I can't handle them, Shen Lingfeng admitted his true concerns. Brother-in-law, teach me one more move for relationships. Shen Lingfeng pleaded eagerly. Qi Yuan's expression darkened. Apologize. Brother-in-law, what did I do wrong? Apologize. But I told you to apologize. Qi Yuan emphasized. I'm sorry, brother-in-law. Now can you tell me what I did wrong? Alright, you've just learned the greatest trick in relationships. Apologize in all sorts of inexplicable situations, Qi Yuan remarked. You're ready to graduate. Just remember, boys must protect their virtue. Don't give your body to bad women. Shen Lingfeng looked puzzled. Brother-in-law, your words are profound. But I don't understand. Why would a woman want a man's body? Are they going to eat it? Qi Yuan gave him a meaningful look and nodded. That's not entirely wrong. When does your mother take baths? Qi Yuan asked again. Shen Lingfeng's face turned awkward, as if recalling a traumatic memory. The last time he'd been hung from the rafters left a deep scar. I'll teach you a trick. Tell your parents you want a younger sister. They'll definitely, Qi Yuan chuckled, his plan unfolding. Shen Lingfeng looked baffled. Just do as I say. Qi Yuan instructed firmly. When dealing with someone like Shen Lingfeng, there was no need to explain, just tell him what to do. Taking his leave, Shen Lingfeng hurried away. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan's progress in his role as a son-in-law had stalled at 56%. He surmised that breaking through required achieving one of two things: obtaining the heart of forging, like last time, or fulfilling his long-standing goals, such as pouring bathwater for his mother-in-law or riding Shen Lingshuan. Unfortunately, Shen Lingshuan had refused his previous invitation. Should I secretly ride her? No, I'm a gentleman. I won't stoop to such depravity. Mother-in-law, just take a bath already. As night fell, Shen Lingfeng knocked on Qi Yuan's door. Brother-in-law, I told my mother I wanted a younger sister. Shen Lingfeng exclaimed, breathless. And what was her reaction? She looked a bit flustered, and then, Shen Lingfeng recalled, she glanced at my father, and he gave a strange smile. It worked. Qi Yuan slapped his thigh in excitement. Shen Lingfeng was confused. Look at the night sky, let's go heat some water in the kitchen. Qi Yuan wasted no time. Finally, he could pour bathwater for his mother-in-law. Brother-in-law, why are you heating water for my mother? Does this have some deep meaning? There's no need for meaning in everything we do. Should I expect you to write an essay about your thoughts every time you fart? Qi Yuan retorted dismissively. Half an hour later, Shen Lingfeng carried a large wooden tub filled with steaming hot water, sprinkled with flower petals. Come on, let's find your mother. The two headed for the main courtyard. Outside the yard, servants and maids rushed forward. Young master, son-in-law, what are you doing? You can't go in. Why are you stopping us? I'm just bringing water for my mother to bathe. Don't block the way. What if the water spills and hurts the young master? Qi Yuan egged them on. Sure enough, the servants dared not stand in their way, letting Qi Yuan and Shen Lingfeng enter the courtyard. But Qi Yuan, ever tactful, stopped at the entrance. Leave the tub here, right here. Qi Yuan instructed. He couldn't ruin their moment, could he? The courtyard was vast, and this spot was far enough away that his mother-in-law probably hadn't noticed anything yet. Shen Lingfeng obediently set the tub down, sweat dripping down his face. He looked nervous. Will my mother blame me? You're such a thoughtful son. She'll cherish you. Why would she blame you? Qi Yuan assured him casually. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The moon sank as the crows cried. Shenling Feng was left hanging from a tree. Lady Shen had changed into plain clothes, her light makeup still on her face. Her eyes glared with fury, brimming with anger. You carried the bathwater. She held a whip in her hand, nearly ready to lash out. After a harmonious evening with her husband, she had been preparing for a peaceful bath. But then, of course, she still bathed, but afterward, she came looking for trouble with Shenling Feng. Mother, I was wrong. Shenling Feng hung from the tree, utterly clueless about what he had done wrong. Remembering the trick his brother-in-law had taught him, he quickly apologized. HMPH, you know you're wrong. Lady Shen's tone was sharp. Then tell me, what exactly did you do wrong? This question left Shenling Feng utterly dumbfounded. HMPH, I can tolerate Qi Yuan's nonsense, he's been in an asylum before. But do you want to end up in one too? The mention of the bathwater reignited her fury. She was now convinced that Shenling Feng's earlier comment about wanting a younger sister was entirely deliberate. Pouring bathwater is one thing, but what's the meaning of adding ginger, garlic, and scallions? Lady Shen brandished her whip, the crack splitting the air like thunder. Shenling Feng let out a terrified scream, wailing like a banshee. The household staff and maids cowered far away, not daring to get involved. Less than hour greater than, today is a lucky day. My son-in-law roleplay progress has reached 70%. That's more than I expected. Could it be, not only did my mother-in-law bathe, but my father-in-law as well? Qi Yuan speculated silently. Based on his calculations, helping his mother-in-law with her bathwater should have raised his roleplay progress to around 60%. The extra 10% was a pleasant surprise. Clearly, the bathwater he prepared hadn't just been used by his mother-in-law. With this roleplay progress, I've received the yin-yang white flame. At 30% progress, Qi Yuan had gained the heart of forging, increasing his artifact success rate by 5%. Now, he had acquired the yin-yang white flame. The yin-yang white flame was a formidable internal flame. An artifact master's skill depended not only on their craftsmanship but also on their internal flame. Many materials in the world were exceptionally tough, resistant to breaking or melting. Some artifact masters with weaker internal flames couldn't even process certain rare and precious materials. The yin-yang white flame, however, was unique. It was a potent and domineering flame, capable of melting even divine-tier materials. It seems that Qi Yuan as a son-in-law actually has exceptional artifact talent, though it was never awakened. Qi Yuan evaluated his newfound ability. Yin-yang white flame. With a thought, a chilling white flame appeared around Qi Yuan. This flame emitted both an icy cold and searing heat, two completely opposing forces coexisting in harmony. Curious, Qi Yuan retrieved a piece of special material he had purchased. The material, called Fenghuang gold, was a heavenly tier substance. Adding even a small amount of Fenghuang gold into his subpar artifacts could elevate them to the yellow grade. For already yellow grade artifacts, it could enhance them by a minor tier. Previously, Qi Yuan couldn't melt such materials. But now, as the yin-yang white flame surged forth, the Fenghuang gold began to soften and gradually liquefy. As expected of the yin-yang white flame. With this, I can aspire to craft earth-grade artifacts. Up to now, the strongest artifacts Qi Yuan had crafted were Zon-grade. With the yin-yang white flame, he could now attempt earth-grade artifacts. In Jining Prefecture, an earth-grade artifact master was considered a regional powerhouse. Less than an hour greater than the next day, Shenling Feng didn't show up. Instead, Chen Shanwei arrived. In half a month, I'll be heading to Lake Yeshan with the Shen family to attend the artifact conference, Chen Shanwei said with a worried expression. I wonder if this time, there will be a young talent capable of repairing the Weilong Xuanyuan. The artifact conference aimed to gather young talents from the three prefectures of Jiangzhou. The primary purpose was to discuss repairing the Weilong Xuanyuan. In the past, events of this caliber wouldn't have allowed someone like you, a novice, to participate. But now, with the threat of the Lake Yeshan water sovereign looming, every artifact master's ideas and ingenuity are needed, Chen Shanwei continued. Forging isn't my strength, but ingenuity is, Qi Yuan replied casually. If I can repair the Weilong Xuanyuan, what would the reward be? You're thinking too far ahead. Chen Shanwei chuckled. The reward is likely 1,000,000 taels. Only 1,000,000 taels? That's so little, Qi Yuan remarked. Not long ago, he would have found 1,000,000 taels to be an astronomical amount. But now, with 2,000,000 taels in his pocket, he could only scoff. Ah, a small goal, but worth my effort. You're ridiculous. Most Earth-grade artifacts are worth only tens or hundreds of thousands of taels. The Huailong Xuanyuan is close to being a heavenly artifact and holds significant importance for the safety of the people in Jining Prefecture, that's why it's worth 1,000,000. And yet you complain. The Shen family estate you're staying in couldn't even produce 1,000,000 in silver notes, Chen Shanwei exclaimed in exasperation. The Shen family's assets exceeded 1,000,000 taels in value, but most of it was tied up in fixed assets. Liquid silver and notes were scarce. Even Chen Shanwei, a relatively wealthy man, had only 10,000 taels in silver notes on him. Enough about that. Here are the materials for crafting the Zhan Yuan spear. If you can forge it within the next few days, we'll head to Lake Yeshan, Chen Shanwei said, handing Qi Yuan a pile of materials. The Zhan Yuan spear was a standard, unrated artifact commonly used by elite spearmen in military formations. 1,000 spearmen wielding such weapons could suppress an Earth-grade weapon master. All right, I'll forge it now. Isn't it a bit early? Shouldn't you prepare first? Chen Shanwei stopped mid-sentence, stunned by what he saw. On Qi Yuan's arm, a flame appeared, alternating between icy cold and blazing hot. A pile of materials was placed into the fire. In mere moments, the materials began to liquefy. These are Zhan jade irons. Even I would need at least 15 minutes to melt them. But you. Chen Shanwei was flabbergasted. Qi Yuan had melted the Zhan jade iron within seconds. Staring at Qi Yuan's flame, Chen Shanwei was both shocked and bewildered. Had Qi Yuan's internal flame become stronger than before? Could his internal flame evolve? What kind of flame was this? His mind raced with endless questions. Before his astonishment could settle, a brand new, perfectly straight Zhan Yuan spear appeared before him. Its tip gleamed with a cold, cutting light, as if capable of piercing through any obstacle. Master Chen, do I qualify to go to Lake Yeshan now? Qi Yuan asked nonchalantly, holding the spear. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Shanwei stammered, nodding furiously. Ahem, Qi Yuan, if you earn that 1,000,000, could you share a bit with me, ahem. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised. Someone dared to ask him for money. He was the debt collection sect leader. Fine, considering all the stories you've told me lately, I'll give you some, Qi Yuan said generously. Chen Shanwei's face lit up with joy. At this moment, he looked at Qi Yuan with immense satisfaction. Qi Yuan, jot down your insights and techniques from forging the Zhan Yuan spear. Let me take a look, he suggested eagerly, pulling out a notebook and pen. Do I need to? Qi Yuan asked, a bit puzzled. Nonetheless, he didn't hesitate and began to write his observations and insights. After receiving the notebook, Chen Shanwei casually glanced at it. But with every passing second, his astonishment grew. Could Qi Yuan truly be as Chen Kengbao claims, a deity incarnate? How else could his artifact crafting talent be this extraordinary? Even the notes Qi Yuan jotted down contained concepts that some experienced Zhan-tier artifact masters would struggle to comprehend. Chen Shanwei carefully added a line at the end. Qi Yuan's preliminary notes on forging the Zhan Yuan spear. Witnessed by his teacher, Chen Shanwei. Satisfied, he smiled. In the future, when Qi Yuan rose to fame as a master artifact craftsman, or even reached the fabled heaven tier, these notes would undoubtedly become treasures studied by countless artifact enthusiasts. And when they saw teacher Chen Shanwei in the annotations, future generations would undoubtedly say, ah, Qi Yuan's greatness was thanks to the guidance of his humble teacher, Chen Shanwei, who chose to stay behind the scenes. A man of true humility. The thought of this made Chen Shanwei giddy with anticipation. Keep working hard. Your teacher will head back now, Chen Shanwei said, practically glowing with delight as he left to report back to the family patriarch. Less than an hour greater than as he walked through the winding alleyways, Chen Shanwei bumped into his longtime rival, Wu Zhen. Well, Chen, why the rush? Wu Zhen asked with a sly grin. By the way, my apprentice recently forged this mediocre little trinket. Care to offer your critique? He held up a rod-shaped artifact that resembled a chopstick, wearing an expression of exaggerated disappointment. Ah, this child's been learning artifact crafting for a whole month now, but this is the best he can manage. Makes my heart ache, Wu Zhen lamented theatrically. It was all an act. In truth, he was showing off. Look at this. My apprentice forged a low-tier artifact in just a month. Beat that. Chen Shanwei briefly glanced at the item in Wu Zhen's hand. What a piece of garbage. The craftsmanship is atrocious, he declared dismissively before walking off. Wu Zhen froze, stunned by the blunt criticism. It felt like someone had posted a carefully curated photo of their supposed average life on social media, only for the comments to unanimously agree that, yes, it was truly average. Wu Zhen couldn't make sense of it. How could Chen not appreciate this? Unless. His gaze shifted to the direction Chen Shanwei had come from, Qi Yuan's courtyard. Could it be that Qi Yuan's talent surpasses even my own apprentice? As this unsettling thought took root, Wu Zhen called out sarcastically, "Hey, Chen, your hair's all disheveled. At least fix it." Chen Shanwei nearly tripped but quickly pulled out a small mirror from his pocket to tidy his hair. Watching this, Wu Zhen felt a small sense of victory. Less than an hour greater than meanwhile, back in his workshop, Qi Yuan evaluated his progress. My strength hasn't fully recovered yet, but at least heavenly cleave sword technique and death's radiance are operational again, he noted. Still, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why haven't I unlocked any new skills? Does it require reaching the heaven tier? After ascending to level 90, his previous abilities had returned. Yet apart from acquiring Thousand Illusion, he hadn't gained any new major abilities. Advisor, think with me. The journey to Lake Yeshan might be dangerous. How can I avoid trouble? Qi Yuan looked to his loyal follower, Chen Kangbao, for advice. In the past, I wouldn't have cared. But now, as a son-in-law, I come with a built-in, taunt face. Everyone wants to hit me, and my current strength isn't fully restored. If someone bullies me, I might not be able to fight back. This concern lingered in his mind. Master, you could bless me, and I'll protect you, Chen Kangbao suggested with confidence. Qi Yuan shook his head. While Chen Kangbao, when blessed, could handle minor opponents, he wouldn't stand a chance against formidable adversaries. Anything else? Perhaps, Master could disguise himself as a steamed bun, Chen Kangbao suggested eagerly, drooling slightly. If I carried you around, surely no one would harm a bun. He wasn't entirely wrong. No one would harm a steamed bun. But Chen Kangbao might eat it instead. Qi Yuan glared at him. Actually, you've given me an idea. As a son-in-law, I attract trouble. But if I'm not acting as the son-in-law, then no one will care. When we get to Lake Yeshan, we'll leave the Shen family's encampment. Transform into a bun. Transform into a blade, Qi Yuan corrected with exasperation. A blade? Chen Kangbao looked disappointed. When the time comes, find me a good cook. To make buns. Leave. Completely speechless, Qi Yuan dismissed him. The old man seemed fixated on buns. Still, Qi Yuan began planning. His son-in-law roleplay progress had stalled again, and his blade persona's familiarity was still low. This trip would be the perfect opportunity to improve it. But first, I'll need some reinforcements. What if that cook tries to use me to chop snakes, abalone, or steal bars? I can't allow that. Qi Yuan decided he needed to forge a protective casing, an armor-like sheath for himself. It had to meet two conditions. The exterior must be incredibly durable. The interior must be soft and comfortable, so the blade could rest properly. Wait, do blades even sleep? And what exactly is involved in role-playing as a blade? For a moment, Qi Yuan considered asking his blade pet for advice on how to act as a blade. Would it involve being polished? Or, rummaging through trash? Shaking his head, Qi Yuan rejected the idea. That was too much. Although, if it's rummaging through treasure troves instead of trash, I might excel at that. The core of role-playing lies in two aspects, portraying the essence of the character and incorporating my own understanding. After all, this is roleplay, not some puppeteer's game. He mused further. If the next role he unlocked was a flower thief, would he have to steal flowers? Or if he unlocked Sow Thief, would he be obligated to sleep with other people's wives? The latter didn't sound too bad. Qi Yuan thought of a potential loophole. If he roleplayed as Sow Thief, and slept with his son-in-law persona's wife, wouldn't that technically count? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The plum rain fell gently, its steady drizzle forming countless ripples on the surface of the Waishui River. The massive ship, nearly 100 zhang in length, sailed smoothly along the river. Its magical mechanisms emitted a faint, cicada-like hum as they propelled the ship forward. Deep beneath the waters of Waishui, specters lay hidden, but before the might of this great ship, none dared to act. Young Master Tu stood on the deck, gazing at the surging waters. Life is so unpredictable, he mused. To him, the recent twists and turns in his life had been nothing short of extraordinary. On one hand, he had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, acquiring a divine light sword. On the other, his luck seemed to have run out, as Bloodthorn had extorted him twice. The first time, he had narrowly avoided disaster. The second time, he had no choice but to hand over his silver. Young Master 2, do you think we'll meet the floating cloud fairy at this year's artifact conference? Asked Zan Wenyu, his face brimming with infatuation. The floating cloud fairy was a celebrated beauty, ranking among the best on the 100 fragrance list, and an extraordinarily talented artifact master. Zan Wenyu was naturally captivated by such a woman. This artifact conference will attract nearly all the promising artifact masters from Jining Prefecture. The floating cloud fairy is a native of Jiangzhou, so she should be attending as well, young Master 2 replied calmly. As for young Master 2 himself, he had originally thought of testing his light sword at the conference, perhaps using it to slay the Lake Yeshan Water Lord. If he could accomplish such a feat, it would bring immense favor from the heavenly sect. Such an achievement would undoubtedly raise his family's standing. Alas, this remained a mere fantasy. His light sword was still in its cooldown phase. At this point, forget summoning divine powers, it couldn't even radiate light. I wonder if I'll get the chance to meet the floating cloud fairy and see who's more beautiful, her or Shenling Xuan. Zan Wenyu's mind wandered. Perhaps Shenling Xuan, young Master 2 speculated. Few have ever seen her face, yet she ranks among the top of the 100 fragrance list. Her beauty must indeed be unparalleled. Humph, for such a remarkable woman to marry a useless fool, it's a disgrace. Zan Wenyu sneered, his eyes shifting toward a young man lounging on a chair 30 meters away. A glimmer of disdain flashed in his gaze. This warship makes such a racket that no fish would dare approach, and yet he's fishing. Absolutely laughable. Young Master 2 also looked toward the figure. The young man was reclining lazily in a grand chair, fishing with a serene air of leisure. I'm bored, I think I'll go stir up some trouble for him. Young Master 2, care to join me for a bit of fun? Zan Wenyu asked. No, I won't stoop to such frivolous antics. Zan, it's best not to provoke random people. His wife is a true disciple of the heavenly sect. Being a scoundrel is my calling. If I don't cause trouble, I'd be failing my reputation as a playboy, Zan Wenyu declared boldly. Besides, in the Zan family, I can neither train as an artifact master nor become a weapon master. If I can't be a playboy, then what can I be? His voice carried a tinge of bitterness. The Zan family was one of the top 10 noble clans in Jining Prefecture. However, Zan Wenyu's elder brother, 30 years his senior, was both domineering and influential. This left Zan Wenyu with little choice but to lead a life of indulgence. Causing some trouble might just annoy my brother, that's worth it, Zan Wenyu said with a hint of mockery in his smile. So, he's Shenling Xuan's husband? A white-robed man nearby asked curiously. The white-robed man was a disciple of the ancient Thunder sect. I didn't expect Shenling Xuan's husband to be so disappointing, he remarked, his tone tinged with disappointment. The man admired Shenling Xuan, especially since she would be competing against his third senior sister in 2 years during the Heavenly Sect and Ancient Thunder Sect's disciple showdown. For Shenling Xuan to be a true disciple of the Heavenly Sect, her talents had to be extraordinary. Yet here she was, married to someone so lackluster. Then again, it might have to do with Shenling Xuan's unique physique. It's said she has the mysterious yin physique. If someone could share a single night of intimacy with her, they could achieve enlightenment and ascend to the heaven tier, the white-robed man commented casually. Ascending from the earth tier to the heaven tier was an incredibly challenging process, requiring profound enlightenment and a connection to the heavens. Unity with the heavens, what an impossible feat. Ning Kingdom hasn't seen a heaven tier weapon master in 100 years. They say those who reach the heaven tier have the chance to ascend beyond the skies, the white-robed man mused, his tone filled with yearning. Heaven tier weapon masters were the pinnacle of aspiration for practitioners in Ning Kingdom. Shenling Xuan's existence had kindled hope among many elderly masters. However, the Shen family's immense influence, combined with their ties to the heavenly sect, had deterred anyone from targeting Shenling Xuan. Moreover, Shenling Xuan had not yet reached the pinnacle of her mysterious yin physique, making it wasteful to act prematurely. Hearing this, Zan Wenyu grew even more frustrated. That fool is too lucky. If only he weren't so useless, how could such an opportunity fall to him? Young Master 2 chuckled. Why make life harder for someone already down on their luck? Humph, if not him, who should I trouble, my brother? Zan Wenyu retorted. With that, he began walking toward Qi Yuan with swaggering steps, ready to live up to his reputation as a scoundrel. The white-robed man turned to young Master 2. Care to join me for a closer look? Things are rather dull on this ship. I'm not interested, young Master 2 replied, shaking his head. Normally, he might have enjoyed the spectacle, but lately, his mind was preoccupied with his search for the mysterious vendor from the ghost market. Despite his efforts, he had found nothing, a fruitless search that left him feeling disheartened. Moreover, he knew the vendor had likely altered their appearance, making them nearly impossible to identify without getting within 3 meters. Meanwhile, Zan Wenyu approached Qi Yuan, exuding arrogance as he strutted across the deck. Fish swim with heads and tails. Isn't that the essence of Tai Chi? Fish have bubbles, round and smooth. Isn't that the golden core? So, fish, you are born with the seeds of enlightenment. Qi Yuan's voice was calm and ethereal, causing Zan Wenyu to halt in his tracks, momentarily stunned. What nonsense is this? He thought, ready to retort. But as he drew closer and glanced over the ship's railing, his jaw dropped in shock. Beneath the ship, hundreds, no, thousands, of fish swam in formation, chasing after the vessel as if they were eager students listening to a master's teachings. For a moment, Zan Wenyu forgot why he had come. Above, Qi Yuan's voice resonated like divine music. The paths to enlightenment are countless. This realm's ways may seem peculiar, yet all paths lead to the same destination. I have devised a method called the transformation into a dragon technique. Qi Yuan's serene voice flowed like celestial melody. Since arriving in this world, Qi Yuan hadn't spent all his time fighting and killing. Having once stood before the wall of ultimate truths, absorbing the essence of countless Tao, and delving into the myriad principles of existence, Qi Yuan's knowledge and intellect had reached incredible heights. Now, he was testing his ability to create a new transcendent path within this world. Of course, this path was still immature, laden with challenges and uncertainties. But as Qi Yuan spoke, Zan Wenyu became captivated, his mind immersed in the profundity of Qi Yuan's words. The fish beneath the ship gathered in ever greater numbers, drawn by the inexplicable pull of Qi Yuan's teachings. Fortunately, most artifact masters aboard were preoccupied in their cabins, focusing on their craft. Even if they had noticed, they would have dismissed it as a natural phenomenon. After an indeterminate amount of time, a crisp voice broke Zan Wenyu's trance. So, were you here to bully me? Qi Yuan asked, stretching lazily in his chair. Being a son-in-law really is exhausting, he thought. Just lying still seems to invite trouble. Zan Wenyu snapped back to reality, his face flushed with embarrassment. Sir, no, I wasn't. His attitude toward Qi Yuan had undergone a complete transformation. Initially, he had viewed Qi Yuan as nothing more than a useless fool. But after hearing Qi Yuan's teachings, he felt as though a new world had opened before him. Are you here to steal my brilliance? Qi Yuan asked casually. At the same time, Qi Yuan marveled at his own charisma. Even saddled with the stigma of a son-in-law, burdened by an aura of ridicule, he could still inspire reverence. Sir, your teachings just now, what were they? Zan Wenyu asked, bowing respectfully. Though Zan Wenyu was a scoundrel, he wasn't foolish. The path of longevity, Qi Yuan answered without hesitation. Qi Yuan's ultimate philosophy revolved around absolute adaptability. To him, whether it was martial arts, immortality, or the way of the weapon master, all pursuits ultimately sought survival and eternal life. In this realm, even Earth-tier weapon masters, figures revered as paragons, had lifespans limited to 200 years. Thus, Qi Yuan devised the transformation into a dragon technique as an experimental method to extend lifespans. Can it truly grant immortality? Zan Wenyu asked eagerly. True immortality is nearly impossible. But mastery of this technique could grant you several hundred, even thousands, of years, Qi Yuan replied. Thousands of years. Zan Wenyu's breathing quickened. If he could outlive his brother by centuries, wouldn't that be the ultimate victory? Sir, please teach me. Zan Wenyu exclaimed, bowing deeply. Not far away, young Master 2 and the white-robed man were left utterly baffled. What's Zan doing? Wasn't he going to cause trouble? Why is he acting like a disciple instead? They couldn't make sense of the scene. Shall we go take a closer look? Let's go. The two approached, curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, Zan Wenyu produced his savings, 80,000 taels of silver, and presented it to Qi Yuan. Sir, please accept this as my tuition. Qi Yuan coughed lightly. Chen Kangbao immediately stepped forward to collect the silver. In exchange for your silver, I will grant you the transformation into a turtle technique. If mastered, it will bestow the strength of 10,000 turtles in a lifespan of 3,000 years. 3,000 years, Zhang Wenyu gasped. Even legends of gods rarely mention such longevity. This wasn't transformation into a turtle, this was transformation into divinity. The strength of 10,000 turtles might be irrelevant, but the extended lifespan was priceless. Pay attention, I will only recite the technique once. If you forget, you'll have to ask Chen Kangbao for a repeat, for a fee of 500 buns. Chen Kangbao interjected. Hearing this, Zhang Wenyu became even more convinced that Qi Yuan was an extraordinary figure. In legends, eccentric masters always acted in strange, unpredictable ways. Perhaps Qi Yuan simply preferred buns over silver. Indeed, Qi Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Now, listen carefully. Though the divine turtle lives long, it too will perish. Qi Yuan began reciting a technique he had completely fabricated on the spot. While his demeanor appeared casual, Qi Yuan's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Purple Mansion level, with combat abilities rivaling those who grasped profound universal truths. For him, ascending further required defining his ultimate path, his divine road. Currently, Qi Yuan's strength encompassed multiple disciplines, the Golden Core Tao, the Way of 10,000 Paths, and the Immortal Tao, among others. To become a true god and ascend to the Yin God realm, Qi Yuan believed he needed to consolidate and define his singular Tao. Leaving behind transcendent methods in this game-like world was part of his experimentation. Zhang Wenyu listened intently, committing every word to memory. Even so, he resolved to spend 500 buns later to hear Chen Kangbao repeat it, both as a gesture of goodwill and to double-check his understanding. This transformation into a turtle technique emphasizes the accumulation of virtue and karmic blessings. Perform good deeds wherever possible, remember this well, Qi Yuan added. At that moment, young Master Tu and the white-robed man arrived. The white-robed man smirked. Zan, weren't you going to trouble the son-in-law? Why are you acting like a student paying respects to a master? His tone was mocking, though tinged with confusion. Young Master Tu also felt perplexed, but as he drew nearer to Qi Yuan, his heart pounded. His artifact began glowing red again, and this time, the intensity was tenfold, no, 100-fold, stronger than before. Could it be? The thought struck him like a thunderclap. Was Qi Yuan the mysterious master he had encountered at the ghost market? Young Master Tu's heart raced. The timing aligned perfectly. Qi Yuan's visit to Ning County coincided with the ghost market specter incident. It all made sense. This wasn't some ordinary son-in-law, this was a hidden powerhouse masquerading as one. His gaze toward Qi Yuan shifted, becoming reverent and cautious. Zan, what nonsense are you spouting? I see this gentleman as a master. How could I ever bully him? Zan Wenyu snapped, sneaking a glance at Qi Yuan to ensure he hadn't offended him. The white-robed man's confusion deepened. Why had Zan Wenyu's attitude changed so drastically? As for young Master Tu, he remained silent. At that moment, Qi Yuan finally spoke. I'm just a son-in-law. Isn't bullying me normal? Go ahead, feel free to bully me. Just be gentle, I'm afraid of pain. Zan Wenyu. Young Master Tu, white-robed man. The three men stood there, each filled with questions, though the nature of their confusion varied greatly. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The white-robed man sighed in exasperation. Who would have thought that Senior Sister Shen's husband is nothing more than a madman? What a pity, what a shame. The Heavenly Sect and the Ancient Thunder Sect might have been rivals, but they were also twin pillars of stability in the Ning Kingdom. The disciples of each sect held a grudging admiration for the other. But seeing Shen Lingshuan's husband behave so eccentrically, the white-robed man couldn't help but lament. Let's leave, brother Tu. Speaking with such lunatics is a waste of time, the white-robed man said as he turned toward young Master Tu, intending to walk away. To his surprise, young Master Tu hesitated, his face lit with a strange mix of reverence and excitement. Brother Mu, mind your words. Lord Qi is not a lunatic. He is a man of grace, like an orchid in a valley, elegant and untouchable. Zan Wenyu, standing beside young Master Tu, quickly added, Lord Qi is a recluse, a transcendent master who roams the mortal world. Only the ignorant would fail to recognize a true dragon among men. Zan Wenyu's tone dripped with superiority as he cast a disdainful glance at the white-robed man. The white-robed man froze, utterly bewildered. It felt like being part of a group gossiping about someone behind their back, only for two of the group to suddenly praise the subject as a divine being when he appeared. Now he was the fool, the clown. His mind spun with questions. Why? How? But what burned brightest was anger at young Master Tu and Zan Wenyu for their sudden shift in attitude. HMPH. The white-robed man snorted coldly before walking off. His snort seemed to say, "Fine, I'm done playing with you." Zan Wenyu, seeing the white-robed man leave, turned to Qi Yuan and bowed deeply. "Lord Qi, I was blind and ignorant before. Please forgive my insolence. I wouldn't dare to offend you now." Young Master Tu also stepped forward cautiously. "Senior, I brought several tens of thousands of silver taels with me, hoping to purchase another light sword. I don't lack silver for the moment, and my artifacts are sold only to those fated to have them," Qi Yuan replied without hesitation. "You already have one light sword. Leave the opportunity for others." Young Master Tu's face showed disappointment, but he also felt confirmed in his suspicions. This man, this strange, enigmatic figure, was undoubtedly the vendor who had sold him the light sword. "How did you recognize me?" Qi Yuan asked, his tone calm but curious. "Well," young Master Tu hesitated before pulling out a particular artifact. "Senior, after you slew some members of Bloodthorn, their residual energy became tied to this artifact. Whenever it comes within 3 meters of their killer, it glows." "Oh, is that so?" Qi Yuan's gaze flickered with understanding. He realized that this artifact was a Bloodthorn relic. "Enough. Leave me to my fishing." Qi Yuan waved his hand dismissively and resumed his reclined posture. Seeing this, both Zan Wenyu and young Master Tu bowed respectfully before retreating. As they left, they exchanged a look and a knowing smile. Less than an hour greater than Qi Yuan pulled out his divine wood token and typed into the chat group. "Hey, I've killed some members of Bloodthorn. Now their artifacts glow when they're near me. How do I fix this?" Qi Yuan hated the idea of being tracked, as it violated his sense of privacy. A response came from Ji Wuyun. "That's a tough one. You'd need a heaven-tier weapon master who can purge the mark with special techniques. It's painful and damages the soul." Another reply followed from a Bloodthorn operative in the group. "No need for all that. Brother Cleaver, next time you're at Divine Wood Abyss, I'll give you a bottle of Thornwash elixir. One sip, and the mark is gone. Can you give it to me now?" Qi Yuan asked. "If you come to Divine Wood Abyss, I'll hand it over. I can't leave right now. Maybe I'll send a debt collection gate drone, how about Yan Shuangying, to pick it up?" The Bloodthorn member responded flatly, "Brother Cleaver, you're not very sincere." "Not sincere? I'm the one holding back from discussing with others how to annihilate Bloodthorn. If you think I'm insincere, I might as well start now. Tell me, how many elites does Bloodthorn have, and where's the headquarters? Once I'm done here, I'll personally visit and destroy it," Qi Yuan declared boldly in the chat. Ji Wuyun sighed inwardly. This new Divine Wood token wielder is not normal. The Bloodthorn member replied dryly, "There's nothing fun at our headquarters. Why not come to Divine Wood Abyss? I'll even line up our members for you to kill." "Fine, once I'm free, I'll come," Qi Yuan replied confidently. Ji Wuyun rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. The exchange between these two lacked any gravitas. The Bloodthorn operative sounded less like an evil mastermind and more like a disinterested bureaucrat. Qi Yuan's boasts came off more like a villain's monologue than a hero's declaration. "This world is beyond saving," Ji Wuyun muttered. Less than an hour greater than the massive ship continued to cut through the Waishui River, heading toward Lake Yeshan. Suddenly, the ship came to a halt. Several weapon masters flew off the deck, diving into the river to retrieve corpses. It turned out that a few days prior, the Heavenly Sect had clashed with the Lake Yeshan Water Lord. The conflict had resulted in over 1,000 innocent fishermen losing their lives, their bodies swept away by the floodwaters. Now, the ship had stopped to recover their remains. Their bodies deserve a proper resting place. They were loyal citizens of the Ning Kingdom, alas. The Water Lord is despicable. I swear to repair the Weilong Zan Yuan sword and bring it to justice. 98 bodies have been recovered so far, what a tragedy. The ship was filled with sighs and somber murmurs. Eventually, the sad episode passed, and by the afternoon of the next day, the ship arrived at the docks of Lake Yeshan. Less than an hour greater than Lake Yeshan stretched for thousands of miles, vast and endless. Passengers disembarked, and Qi Yuan, along with Chen Kangbao, followed the Shen family's entourage to their base. A woman with a frosty demeanor approached, her gaze landing on Qi Yuan with an odd mix of curiosity and disdain. Who would have thought that our dear son-in-law could come to Lake Yeshan? She remarked icily. The Shen family had only brought two types of people, powerful weapon masters or highly talented artifact masters. To her, Qi Yuan was nothing but dead weight. Where's your young lady? Qi Yuan asked, his eyes alight. I want to ride her. Frost spread across the woman's expression. Son-in-law, stop speaking such nonsense. If anyone else had said such words, she would have drawn her sword and cleaved them in two. Still, she answered, the Water Lord has been causing disturbances. The young lady is assisting the Heavenly Sect elders in patrolling Lake Yeshan and won't return anytime soon. Qi Yuan sighed in disappointment. Ah, a missed opportunity for a steed. You. The frosty woman's expression darkened as she stomped her foot, glancing warily at Chen Kangbao. Had it not been for Chen Kangbao's presence, she might have taken action against Qi Yuan despite his son-in-law status. Still, a lingering unease gnawed at her, a memory of waking up sore and disoriented after a suspected ambush, unsure of what had transpired. She was still a maiden, so nothing extreme could have happened. But, did he touch her all over? The thought made her cheeks flush with a mix of shame and anger. Less than an hour greater than deep within Lake Yeshan, an elder woman in Taoist robes wielded a sword, splitting massive waves asunder. Her eyes blazed with fury. Water Lord, don't think you can hide in the depths of Lake Yeshan forever. If you cause more trouble, I'll bring out a heaven-tier artifact to suppress you. The Water Lord, a Grand Master at the peak of Earth tier, was slightly stronger than the Elder. However, the lake was its domain, granting it immense power through its mastery of water. As a specter fused with Lake Yeshan itself, it could summon catastrophic floods to drown entire regions. Despite the Elder's threats, the Water Lord remained silent, its form concealed in the lake's depths. Humph! The Elder huffed in frustration before retreating to a small boat where a veiled woman in blue sat silently. Her cold and ethereal aura was like an unearthly flower blooming in solitude. Even with her face hidden, her figure alone hinted at unparalleled beauty. Ling Xuan, your husband has likely arrived at Lake Yeshan. You needn't remain here, go see your family, the Elder urged. I must stand guard, Shen Ling Xuan replied calmly. The Elder, Wang Qingyi, sighed. Very well, be cautious. If you encounter the Water Lord, send word immediately. Yes, Master, Shen Ling Xuan replied, her demeanor as tranquil as an orchid. Wang Qingyi gazed at her disciple, her heart heavy with regret. If only I were a heaven-tier weapon master, I wouldn't let my disciple suffer like this, marrying some mere mortal. Wang Qingyi's thoughts churned with frustration as she recalled Shen Ling Xuan's unique constitution, a rare Profoundian physique coveted by countless elders and sect leaders. This physique brought unparalleled potential but also invited endless trouble. The current artifact conference at Lake Yeshan had drawn not only experts but also ominous figures from other prefectures and even foreign nations. Their true target was not the Water Lord but Shen Ling Xuan herself. Ling Xuan, perhaps you should consummate your marriage with your husband sooner. Losing the Profoundian physique would cost you some cultivation, but it would deter most of these scoundrels. Wang Qingyi hesitated before continuing. I've heard that the notorious flower thief of Mo Shan, a Grandmaster level Earth-tier weapon master known as Hengshan Grandmaster, has secretly entered the Ning Kingdom. It's rumored he came here for you. At the mention of this name, even Wang Qingyi's expression darkened with worry. Hengshan Grandmaster was infamous not just for his strength but also for his ability to infiltrate and escape unscathed from seemingly impregnable defenses. His skills in illusion and disguise were unmatched. However, Shen Ling Xuan remained as poised as ever, standing at the bow of the boat with the serenity of moonlight on water. Master, please ensure the sect provides protection for Qi Yuan. Shen Ling Xuan's tone remained calm, but there was a subtle undertone of concern. She knew that those targeting her might use Qi Yuan as leverage. You have my word, I've already assigned Earth-tier weapon masters to watch over your family and Qi Yuan, Wang Qingyi reassured her. Less than an hour greater than meanwhile, at the Shen family's compound near Lake Yeshan, Qi Yuan stretched lazily. How's the search going? He asked. Chen Kangbao scratched his head awkwardly. Finding a talented chef is hard, but finding, well, chefs of the other sort is quite easy. No, I have standards. Qi Yuan immediately rejected the idea. Ever since they arrived at Lake Yeshan, Qi Yuan's strength had gradually recovered. He had been contemplating his next move in the cleaver persona. If he was to fully embody the role of a cleaver, it wouldn't be enough to simply exist as one. He needed to help create a dish so exquisite it would leave a mark on the world. This was the essence of the cleaver, to serve as the instrument of culinary transcendence. I need a skilled chef to collaborate with, someone capable of crafting a masterpiece, Qi Yuan mused. Lake Yeshan, with its bountiful waters, offered the perfect ingredients for a legendary 100-fish feast. Master, should we go with Plan B? The street vendor idea, Chen Kangbao suggested. Qi Yuan sighed. It seems I'll have to leave it to fate to find the right chef. Plan B involved Chen Kangbao posing as a vendor to sell cleavers on the street. Qi Yuan picked up a pen and paper, scribbling down a note. Less than hour greater than, to whom it may concern, the old glutton Chen Kangbao is yearning for earthly delicacies. I have decided to accompany him in his search. Do not worry, and do not look for us. Less than hour greater than. With that, he placed the note on the table, securing it with a water cup. I'll leave a trail. Let's go. With a flash of 1,000 transformations, Qi Yuan transformed into a cleaver, this time adjusting his size to resemble a standard kitchen knife rather than the exaggerated, human-sized version he used previously. He then dove into a specially crafted casing that was both hard on the outside and soft on the inside, an ideal sheath for travel. Transform. With another wave of energy, Chen Kangbao was morphed into a large, colorful chameleon. Carry me and let's leave, Qi Yuan ordered. The disguise allowed them to slip out unnoticed. Qi Yuan had become acutely aware of the many prying eyes around the Shen family compound and wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. Understood, Chen Kangbao replied eagerly, hoisting the cleaver and dashing off. Less than hour greater than deep in the mountains outside Lake Yeshan, Chen Kangbao trudged onward, the cleaver strapped to his back. Master, are we safe now? He asked. Before Qi Yuan could answer, a large goose blocked their path, staring intently at them like a guardian of the wild. We're mostly safe, except for this goose. Oh, and someone is following us, Qi Yuan remarked casually. Chen Kangbao froze. Following us? Who would tail a chameleon carrying a cleaver? At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, a burly man with a menacing grin. The man's gaze locked onto Chen Kangbao with suspicion and disdain. Rumor has it that the infamous Hengshan Grand Master, master of illusions and thief of countless flowers, is unmatched in his disguises. I never expected to encounter him here, in this form. His voice carried an edge of mockery, clearly mistaking the chameleon for the notorious flower thief. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The burly man was named Feng Tai, an Earth-tier peak weapon master. He was acquainted with the flower thief, Hengshan Grand Master. The two had once ventured into a secret realm together. The secret realm was fraught with dangers, and several Earth-tier weapon masters had perished within it. Only he and Hengshan Grand Master had managed to escape. It was then that Feng Tai learned Hengshan Grand Master's deepest secret. Hengshan Grand Master had obtained the legacy of a visitor from beyond the heavens. Following the example of Thorned Blood, he modified malevolent spirits and ultimately merged himself with one, acquiring a strange ability. Illusions. Hengshan Grand Master had risen to infamy as a feared and elusive flower thief, renowned for his never-failing exploits. The primary reason for his success lay in his mastery of illusionary techniques. Every time, he could walk away unscathed and unnoticed. This secret was likely known only to Feng Tai. Thus, unlike other Earth-tier weapon masters who merely kept a casual eye on Shen's family estate, Feng Tai scrutinized every movement, even if a mere cat left the premises. When Chen Kangbao, disguised as a chameleon, emerged, the other Earth-tier weapon masters failed to notice. But Feng Tai was different. He stared at the chameleon, a sly grin spreading across his face. Hengshan Grand Master, are you afraid I'll take a share of the spoils? Chen Kangbao, carrying the cleaver, hesitated, standing frozen in place. He didn't move an inch. The presence of the burly man ahead of him exerted immense pressure. Feng Tai noticed the chameleon's inaction and grinned wider. Could it be that Hengshan Grand Master wants to claim the profound yin physique all for himself? The greatest reason Hengshan Grand Master had achieved his notoriety as a Grand Master was his uncanny illusions. But once his secret was exposed, his combat strength would drop considerably. If Hengshan truly considered Feng Tai an opponent, how could he allow someone who knew his greatest secret to live? You've mistaken me, I am not Hengshan Grand Master. At this moment, Chen Kangbao decided not to hide and shifted into his elder form, his raspy voice revealing itself. Had he remained silent, Feng Tai's disposition likely wouldn't have allowed the chameleon to live. Who are you, to also know illusions? Feng Tai's expression changed slightly, suspicion flickering across his face. If the person before him truly were Hengshan Grand Master, they would have boldly admitted it rather than deny it so firmly. There's no one like you in Ning Kingdom, nor in Ma Shang Kingdom. I'm just passing through. Might I be allowed to leave? Chen Kangbao tentatively suggested. Leave the object behind. Feng Tai's gaze locked onto the cleaver, his tone cold. This old man had used illusions to sneak into the Shen family estate and smuggle out a cleaver. This cleaver had to be extraordinary. Having seen it now, Feng Tai had to examine its secrets. Fine. To Feng Tai's surprise, Chen Kangbao showed no hesitation, tossing the cleaver in his direction. After throwing the cleaver, Chen Kangbao quickly made his escape. Feng Tai was taken aback. Just like that, the cleaver was handed over. Could it be this simple? Was there no trap? Even so, he reached out and caught the cleaver without delay. He examined it closely, his sharp gaze appraising its craftsmanship. What a sharp cleaver. Its edge could rival that of an Earth-tier artifact. Feng Tai assumed the elder had stolen something precious and, when caught, had to part with it to save himself. Wait, why does this cleaver have a notch along the edge? He inspected the cleaver further, puzzled by what he saw. The notch in question was the opening for a zipper, part of the protective casing Qi Yuan had forged for the cleaver. In their haste to leave, neither Qi Yuan nor Chen Kangbao had paid attention to such details. An artifact within an artifact. Feng Tai's eyes sparkled with excitement. The outer shell alone was comparable to an Earth-tier artifact. What treasures could lie within? Elated, he began prying at the notch to extract what lay inside. At that moment, a voice, tinged with exasperation, rang out. Prying open a cleaver? You really are a pervert. As the words fell, a flash of light suddenly struck. Feng Tai instinctively clutched his throat, disbelief in his eyes as blood gushed forth. His massive frame toppled to the ground with a resounding crash. He never could have imagined that the cleaver would not only be so sharp but also possess a will of its own. A sentient artifact, those were the stuff of legends. Yet how could Ning Kingdom possibly possess such a legendary item? With a single, unforeseen strike, Feng Tai was slain on the spot before he had a chance to react. Qi Yuan reverted to his original form, stepping out of the shadows. Who would have thought that cleaver killing could raise my proficiency, even if just a little? His gaze fell on Feng Tai's corpse, his expression calm. In a head-on confrontation, even with his current level of recovery, Qi Yuan would have had to expend considerable effort to take Feng Tai down. But by disguising himself as a cleaver, he had caught his foe entirely off guard. Too close, no defenses, the result was a clean kill. As Qi Yuan spoke, he began looting the body. Among Feng Tai's belongings, he found 3 Earth-tier artifacts. A soft armor, a short sword, and a lamp. Additionally, his storage artifact contained silver notes totaling 110,000 liang. That should be his entire fortune. There's even correspondence with Hengshan, the flower thief. In the storage artifact, Qi Yuan uncovered several old letters. The earlier ones, dated years ago, were invitations from Hengshan to Feng Tai, proposing a joint exploration of a secret realm. The Absolute 10,000 Mountains. This secret realm, called the Absolute 10,000 Mountains, was a remote and uninhabited area on the border of Ning Kingdom and Moshan Kingdom. The area spanned a vast expanse of mountains, riddled with treacherous peaks, dense miasma, and countless malevolent spirits. It was said that not even heaven-tier weapon masters could traverse the Absolute 10,000 Mountains. According to Hengshan's account, he discovered a newly constructed underground palace within the mountains. A newly built underground palace, that was intriguing indeed. Why does the name Absolute 10,000 Mountains sound familiar to me? Chen Kangbao murmured from the side. Qi Yuan's expression remained stoic. Perhaps it's a trigger for your side quest. Huh, Chen Kangbao looked bewildered. What was this about his side quest? As is tradition, we'll have to visit the Absolute 10,000 Mountains someday. Hengshan and Feng Tai seemed very interested in that place. They even planned to abduct Shenling Xuan, journey to the palace together, and, after dual cultivation to break into the heaven tier, return for another exploration. Ha, plotting to take my wife, the wife of Qi Yuan, a mere son-in-law. Hengshan must have a death wish. They even scheduled a meeting at the Celestial Cloud Temple 5 days from now to finalize their plans for capturing Shenling Xuan. They certainly have lofty ambitions, Qi Yuan remarked with a faint smile. Miss, the young master, he's gone missing. Zishuang, her face filled with anxiety, stood on the small boat and handed a letter to Shenling Xuan. Her frosty beauty, normally cold and radiant, was utterly overshadowed in the presence of her mistress. The chill radiating from Shenling Xuan was bone-deep and pierced the soul. Pursuit of worldly delicacies. Shenling Xuan read the letter, her expression unchanging. It seems that Chen Kengbao took the young master away. But, I can't figure out how Chen Kengbao managed to get him out. Zishuang voiced her speculation. Investigate Chen Kengbao's background. If there's no intent to harm Qi Yuan, we'll leave this matter be, Shenling Xuan said calmly. As long as Qi Yuan wasn't in danger, she was unconcerned about his comings and goings. Understood. Zishuang nodded and left quickly. Holding the letter, Shenling Xuan's mind stirred. With spiritual guardians around him, he should be safe. She was privy to many secrets, including some regarding Qi Yuan's father. Years ago, Qi Yuan's father had mysteriously vanished, only to suddenly reappear. After passing something on to Qi Yuan, he perished. According to what Shenling Xuan knew, whatever Qi Yuan's father had left behind should be capable of safeguarding his life. Destiny has shown that you and I are fated, yet this fate, Shenling Xuan's thoughts became increasingly complex. Her marriage to Qi Yuan wasn't solely because of his father, it was also tied to the mysterious forces of destiny. Destiny was ethereal and enigmatic, difficult to grasp. Even in her previous life, Shenling Xuan had failed to fully comprehend it. At that moment, a small boat approached her position. Standing on the boat was a man clad in a green robe, his gaze admiring as he looked at her. Junior sister, it has been some time. Your cultivation seems to have grown even more profound. The newcomer was named Xie Danren, one of the top-ranked true disciples of the heavenly sect. Barely 30 years old, he was already an Earth-tier weapon master. His eyes brimmed with undisguised admiration and affection as he looked at Shenling Xuan. I heard that Hengshan, the infamous flower thief from Moshan Kingdom, has come to the artifact conference, likely for your sake. Upon learning this, I became very worried. Hengshan is cunning and treacherous, while you are currently only at the Zan tier. If you were to encounter him unexpectedly, you might not even have time to react before being abducted. Coincidentally, I'm patrolling the area around Yeshan Lake. Sister, why don't you accompany me? While my strength is not on par with Hengshan's, I can hold him off for a while and call for reinforcements from the sect, Xie Danren said, his tone refined yet filled with tender concern. Senior brother, I am already married. It is best for me to maintain proper distance from other men. I appreciate your concern, but I must decline, Shenling Xuan replied icily, her words laced with rejection. Xie Danren's expression faltered, a flicker of anger flashing deep in his eyes. Junior sister, I was only away in seclusion for 3 months, and you've already married. Was it something I did before my retreat that upset you? Did you marry Qi Yuan on a whim just to spite me? Shenling Xuan's shoulders trembled slightly. Senior brother, you are being ridiculous. My marriage to my husband is decreed by fate and has nothing to do with you. Her tone was distant, brimming with detachment. Please leave, senior brother. I wouldn't want my husband to misunderstand. Aren't you worried that Hengshan will abduct you? Xie Danren, now agitated, asked heatedly. Do you understand what might happen if you were taken? That useless husband of yours can't possibly protect you. Show him out. Shenling Xuan flicked her sleeve, and Xie Danren's boat was abruptly propelled backward. Standing on the retreating boat, Xie Danren clenched his fists tightly, fury igniting within him. A profound yin physique, a treasure like that cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of that worthless fool. The celestial cloud temple was situated on Dongnan Mountain, a crumbling and abandoned shrine. Outside the temple stood a dilapidated pavilion constructed of marble. At this moment, gentle rain cascaded down the mountainside. Shenling Xuan, clad in a flowing blue gown, sat outside the pavilion, watching the rain with a pensive expression. The falling rain seemed to conceal a sharp sword intent. When the rain stopped, this sword intent would manifest in its most potent form, unleashing a single, decisive strike. Sitting in the pavilion, Shenling Xuan exuded an icy aura, her presence blending seamlessly with the surrounding world. Anyone passing by wouldn't even notice her existence. At this moment, her cultivation no longer radiated the aura of a Zan tier weapon master, it was unmistakably at the Earth tier. From the rain emerged 2 figures, an elder and a young man. The younger held an oil paper umbrella, his steps splashing water with each movement. It's him. Seeing the young man, Shenling Xuan's eyes widened slightly. This was the same man she had encountered near Kunling Ferry and again in the ghost market. And now, he was walking toward her. Her expression grew colder, like a frost-covered blade. Given the current circumstances, wasn't everyone heading toward the Celestial Cloud Temple in league with Hengshan Grandmaster, the notorious flower thief? She was well aware of what these criminals were plotting. To her surprise, this young man was also among them. The young man paused, glancing at the pavilion. What a coincidence, beautiful lady. We meet again. May I come in to take shelter from the rain? Shenling Xuan's cold eyes betrayed a flicker of astonishment. He can see me. By now, Shenling Xuan had long achieved unity with nature. Her combat strength might not yet rival a heaven-tier weapon master, but her level of comprehension surpassed that of most heaven-tier experts. In this state of unity, sitting silently within the pavilion, no ordinary person should have been able to detect her presence. Yet, this young man had found her. A faint sense of danger arose in her heart. This place isn't mine to claim. If you wish to take shelter, please do, Shenling Xuan replied coolly. Qi Yuan stepped into the pavilion, his gaze calm as it fell on her elegant figure. Beautiful lady, have you reconsidered what I mentioned before, becoming my steed? Ah, how cold, Chen Kangbao muttered under his breath, shivering from an inexplicable chill. Are you with the people inside the Celestial Cloud Temple? Shenling Xuan asked, her tone as frosty as ever. Her initial plan had been to bide her time, gathering enough power to unleash a decisive sword strike and incapacitate the villains hiding in the temple. But now that she had been discovered, her plan was effectively ruined. A heightened sense of caution arose within her. She couldn't see through this man. Perhaps only by fully regaining her previous life's power and achieving unity with the heavens could she discern his true nature. What if I help you deal with the people in the temple? Will you consider becoming my steed then? Qi Yuan offered again, unwilling to give up on what had captured his interest. Suspicion flickered in Shenling Xuan's icy gaze. You're not one of them. With looks like mine, do you think I'd associate with people as ugly as that? Qi Yuan retorted. But, young master, I'm ugly too. Chen Kangbao interjected. Shut up, Qi Yuan snapped, exasperated. Why did Chen Kangbao always have to chime in? Shenling Xuan shook her head. Regardless, I refuse to become anyone's steed. What a pity, Qi Yuan sighed, visibly disappointed. Then he said, your sword momentum is quite something. May I borrow it for a moment? Alarm surged in Shenling Xuan's heart. This man could even perceive her sword intent. If he wanted to kill her, she doubted she could escape in time. By all means, she replied. Watch closely. With that, Qi Yuan extended a pale hand, grasping at the air. The rain seemed to halt midair. Droplets froze in place, linking together like strings of pearls. From the rain, a sword materialized in his hand, cold and deadly. Gripping the water-forged blade, Qi Yuan thrust it forward. In an instant, the rain ceased entirely. The ground shook, and the mountain quaked. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Inside the Celestial Cloud Temple, Hengshan Grandmaster stood silently with a pig mask covering his face, concealing his features. Around him were several men cloaked in hoods. This rain is so irritating, said a skinny, monkey-like man, his sleeves hiding deadly darts. He was a master of hidden weapons, carrying a large arsenal of them. Because of the water sovereign, Yeshan Lake is likely to stay rainy for a while. As for Shenling Xuan, she's always near Heavenly Sect's Grandmasters, making her difficult to catch, Hengshan Grandmaster said, his hoarse voice carrying through the room. Then let's grab her useless husband first, suggested the sleeve-dart man. Shenling Xuan might be hard to capture, but to them, her powerless husband, Qi Yuan, was no more than a toy they could easily crush. That would alert her and ruin the plan. Not ideal, Hengshan Grandmaster replied, his gaze tinged with confusion. He wondered why Feng Tai still hadn't shown up. Was something holding him back? Listening to the constant drizzle of rain, Hengshan felt an inexplicable unease rising in his heart. Suddenly, the card in his pocket began to glow. Hengshan's expression changed dramatically. Not good. The mysterious card had been obtained from an ancient ruin. It possessed unique abilities and was the source of his illusion techniques. Beyond that, the card also served as a warning system. Thanks to the card, Hengshan had survived countless dangers. Even after abducting the princess of the Moshan kingdom and being hunted by heaven-tier weapon masters, he had emerged unscathed. But now, the glow from the card was even stronger than when a heaven-tier weapon master had chased him before. How could Hengshan not panic? Without hesitation, he shot into the air like a cannonball, fleeing the Celestial Cloud Pavilion. The cloaked men around him were left bewildered, having no idea what was happening. Then, without warning, a piercing sword intent descended like icy death. The three men stared in terror as the rain froze, and a crystalline water sword broke through the downpour, heading directly for them. It was devastatingly fast, sharp, and swift, like thunder. They didn't even have time to react. The sword aura sliced through their throats, severing them cleanly. The water sword didn't stop. It streaked toward Hengshan Grandmaster as he fled. Despite the card's early warning, Hengshan could not escape the sword. The blade pierced his throat, blood spraying everywhere. Disbelief filled his face. How is this possible? His body collapsed to the ground, his eyes clouded with doubt and regret. Having received the card's inheritance, Hengshan believed he had a bright future ahead. His ambitions weren't supposed to be limited to the Moshan kingdom. Yet, he died inexplicably, without even knowing who killed him or why. Elsewhere, Shenling Xuan's pupils contracted slightly. That sword. In terms of raw power, this strike didn't match her peak from her past life. After all, in her previous life, she had used a sword to repel armies, founded the Heavenly Sect, and become its first Dao sovereign. But in terms of precision, this sword was far superior to hers. She looked at Qi Yuan, her heart rippling with emotion. A single sword to kill 4 Earth-tier weapon masters, who are you? Curiosity and a hint of apprehension filled her thoughts. Although the precision of Qi Yuan's sword was extraordinary, its aura revealed that he hadn't yet reached the realm of unity with the heavens. If he harbored any intention toward her profound yin physique, she would have no way to resist. Qi Yuan smiled. If you agree to be my steed, I. Before he could finish, his smile froze. Shenling Xuan's figure disappeared. She ran away. Yes, she fled immediately. Qi Yuan was speechless, staring at her slender figure vanishing into the rain. He muttered to himself, do I really look that much like a villain? When mortals behold a god, fear is natural, Chen Kangbao sighed. I'm her husband. All I wanted was to ride her for a bit, what's the big deal? She's Shenling Xuan. Chen Kangbao froze for a moment. Clearly, he hadn't recognized her earlier. Let's go do something noble and handle their inheritance, Qi Yuan said, stepping into the muddy temple. The 3 Earth-tier weapon masters didn't leave much behind. Qi Yuan only found about 100,000 taels of silver notes in total. He felt disappointed, his mood akin to that of a bandit finding a widow he wanted to woo was plain and unattractive. Qi Yuan turned his attention to Hengshan Grandmaster's body. Let's hope you give me something interesting. Opening Hengshan's storage artifact, a strong scent of rouge wafted out. Inside were piles of women's undergarments in various colors. What a twisted fetish, Qi Yuan said flatly. Digging further, he found 620,000 taels of silver notes. His eyes gleamed with delight. I'm officially a millionaire now. Then, his gaze fell on a card tucked into Hengshan's sleeve. This material doesn't fit the aesthetic of this game at all. The card was gray with intricate patterns and seemed to be made of plastic. Illusion card, originating from Void Paradise. Features include recording, warning, inheritance, and more. There are 375 optimization configurations available. Qi Yuan's eyes instantly detected hidden information. Void Paradise. What's that? I've never heard of it, Chen Kangbao said, shaking his head. This card records data. Maybe if I use the password, I can uncover something useful, Qi Yuan speculated. Unlike Hengshan, who had only scratched the surface of the card's capabilities, Qi Yuan could access its core. In moments, vast amounts of information poured into his mind. Zhao Beilong, a Void Walker. The original owner of the card was named Zhao Beilong, a being from another universe chosen by Void Paradise to become a Void Walker. The revelations astonished Qi Yuan, as Void Paradise resembled the main god spaces he knew. Zhao Beilong's home universe was called Zhou Universe. It was a realm teeming with powerful beings, with Void Paradise's creator, the Void Overlord, reigning as its strongest entity. The Void Overlord, a young god in the third layer, in the open heaven realm. The information detailed the young god's third layer as comprising rule, omniscience, and creation stages. Rule cultivators condensed ultimate truths into universal laws, achieving the third layer. Omniscience required mastery of at least 9 universal rules, while creation represented the pinnacle, opening heavens and creating worlds. A being who can create worlds, now that's a real god. The Void Overlord is impressive, Qi Yuan mused. Though Qi Yuan's strength rivaled a grand supreme truth practitioner, the thought of creating worlds was far beyond him. Destroying a star, that was within his reach. The Void Overlord had discovered the nascent universe that included Qingshan realm billions of years ago. Repeated attempts to assimilate this universe had failed, but the Overlord continued sending Void Walkers to deepen the karmic connection and pave the way for eventual domination. So, by holding this card, I'm now tied to the Void Overlord karmically. Qi Yuan muttered. This revelation clarified many mysteries but also left Qi Yuan feeling both vulnerable and bemused. First, let me become the ultimate knife. The Void Overlord can wait. Old man, find me a chef. Today, I'm going to be a hard-working knife and level up fast. Got it, Chen Kangbao replied eagerly. The bustling market buzzed with activity. Chen Kangbao stood tall, loudly hawking his wares. The ultimate divine chef's knife. Yours for only 999 taels. Slice through vegetables like air. Chop wood with ease. Come and see for yourself. Buy it now, no regrets. Hey, old man, a knife for 999 taels. Isn't that a scam? A knife that expensive could buy you a weapon used by weapon masters. You fools don't understand. This is no ordinary knife. It can create culinary masterpieces unmatched by mortal hands. Chen Kangbao argued, his spittle flying in earnest. Scammer. Most of the crowd sneered and dismissed him. After all, who in their right mind would spend 1,000 taels of silver on a plain kitchen knife? Ah, young master's approach to waiting for a fated owner is too passive, Chen Kangbao thought. As his advisor, I must use my wisdom to help him find a true fated person. Chen Kangbao pondered deeply. To be the destined owner of the knife, the candidate needed two key qualities, wealth and gullibility. They should ideally be a sheltered, naive noblewoman who snuck out to explore the world. But, how many noble ladies would even know how to cook? Chen Kangbao frowned and tapped his chin, formulating a plan. I'll need to repackage this knife to make it irresistible. Chen Kangbao's mind raced, scheming and strategizing, even foregoing his beloved steamed buns as he scoured the marketplace for a suitable target. After nearly 2 hours of searching, his eyes lit up. This girl looks gullible enough. Even if she doesn't know how to cook, that's fine, I'll teach her how to make steamed buns. Nobody knows buns better than I do. He spat into his palms, smoothed down his disheveled hair, and adjusted it to appear tidy and polished. Picking up the knife, he followed closely behind his chosen target. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunxi wandered the market, her wide eyes sparkling with curiosity as she admired the vibrant stalls. In one hand, she held a stick of candied hawthorn, in the other, she shook a small flower drum, resembling a child delighted by the sights and sounds of the market. Just then, a hunched, elderly figure appeared before her. Young lady, this old man has traveled far and wide, vanquishing countless vile spirits. Passing by here, I saw the eastern skies glowing with auspicious purple light. Clearly, I've encountered a fated person, Chen Kangbao declared solemnly. Zhang Yunxi blinked at him, her sparkling eyes narrowing suspiciously. What do you want, old man? Though sheltered, she wasn't entirely oblivious. This here is a divine knife, a treasure unlike any other, Chen Kangbao said, holding out the knife reverently. It lacks only a destined wielder, and you, young lady, are that person, he added with the gravitas of a sage. A knife? Zhang Yunxi examined the blade skeptically. If it's fated, why don't you just give it to me? Chen Kangbao's heart leapt with excitement, she was showing interest. Young lady, your gallant spirit is evident. Wielding this knife, you'll create culinary marvels and vanquish countless evils. Zhang Yunxi's expression turned incredulous. I don't care about cooking, but fighting monsters sounds fun. Fine, give me the knife. It's yours for only 999 taels, Chen Kangbao said, extending the knife while holding out his hand expectantly. Zhang Yunxi froze for a moment, then her face flushed with anger. You're taking me for a fool, aren't you? Earlier, another old man tried to sell me some Savior's Manual for 10 taels. You're asking for 1,000, are you kidding me? It wasn't the first time Zhang Yunxi had encountered scammers targeting her. She puffed her cheeks in frustration, feeling both exasperated and wronged. Was her face stamped with, easy target? Why did all the charlatans flock to her? If you follow me again, I'll report you to the authorities. She huffed, glaring fiercely. Chen Kangbao sighed, feeling a pang of disappointment. Even now, he couldn't fool a naive girl. His skills were slipping. But just as he was about to give up, Qi Yuan's calm voice echoed in his ear. Chen Kangbao's face lit up with newfound confidence. Young lady, Zhang Yunxi, if you let this knife slip away, it will be the greatest regret of your life, he intoned with mystic gravitas. Zhang Yunxi froze, her expression stiffening. How do you know my name? Chen Kangbao's eyes gleamed. Not only do I know your name, but I also know that you wet the bed until you were 6. That's onto your bracelet on your wrist. Your mother gave it to you as a 6th birthday gift, to stop you from wetting the bed. Zhang Yunxi's face burned bright red, her mouth falling open in shock. How do you know that? This childhood embarrassment was known only to her closest family. How could this strange old man possibly know? Because, I am a true immortal. Chen Kangbao declared with conviction. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Using Qi Yuan's ability to perceive hidden information, coupled with Chen Kangbao's smooth talking, they managed to thoroughly fool the naive Zhang Yunxi, leaving her utterly bewildered, like a dazed puppy. Your golden hairpin was a gift from your uncle. The jade pendant at your waist was crafted by Zhan Jiyuan as an artifact. And, your underarm hair is a bit long. Half a day later, in a courtyard within the city, Zhang Yunxi stared blankly at a room filled with ingredients. The world is in turmoil, overrun with malevolent specters. Young lady, it is time for you to save it, Chen Kangbao said solemnly. But, what does saving the world have to do with chopping vegetables? Still confused, Zhang Yunxi had bought the knife and was then dragged by Chen Kangbao to this courtyard. A deity once said, if one cannot sweep a single room, how can one sweep the world? If you can't even chop vegetables and perfect your knife skills, how will you cleanse the world of evil specters? Chen Kangbao spouted nonsense with utmost seriousness. So, the first step to saving the world is chopping vegetables. Chop all the cabbage, eggplant, meat, everything here into tiny pieces. That's your first trial. Oh, and remember to wash the vegetables before chopping them. Don't waste food by dirtying it. Zhang Yunxi's mind was flooded with countless questions. Half convinced and half doubtful, she said, all right. The old man in front of her was simply too extraordinary. He knew her better than she knew herself and carried the demeanor of a sage wandering the mortal world. Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well give it a try. Zhang Yunxi thought to herself. In the kitchen, she stared at the pile of vegetables and meat filling the room. This golden child of nobility had officially embarked on her first day as a kitchen maid. Outside, in a pavilion, a man and a woman were playing chess. The black pieces dominated the board, surrounding the white pieces. Despite their ordinary appearances, the pair exuded the aura of reclusive experts. That old man has some tricks, but nothing impressive, the woman remarked. The woman's name was Yun Li, an Earth-tier weapon master. The man, Yun Hu, was also an Earth-tier weapon master. Both had been tasked by the Duke to secretly protect the princess, Zhang Yunxi. Zhang Yunxi's carefree and innocent nature had led her to sneak away from the palace to join the festivities at Yeshan Lake. Worried for her safety, the Duke had sent these two to ensure her protection. They were instructed not to reveal themselves unless absolutely necessary. After all, Zhang Yunxi had her own cultivation abilities and several protective artifacts. Ordinary dangers posed no threat to her. I'm just curious, how did he manage to convince the princess? Yun Hu asked, puzzled. Though Zhang Yunxi was carefree, she wasn't foolish. From a distance, they had observed her talking to the old man, but they couldn't hear the details of their conversation. He's probably just a skilled con artist. Once the princess gets tired of his tricks, it'll be our time to step in, Yun Li said dismissively. She held little regard for Chen Kangbao. Agreed, Yun Hu nodded, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Still, the old man must have some talent to trick the princess into chopping vegetables. The princess had lived a pampered life, never once lifting a finger for labor. Now, for the first time, she was truly working hard. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the sound of chopping echoed non-stop. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Yunxi wielded the knife with all her strength, hacking away at the ingredients. The vegetable basket was slowly filling with finely chopped pieces, but her arms were sore. This is so exhausting. It's harder than cultivation. She had spent an hour washing vegetables and 3 hours chopping them. Even with all her effort, she had barely finished a third of the pile. Her arms were sore, her body ached, but she persevered. The old immortal was right. In those legendary stories of Red, the protagonists always undergo grueling training to grow stronger, like practicing 10,000 spear thrusts a day or catching 100 flies with chopsticks. Chopping vegetables must be my unique path to growth. Who would have thought that one day, I, Zhang Yunxi, could be the protagonist of my own tale? Wait, who will write my story? No, I need to start keeping a journal, documenting everything that happens each day. When I return, I'll hint to Manager Chen to write a book about me. Zhang Yunxi's thoughts ran wild. She imagined how she could embellish her deeds in her journal. Of course, the embarrassing things the old immortal mentioned, like her underarm hair or bedwetting, would never make it into her story. Tonight, she resolved to take a bath and shave off the underarm hair. Footsteps interrupted her thoughts. Zhang Yunxi's chopping intensified. She couldn't afford to be seen slacking off by the old immortal. Not bad. You're quite diligent. Wait, why have you chopped so little? Chen Kangbao asked, confused. His eyes fell on her chopping efforts, and he sighed. You haven't removed the knife's sheath yet. Qi Yuan had crafted the knife with a protective sheath to shield it from contamination. However, to fully commit to the role of the knife, he had left the sheath intact, becoming one with his disguise. A sheath? Zhang Yunxi was stunned. Only now did she realize the knife had felt odd the whole time. Her face filled with indignation. No wonder chopping had been so difficult, it had been through a sheath the entire time. She removed the sheath to reveal a simple yet sharp and understated blade, its edge gleaming faintly. Well, does this knife look like it's worth 999 taels now? Chen Kangbao asked smugly. Zhang Yunxi examined it. It lacked the divine aura of a high-tier artifact. It's worth it, she muttered reluctantly. Out of respect for the old immortal, she gave in. Finish chopping the rest, and I'll teach you the second step. Zhang Yunxi's face lit up with excitement. Finally, the old immortal was going to teach her something real. The first step to saving the world is chopping vegetables. The second step is making steamed buns. Steamed buns. Zhang Yunxi blinked, baffled. Exactly, making buns. What's the deeper meaning behind this, old immortal? Zhang Yunxi asked, confused. Chopping vegetables she could somewhat understand, but buns. Making steamed buns may seem ordinary, but it's far from simple. What your eyes see may not always be the truth. Chen Kangbao continued weaving his nonsense. Zhang Yunxi stood still, listening intently to his words. For example, I have a friend who sells dog meat. To you, it might seem like he's committing great sins against dogs, yes. Yes, but in reality, he's a great benefactor who saves countless dogs. Every time he sells a dog, he saves another. Chen Kangbao recited an absurd anecdote Qi Yuan had once shared. Zhang Yunxi, unfamiliar with sarcasm or dark humor, was completely taken in. This is possible. So, once you finish chopping the vegetables, get to making buns. Sometimes, what you think are just buns might actually be saving countless lives. Making buns can save lives. Zhang Yunxi was baffled but in awe. To her, the old immortal's teachings were profound and layered, beyond ordinary understanding. Indeed, Chen Kangbao answered inwardly. He simply loved buns. If the buns filled his stomach, they would save him, a mere mortal. 3 days passed, and Zhang Yunxi threw herself into her role as a chef. Each day, she chopped vegetables and occasionally made buns. Though initially tiring and frustrating, she gradually found joy and purpose in her work. Ah, so this is what it feels like to do something meaningful, she thought. Her innate, workhorse constitution, shone through. That evening, exhausted, Zhang Yunxi returned to her room. The knife rested quietly on her dressing table. Stretching, she yawned. So tired, I won't bathe tonight. I'll do it tomorrow morning. But first, I should write in my journal. Today was another productive day. My knife skills are sharper than ever. Even if a master challenged me to a vegetable chopping contest, they'd surely lose. Despite my fatigue, I must maintain my poise. After a thorough bath, I'll rest and prepare for tomorrow. Zhang Yunxi finished her journal entry, satisfied with herself. Then, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Lying to yourself, are you? Who's there? Zhang Yunxi froze, eyes wide as she scanned the room. Stop searching. It's me, the knife, the voice replied. The knife. Zhang Yunxi stared at it, her face a mix of shock and disbelief. A talking knife. Even heavenly tier artifacts couldn't speak. I wasn't able to speak before. But thanks to your dedication, you've awakened my sentience, Qi Yuan said casually. To fully embody the role of the knife, Qi Yuan had previously severed his senses, becoming an inanimate tool. But Zhang Yunxi's persistence had pushed his knife mastery beyond 60%, granting him new abilities, sentience and perception. The knife had grown sharper and tougher, nearing the strength of a heavenly tier artifact. This development was astounding. In this world, Earth-tier weapon masters relied heavily on their artifacts, as their bodies were too fragile to withstand direct hits. But Qi Yuan was different now. Originally a tactician relying on skill, he could now act as a brute force combatant. You can talk? Zhang Yunxi asked, blinking in awe. Could she really be the fated savior? Are you male or female? Wait, no, you're probably genderless, like in the stories. But you're using a male voice to please me, right? Your voice is so nice, say more. Zhang Yunxi gushed, her exhaustion vanishing. Quote, why aren't you talking? Oh, I get it now, it was improper of me to say something so flirtatious. We must abandon such thoughts and focus on defeating the villains. In the end, I'll cradle your shattered form, devastated as your sentience fades away. Only then will I realize I loved you all along but never understood it until it was too late. Then, you'll die in my arms, and I'll retreat to the mountains, living in sorrowful solitude. What a tragic yet beautiful scene. Qi Yuan was utterly speechless. You're overthinking things, he said finally. All right, you've chopped enough vegetables. It's time for the third step, Qi Yuan declared. The third step, Zhang Yunxi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. A knife that hasn't drawn blood isn't a real knife. A warrior who hasn't faced killing cannot become a savior. Does this mean we'll fight bandits and malevolent specters tomorrow? Zhang Yunxi asked eagerly. Not exactly. Tomorrow, we'll hunt for ingredients, starting with fish. At Yeshan Lake, the villains have secretly polluted many fish, turning them into malevolent specters. Your task is to eliminate these fish. Qi Yuan explained. Previously, when he had preached the transformation dragon technique, he had observed many fish drawn to him. Some of these fish had entered Yeshan Lake, only to meet mysterious deaths. The culprits were corrupted, malevolent fish. This was the perfect opportunity. Zhang Yunxi could hunt for food, eliminate the cursed fish, and gain experience, a win-win-win situation. Understood. As dawn broke, the chill over Yeshan Lake faded. Yun Li and Yun Hu sat on a boat, keeping a safe distance from the small vessel ahead of them. Say what you will about that old man, he's got some talent. He even tricked the princess into hard labor for days, Yun Li remarked, amused. The princess had made so many buns that Chen Kangbao couldn't finish them all. He had even set up a stall to sell the extras. As her protector, Yun Li had bought some to sample. To her surprise, they were delicious. The Duke was surprised to hear about this but didn't object, Yun Hu said. The previous day, the Duke himself had arrived at Yeshan Lake. Yun Hu reported the situation and brought some buns for him to try. After eating, the Duke approved of the experience. As long as his daughter wasn't in real danger, a bit of hardship could only do her good. The princess does seem more focused lately. Today, she looks even more motivated, Yun Li observed. You don't think the old man is a real reclusive master, do you? Yun Li mused aloud. How could he be? He's clearly eccentric. If he were a real master, why would the princess be talking to fish as if they could understand her? Yun Hu retorted. Earlier, their boat had drifted close enough to overhear the princess speaking to a fish. She had asked it where the malevolent fish were hiding and even requested its guidance to defeat the evil specters. It was utterly absurd. For one, ordinary fish couldn't possibly be malevolent specters. Yeshan Lake was home to the powerful water sovereign, a terrifying specter that wouldn't tolerate other malevolent beings in its domain. Second, even if there were cursed fish, how could a regular fish understand her and lead her there? It was laughable. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Rippling waters shimmered under the sunlight after a rain, the surface of Yeshan Lake exuding a serene charm. A young girl held a kitchen knife in her hand, gazing at the fish in the water with a curious look. Is this a specter fish? It doesn't look any different from a normal fish. Do bad guys ever walk around with the word, bad, written on their foreheads? That's true, old knife. The kitchen knife in her hand swung lightly, its movements embodying precision, swiftness, and sharpness to perfection. It must be said that cutting vegetables had dramatically improved Zhang Yunxi's combat proficiency. Born of noble lineage and raised with a golden spoon, Zhang Yunxi had virtually no real combat experience. Using a kitchen knife to chop vegetables had inadvertently become one of her few diligent exercises. You've slain one specter fish. Gained minor experience points. A cold, mechanical voice echoed. Zhang Yunxi blinked, puzzled. Who said that? I gain experience for killing fish. What kind of experience? Zhang Yunxi kept chattering non-stop, her words flying out like firecrackers. Sorry, but the experience gained from killing specters is mine, Qi Yuan responded truthfully. You get experience. What do I gain then? You gain experience in killing fish. It'll make you much faster when preparing fish for cooking in the future. Huh, stop standing there in a daze. There are plenty more specter fish in this lake. Hurry up and kill them. Alright, watch out. If I hadn't turned just now, you'd have chopped this boat in half. Sorry, your technique is solid, you've turned those specters into sashimi already. Sashimi, that's just dead fish slices. On Yeshan Lake, the battle unfolded continuously. Zhang Yunxi wielded her kitchen knife, slicing through the fish in the water one after another. Her expression was focused, her eyes gleaming with delight. To her, every specter deserved to die. Her unwavering determination was unseen by others. But that didn't matter. She would document this thrilling and perilous battle in her diary, capturing every heated moment. On another boat, Yun Li and Yun Hu sat observing from afar, swaying slightly as the motion of the waves made them feel queasy. The young lady does have some ability. She's just venting her frustrations on a bunch of regular fish. That's all this is. It's fine, they're just fish. As long as she doesn't go too far in and doesn't provoke the water sovereign, everything will be fine. It's getting dark. We should probably prepare to head back. The young lady's afraid of the dark. Deep beneath Yeshan Lake, a snake-like man slithered through the water, entering an underwater palace. If a weapon master were here, they would have immediately recognized him as a Bloodthorn elder. After all, Bloodthorn was infamous for their twisted methods of merging humans with specters. The snake elder entered the underwater palace, moving deeper into its recesses. The environment shifted. The surrounding water vanished as if held at bay by some mystical barrier, and the palace now appeared no different from one on land. A faint stench of blood, mingled with the metallic tang of rust, hung in the air. How are things progressing? The snake elder twisted his body, his snake-like pupils cold and menacing. Reporting to the elder, the specter blood concoction is nearly complete. However, one of the pets we released earlier seems to have been slain by a young girl. The gray-robed man who reported this trembled nervously. She was accompanied by 2 Earth-tier weapon masters, so he didn't dare to act. A sharp chill flashed in the snake elder's cold eyes. They've been discovered. No, if that were the case, the heavenly sect wouldn't be this quiet. It must be a coincidence. Continue to monitor the situation. Release more fish tomorrow. I want this entire water domain turned into a specter realm. The snake elder's face twisted into a sinister grin, his expression sending shivers down spines. Once the specter realm takes form, and with the water sovereign's assistance, Jining Prefecture will fall completely under my control. Even if a heaven-tier weapon master comes, they'll be powerless to stop me. Today was another day of hard work. I slew many specter fish. I'm truly amazing, quietly making contributions to the world, asking for neither recognition nor reward, and keeping my name hidden. Zhang Yunxi carefully penned this self-praising note into her diary. At that moment, the usually silent kitchen knife spoke. Don't you think the number of specter fish has been increasing lately? Zhang Yunxi tilted her head in thought, her expression growing serious. You're right, there seem to be more and more specter fish. Killing them all feels impossible. There are too many fish. Relying on just your hands, you can't kill them faster than they're multiplying. Then what should I do? Zhang Yunxi asked worriedly. You need to upgrade your gear. Killing fish one by one is too slow. You need to shock them. A flash of lightning will kill them all at once. While electrofishing might be unethical on Earth, in the Blue Mountain realm, it wasn't illegal. And besides, it was specter fish she was targeting. How do I shock them? It's simple. Get some special materials and help me evolve. Once I gain lightning attributes, electrofishing will be easy. But these materials are rare and hard to come by. Usually, they're priceless, Qi Yuan added. While Qi Yuan had money, some refining materials couldn't be bought easily. This naive, wealthy miss, seemed to have all the right connections, though. If you don't have enough money, just ask the old man. He's loaded. Alright, list the materials. I'll buy them tomorrow, Zhang Yunxi responded earnestly. The next day, Zhang Yunxi didn't touch any vegetables. She packed the kitchen knife carefully, hung it from her belt, and made her way to the city. About an hour later, she stopped in front of a rustic-looking tower. This ancient structure, standing barely 15 meters tall, appeared weathered and frail, as though a single gust of wind might bring it crumbling down. Fortunately, this lady is well informed and knows about this branch of the Heavenly Crafts Pavilion. Their rare materials are far superior to those of the Artifact Forging Association. With this thought, Zhang Yunxi strode confidently toward the Heavenly Crafts Pavilion. A young man stepped forward to block her path. This is a private area. Entry is prohibited. Some branches of the Heavenly Crafts Pavilion did not permit public access or conduct open trade. I'm a distinguished guest of the Heavenly Crafts Pavilion. Zhang Yunxi presented a jade token. The young man's demeanor shifted immediately, replaced by a respectful and fawning smile. Please allow me to escort you to the treasure vault. What materials do you require? The Heavenly Crafts Pavilion's treasure vaults, filled with rare items, were not open to just anyone. However, Zhang Yunxi's status as a VIP granted her special privileges. Lead the way. In high spirits, Zhang Yunxi followed the young man into the building. The treasure vault of the Heavenly Crafts Pavilion is dazzling, far more impressive than the Artifact Forging Association's offerings, Zhang Yunxi murmured to the knife. The young man guiding her smiled proudly but couldn't help feeling puzzled. Who is she talking to? I need thunderwood, fangxing stone, and dansha cinnabar. Zhang Yunxi listed the materials Qi Yuan had requested. Please wait a moment, I'll have them prepared for you. The young man nodded respectfully, though he was inwardly astonished. The materials she requested were worth over 300,000 taels in total. Who exactly is this extravagant guest? Zhang Yunxi swung her legs playfully as she waited, clearly pleased with herself. After a short while, a set of approaching footsteps broke the quiet. A petite woman entered. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise when she saw Zhang Yunxi. Yunxi, it's you, Sister Yi Zhen, what brings you here? Zhang Yunxi's face lit up with joy. The jade token Zhang Yunxi had used earlier was, in fact, a gift from Yi Zhen. Qi Yuan sensed the newcomer as well. She was an acquaintance, the same woman who had once invited him to join the Heavenly Crafts Pavilion. Without much interest, Qi Yuan dismissed the thought and went back to resting. I heard a distinguished guest was at this branch, purchasing a large number of rare materials. I didn't expect it to be you, Yi Zhen said, her curiosity evident. Zhang Yunxi beamed. It's a small world, isn't it? Though Zhang Yunxi was a noble lady and a princess, she had no talent for artifact crafting, which puzzled Yi Zhen. What are you planning to do with all these materials? Yi Zhen asked directly. Zhang Yunxi coughed awkwardly, clearly not wanting to reveal too much. Ahem, it's a secret. Yi Zhen raised an eyebrow. The materials you've requested add up to over 300,000 taels. Yunxi, are you sure no one's tricking you? She sounded cold and a little worried. Yi Zhen knew Zhang Yunxi's gullible nature. With such a large sum of money involved, she feared her little sister might have been duped by some charming young artifact master. Relax, Yi Zhen, I'm not that naive. Besides, the money isn't mine, Zhang Yunxi replied dismissively. Yi Zhen narrowed her eyes. You're not naive. Still, hearing that the money didn't come out of Zhang Yunxi's pocket, Yi Zhen relaxed a little. Yunxi was traveling, but there were undoubtedly people protecting her from the shadows. They wouldn't let her fall into real danger. Why don't you attend the artifact forging conference in a few days? Yi Zhen suggested casually. There should be plenty of rare materials available there. Recently, the artifact forging conference at Yeshan Lake had drawn countless master craftsmen, especially Earth-tier artifact masters. Renowned figures like the Flaming Phoenix Artisan and other Earth-tier artifact masters were coming together to study the legendary weapon, Weilong Xuanyuan. Yet, despite their combined knowledge, no one had figured out how to repair it. Even Earth-tier weapon masters were stumped. As for lesser smiths, they wouldn't fare any better. This upcoming conference was bound to end in disappointment. The Water Sovereign's looming threat would remain unresolved. I don't think I'll have time, Zhang Yunxi said thoughtfully. The materials she was purchasing today were sufficient for upgrading her kitchen knife, so she didn't feel any need to attend. Yi Zhen frowned slightly. You love crowds, though. What's holding you back this time? Zhang Yunxi hesitated, then leaned in close, her tone turning secretive. Yi Zhen, I'll tell you something, but you have to promise not to tell anyone. Yi Zhen's brows furrowed slightly, but she nodded. All right. After glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, Zhang Yunxi lowered her voice and whispered, I recently met an old celestial immortal. An old swindler, more like. Yi Zhen thought to herself. He told me I have unparalleled talent and the potential to save the world. Zhang Yunxi declared with pride. Save the world, have you looked in a mirror lately, Yunxi? These past few days, I've been training diligently. I can chop 300 pounds of cabbage and 70 pounds of meat into perfect mincemeat in one day. Does she hear herself? Who saves the world by chopping vegetables? And recently, I've been putting my training to use. Every day, I go to Yeshan Lake in secret to kill specters. Yesterday alone, I killed hundreds of specters. Using the term, hundreds of specters, for a few fish. And what about that cabbage? Yi Zhen forced a smile. Amazing, Yunshi, you're destined to leave your mark on history. Hee, there's been an increase in specters lately. I can't afford to slack off. I have to keep working hard to exterminate them and restore peace to the world. Zhang Yunshi said earnestly. In a grand estate, a richly dressed elder sat, a curious look in his eyes. Yunshi spent 300,000 taels on a batch of rare materials. The elder was Duke Zonshan, the younger brother of the emperor of the Ning kingdom and Zhang Yunshi's father. Hearing the report from his subordinates, he frowned slightly, surprised. 300,000 taels wasn't a trivial sum, even for him. Though he adored his daughter, he had only given her about 2,000 taels to spend on this trip. It must have been the old man accompanying her who provided the funds, one of the subordinates guessed. To have 300,000 taels on hand, that's no ordinary person, Duke Zonshan muttered, his expression thoughtful. His fingers absently rolled the beads of his golden sandalwood bracelet. Find out who this old man is. Treat him with respect, and don't offend him, Duke Zonshan instructed. He was growing increasingly curious about the man traveling with his daughter, Chen Kangbao. Initially, when he heard that his daughter was following this eccentric man and learning to cook, he hadn't been particularly concerned. Learning to cook isn't a bad thing, he had thought. He'd even enjoyed the buns she sent back, which she had made herself. But things had clearly escalated beyond his expectations. This old man had given his daughter access to an astronomical sum of money. Could such a man be ordinary? Understood. At that moment, an elderly woman dressed in Taoist robes stepped forward. This was Wang Qingyi, a senior elder of the heavenly sect. From what I've heard, the materials Yunshi purchased were rare crafting materials. Could this old man be a powerful artifact master? Wang Qingyi asked thoughtfully. Duke Zonshan nodded slightly. That would explain a lot. The upcoming artifact forging conference had drawn numerous master craftsmen to Yeshan Lake. It was entirely possible that this old man was one of them, an extraordinary master capable of casually producing 300,000 taels. At the very least, he's likely an Earth-tier artifact master, possibly even at the peak of his tier. I haven't met him yet, but when the opportunity arises, we must invite him to examine Weilong Xuanyuan, Wang Qingyi said, her expression solemn. For Wang Qingyi, the repair of Weilong Xuanyuan was of paramount importance. Without it, the Water Sovereign's threat to Jining Prefecture remained unchecked. The man you described, could he be here because of the rumors circulating in the Ning Kingdom's capital? Wang Qingyi asked carefully, studying the Duke's reaction. Duke Zonshan's face darkened, his tone growing grave. Not just one group of visitors. Two groups have arrived, both formidable and hostile to each other. They hail from the central lands of the Rosha Empire. Hearing this, Wang Qingyi gasped. The central lands. Her voice trembled with awe and longing. It's said that heaven-tier weapon masters are not uncommon in the central lands, and even gods are said to appear there. If we were in the central lands, the Water Sovereign would never dare act so arrogantly. The central lands were the holy land for weapon masters, a paradise for cultivation. Legends spoke of portals leading to otherworldly realms. Do you think they might intervene? Wang Qingyi asked hopefully. Our sect would be willing to offer precious treasures in exchange for their help. Duke Zonshan smiled bitterly. What we consider treasures are probably worthless to them. Their arrival in Ning is part of a larger mission. They won't meddle in what they see as minor affairs. Wang Qingyi sighed in disappointment. What the Ning Kingdom considered a dire crisis, these mighty envoys viewed as nothing more than a trifling matter. What brought them to such a remote kingdom? Wang Qingyi pressed. Duke Zonshan hesitated, then lowered his voice. They're searching for a god. A god? Wang Qingyi was stunned. A divine being, here in the Ning Kingdom. How could such a thing go unnoticed? She muttered in disbelief. Which god? The arbiter of justice, also known as Shen Lin. What? That one? I thought it was destroyed long ago. Wang Qingyi exclaimed. The heavenly sect's founder had been said to share an enigmatic connection with a legendary divine-tier artifact master known as Sheng Nu. Sheng Nu had once forged a mythical weapon called Shen Lin, a weapon that no one else had ever laid eyes on. The weapon was said to have swept through evil like an unstoppable force, the mightiest treasure of the Rosha Empire. With a single invocation of Shen Lin, all specters would be vanquished. Duke Zonshan shook his head. I don't know the specifics. But if we find even a hint of Shen Lin's whereabouts, informing them could earn their assistance. Perhaps then, they would act to save Jining Prefecture. Wang Qingyi nodded gravely. I'll report this to the sect leader immediately. If Shen Lin truly appears in Jiangzhou, we must seize this opportunity. The looming threat of the Water Sovereign was too great. Without the intervention of these central land envoys, Jining Prefecture's survival hung by a thread. Elsewhere in the manor, Qi Yuan spoke casually. In your travels, beware of anyone with the surname Yi. For example, your sister Yi Zhen. Does she happen to have any cousins or brothers? I don't know. Why should I be cautious of people named Yi? Those with the surname Yi often possess the destiny of a protagonist. They're naturally extraordinary. I've heard of many famous individuals with that name. Yi Fan, Yi Chen, Yi Zhen, Yi Liucheng, and someone named Yi Bai Dashang. Qi Yuan said, as if imparting profound wisdom. Zhang Yunxi hurriedly took notes. Elder Knife's advice was clearly invaluable. When you encounter such individuals, you have two choices: cut them down immediately, or cling to them for dear life. Qi Yuan's tone was matter of fact. All right, now take me and the materials to the old man. It's time for me to evolve. Got it. Zhang Yunxi nodded eagerly. After a brief pause, she asked hesitantly, once you evolve, if I hold you, will you electrocute me? You'll be fine, Qi Yuan reassured her, somewhat exasperated. At least this host had the sense to carry an umbrella in the rain. The following day brought a misty rain, cloaking the landscape in a light drizzle. Zhang Yunxi carried her upgraded kitchen knife with an expression of uncontainable excitement. With this knife, I'm truly invincible. Her giddiness showed no bounds. The day before, after steaming buns, she had used her knife to zap them all into perfection with an electric charge. It had filled her with a newfound confidence. Seated on a small boat, she cradled a fish in her hands. Little fish, show me where the bad specter fish are hiding. The fish trembled briefly before diving into the water, leading Zhang Yunxi forward. Rising to her feet, Zhang Yunxi let the light rain fall upon her, unbothered by the chill. Suddenly, she pinched herself hard. Ouch, why are you pinching yourself? Qi Yuan asked curiously. This host was full of oddities. I want to make sure I'm not hallucinating. How could I, of all people, be a heroine destined to save the world? What if this is all just a dream I'm having as I die? You overthink things. Once you're done saving the world, maybe you should write a novel about it. Zhang Yunxi's heart skipped a beat. What about you? Me, I'll continue to enjoy my life. We're just passing figures in each other's stories, Qi Yuan replied nonchalantly. For some reason, Zhang Yunxi felt a pang of melancholy. She realized she was starting to grow attached to the companions she had acquired along her journey. The lead fish stopped swimming. Zhang Yunxi's eyes sharpened, rare killing intent flaring within them. HMPH. Specters, you dare run rampant here. Prepare to die. Meanwhile, trailing behind, Yunhu and Yunli relaxed in their own boat. Thanks to a special artifact masking their presence, Zhang Yunxi had no idea they were following her. Every day she comes out here to kill fish. One day, she'll be known as the specter-slaying maniac. What a title, Yunhu joked. Wait a minute, do you notice something strange about the fish up ahead? Yunli narrowed her eyes, peering forward. Get closer. Yunhu's expression grew serious. Now that you mention it, there is something odd. Look at the fish ahead, they're packed together in dense clusters. The water in front of Zhang Yunxi was pitch black with fish, swarming together unnaturally. Something's not right. Fish normally compete and even eat each other. Why are they all gathering like this? I'm sensing the presence of specters. Wait, are these fish actually specters? Yunhu's face paled. Damn it, the young lady is in danger. Let's move, Yunhu shouted urgently. But as the two approached, they witnessed a scene that stunned them to their cores. Standing on the small boat, Zhang Yunxi raised her kitchen knife. Though her expression was fierce, her voice was sweet. Specters, you dare challenge me? Die. With a single swing of her blade, a thunderous explosion erupted. Sparks of lightning crackled through the air, and countless bolts of purple electricity surged across the water. Within moments, the entire area turned into a sea of lightning. Thousands, tens of thousands, of specter fish were stunned or killed in an instant. Zhang Yunxi stood there, kitchen knife in hand, like a goddess of thunder. Her single strike had obliterated everything in its wake. The water within 100 meters of her boat roiled and boiled, as if it had been placed over a raging fire. The swarming specter fish were reduced to nothing more than floating corpses. As for the small lead fish, it leapt back into Zhang Yunxi's boat just in time. Well done. Today you've learned a new recipe, electric water boiled fish, Qi Yuan quipped. As the lightning dissipated and the water gradually calmed, Zhang Yunxi trembled with excitement. I'm so strong. From a distance, Yunhu and Yunli gawked, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. What was that? Did she actually learn some real skills? The two of them were utterly shaken. Even from hundreds of meters away, they could feel the terrifying power of the lightning. If they had been any closer, they would have been annihilated in an instant. But their young lady, she had stood in the center of it all, wielding a kitchen knife to unleash such devastation. The two exchanged glances, their minds reeling. When they looked back at the lake, the small boat and Zhang Yunxi were gone, leaving only a sea of specter fish corpses floating on the surface. The water was eerily calm, as though nothing had happened. If not for the floating fish, Yunhu and Yunli might have thought they had imagined the whole scene. Swallowing hard, Yunhu muttered, "The young lady has disappeared." Yunli clenched her fists. That knife, it's definitely no ordinary weapon. It must be a heaven-tier artifact. Even if Zhang Yunxi had improved, there was no way she could have unleashed such power on her own. Clearly, that knife was extraordinary. We've lost sight of the young lady. This is bad, Yunhu said anxiously. We need to find her immediately. And this must be reported to the Duke. Yunli said firmly. Both of them realized the gravity of the situation. What had just happened wasn't just a minor event, it was something that could shake the heavens. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. A lone small boat darted across the surface of Yeshan Lake, its speed startling as it cut through the water, leaving ripples in its wake. Zhang Yunxi stood at the helm, gripping her kitchen knife. Her small, delicate hand waved in the air. It was as if she were performing some sort of graceful, floral hand gesture. This unusual motion didn't lift her into the air but instead made her boat accelerate even faster. After slaughtering the specter fish in that section of the lake, Zhang Yunxi didn't pause. Following Qi Yuan's advice, she planned to push forward with all her might to exterminate as many specter fish as possible. The specter fish are growing in number. You need to kill more, aim straight for their lair, and catch them off guard. That was what Qi Yuan had said to her. To become the world's greatest chef, having the world's greatest kitchen knife alone isn't enough. You need to chop up plenty of top-quality ingredients too. Now, brimming with vigor and determination, Zhang Yunxi continued waving her hand, propelling her small boat deeper into Yeshan Lake. Suddenly, a massive ship came barreling through the water, cutting across her path and stopping her in her tracks. On board stood Xie Danren, clad in a green robe, exuding an air of arrogance. He gazed down at Zhang Yunxi and spoke in a detached tone, "The area ahead is restricted territory in Yeshan Lake. Unauthorized individuals must not enter." At this point, the Heavenly Sect had implemented several strategies to counter the Water Sovereign, including organizing the Artifact Forging Conference and sealing off major water areas to prevent the Water Sovereign from wreaking havoc. This restriction also served to keep ill-intentioned individuals from entering the lake's depths to conspire with the Water Sovereign. After all, there was no shortage of people in this world who wanted to bring about its destruction. Upon seeing a stranger, Xie Danren immediately moved to intercept her. In fact, he had acted so recklessly that his massive ship almost capsized Zhang Yunxi's small boat. Luckily, Zhang Yunxi reacted quickly. Even so, her hair was soaked through, water dripping from her strands. "Hey, how are you steering this boat? If I were just an ordinary fisherman, you'd have capsized me, and I'd be drowning in Yeshan Lake by now." Zhang Yunxi shouted angrily. Xie Danren cast a sideways glance at her. Seeing her dressed as a chef, with a floral-patterned apron tied around her waist, he raised his chin and said smugly, "A fisherman can swim, they won't drown. Besides, aren't you fine?" Zhang Yunxi's anger flared. "If you knew what I'm doing here, you'd be scared out of your wits." Zhang Yunxi placed her hands on her hips. "Ha!" Xie Danren sneered as if looking at a fool. His condescending attitude made Zhang Yunxi's blood boil. At this moment, she finally understood the plight of those protagonists in stories who set out to save the world but were misunderstood and mocked along the way. The protagonists would always have the option to explain themselves, but often chose not to. Well, I'm not like them. Zhang Yunxi declared. This place is crawling with specters, and I'm here to exterminate them and save the world. Don't block my way. Xie Danren sized her up again, his smirk deepening into outright ridicule. You've just stepped into the Zon tier, and you're already talking about saving the world. With the heavenly sect guarding this area, how could there possibly be specters around? Zhang Yunxi's heart sank, her chest tightening with grievance. So this is what being misunderstood feels like. She was clearly here to save the world, yet this arrogant man was standing in her way. At that moment, Qi Yuan's voice echoed in her ears. If he tries to stop you, cut him down with a single strike. This arrogant NPC is getting on my nerves. Now that the kitchen knife's integration progress had reached 2/3, Qi Yuan no longer felt like a mere tool. His senses had grown sharper than ever. Long before they arrived here, he had already sensed Xie Danren pestering his wife. Less than an hour greater than meanwhile, on a distant ship, Shenling Xuan stood in her blue gown, her elegant and serene demeanor exuding a frosty charm. Beside her stood Yi Zhen, who frowned and said, "That person looks like Yunxi. Why is she here?" She gestured, and their ship glided forward under her command. "Yunxi, is that you? What are you doing here?" Yi Zhen called out as their ship approached, her expression curious. Hearing this, Xie Danren was taken aback. "You know her?" His gaze toward Zhang Yunxi shifted upon realizing this. "So it was a misunderstanding," Xie Danren said, quickly adopting a more deferential tone. Yi Zhen was the granddaughter of the Heavenly Crafting Hall's elder, a person of considerable standing. When Zhang Yunxi noticed Xie Danren's change in attitude, she scoffed inwardly. Though she held her kitchen knife tightly, she ultimately didn't act on Qi Yuan's suggestion. "Yi Zhen sis, I came here to kill some fish." She pointed at Xie Danren. "But he stopped me." Yi Zhen chuckled and said, "The heavenly sect has placed defenses here to prevent evildoers from entering and to keep ordinary people from wandering in. But you're an exception, Yunxi. If you want to kill fish, feel free. By the way, Duke Zonshan is in the waters just 10 miles ahead." Hearing this, Xie Danren offered no rebuttal. What Yi Zhen said was true. However, Xie Danren had been shirking his duties, adopting a lazy, one-size-fits-all approach to enforcement. In his mind, it was easier to simply bar everyone. "My father is in the area." Zhang Yunxi's face lit up with delight. "Yi Zhen sis, I'd love to chat, but I'm in a hurry. I'll go on ahead." Without further ado, she sped off toward the lake's depths. Watching her retreating figure, Xie Danren muttered, "She's the daughter of Duke Zonshan. Just as they say, naive and foolish to the extreme." Yi Zhen shot him a glare. "Duke Zonshan is just ahead. Perhaps you'd like to share that sentiment with him directly." Xie Danren shrugged nonchalantly. She claimed Yeshan Lake was crawling with specters and that she was here to save the world. Ridiculous. He laughed scornfully. With the heavenly sect keeping watch here, where would specters even come from? Less than an hour greater than, "Senior brother, something's wrong. Specters have been spotted in the water." Before he could finish speaking, a young man darted over, skimming the lake's surface like a dragonfly. He landed squarely on Xie Danren's ship. Xie Danren's face froze. The irony was almost too much. Yet he didn't dare to ignore the matter. "What kind of specter?" he asked urgently. Even Shenling Xuan and Yi Zhen turned their attention to the newcomer. "Fish specters." The young man took out a small, lifeless fish from his storage artifact. The fish was no larger than a minnow, but its eyes gleamed with an inky darkness. "This specter's aura is weak. It's newly born, isn't it?" Yi Zhen surmised, her expression turning grave. "It is indeed a newly spawned specter," the young man confirmed. "This situation is highly unusual." The room grew tense. This must be reported to the sect immediately. Something isn't right. Why would specters appear out of nowhere? Could this be Bloodthorn's doing? Is there a spirit-nurturing ground hidden here? Where there's one specter, there are bound to be more. The crowd grew increasingly anxious. Even dealing with a single water sovereign was a monumental task. If Bloodthorn was involved, it would spell catastrophe for the heavenly sect. Half a day later, on a grand dragon boat, powerful figures gathered. Standing at the helm was the grieving wind hand Wei Kun, his expression solemn. "It seems you've all heard the news by now. Over 100 specter fish have been discovered in Yeshan Lake." Wei Kun was ranked in the top 20 of Ning Kingdom's Earth rankings and among the top 3 experts of the heavenly sect. His strength had reached the peak of the Earth tier weapon master realm, making him the most formidable individual present. "Alas, we've yet to deal with the water sovereign. And now, with traces of bloodthorn involved, this situation grows increasingly dire. The patriarch of the two families sighed heavily, his aged face full of worry. The artifact forging conference hasn't even begun, but numerous Earth-tier artifact masters and several gifted young talents have already examined the Weilong Xuanyuan. None of them have any way to repair it, said Wang Qingyi, an elder of the heavenly sect. His tone revealed his mounting concern. The conference hadn't officially started, but the most promising artifact masters and outstanding apprentices had already inspected the Weilong Xuanyuan, only to shake their heads in frustration. This showed just how precarious the situation was. The heavenly sect had no effective countermeasures against the water sovereign. Even if an ordinary heaven-tier weapon master were to appear at Yeshan Lake, they might still be unable to deal with the water sovereign. Could it be that we'll simply stand by and let the water sovereign merge with Yeshan Lake, flooding Jining Prefecture? Someone muttered grimly. If the flood came, the death toll would reach into the millions. Should we begin evacuating the people downstream now? Shen Wanshan asked with a heavy heart. He had already braced himself for the worst. No, absolutely not. That would create widespread panic and inflict immeasurable harm on Jining Prefecture in Jiangzhou. Someone objected. Many others chimed in, supporting the notion that panic should be avoided at all costs. But some voices scoffed, saying that in such a desperate situation, worrying about causing panic was ludicrous. The argument grew louder, with disputes echoing back and forth. How to respond to the water sovereign remained a contentious issue, with no unified approach in sight. If the sky falls, tall people will hold it up. Unfortunately, we're the tallest ones here, so there's no avoiding it. Letting those commoners die isn't the problem, the real damage is the loss of the heavenly sect's resources and reputation. Do you have any idea how much we'd lose? Silence. Finally, Wei Kun slammed the table in frustration, bringing the arguments to a halt. For a brief moment, calm returned to the boat. All eyes turned toward Wei Kun. He looked toward Duke Zonshan and spoke softly. Your Grace, please share your thoughts. Many were surprised. Why would they consult Duke Zonshan? The royal family, after all, was not as powerful as the heavenly sect. What could the Zonshan Duke offer in this situation? A few days ago, some heaven-tier weapon masters from the Central Land's Rosha Kingdom arrived here. Their strength is extraordinary. If we can enlist their help, the water sovereign would pose no problem, Duke Zonshan said, his voice hoarse but firm. The crowd visibly brightened at the mention of this. Wait, heaven-tier weapon masters from the Rosha Kingdom. Central Lands, the sacred land of the Blue Mountain Realm. That's where legendary cultivators are said to reside, though the journey there is incredibly arduous. Heaven-tier weapon masters. If they act, the water sovereign would be nothing but a small fry. With their help, there might be no need to repair the Weilong Xuanyuan at all. The two family patriarchs stood up and asked, Your Grace, how can we convince them to assist us? The rest of the group was equally eager, their curiosity piqued. The heaven-tier weapon masters from Rosha were not ordinary experts. It was doubtful they'd be swayed by the Ning Kingdom's offerings. Our treasures in Ning Kingdom would likely fail to entice them, Duke Zonshan began. However, these weapon masters didn't come here for trivial matters, they came with a specific purpose in mind. If we help them accomplish their goal, they may agree to lend us their strength. What is their goal? They couldn't accomplish it themselves, what makes you think we can? They came to Ning Kingdom searching for a god. Duke Zonshan's voice was grave. A god? The entire hall erupted in disbelief. A god has appeared in Ning Kingdom. All the weapon masters and artifact masters present held their breath, their hearts racing. A god, the stuff of legends. Heaven-tier weapon masters were already mythical figures in Ning Kingdom. While experts from neighboring nations occasionally visited, a god was something entirely different, a being confined to the realm of myths and reverence. At that moment, Tu San's expression changed dramatically as he remembered his glowing sword. A god, could it be him? And that mysterious man who appeared in the Red Cloud Village, could he be connected to the divine? Tu San's breath quickened at the thought. Could it be true? Could that figure really be linked to a god? Bring the documents detailing this god to everyone, Duke Zonshan ordered, motioning with his hand. A group of attendants entered, each carrying a stack of paper slips, which they distributed among the assembled crowd. These documents contained all the known information about the god. The attendees immediately began to study the materials with rapt attention. After several dozen breaths of time, the elder of the Zon family spoke up. If such a god existed, wouldn't we already know of their presence? Finding them will be exceedingly difficult. Agreed. We lack the time. And there's no guarantee this god is even in Jining Prefecture or Jeongjo. This seems like a desperate gamble, someone murmured. The crowd descended into murmurs of doubt and speculation. Meanwhile, Tu-san's eyes gleamed with sudden realization. Wielding the light of judgment, descending like a divine arbiter, this has to be him. He must be the fabled god of judgment, wielder of the first divine artifact, divine descent. His heart pounded as excitement and trepidation surged within him. He had actually encountered a god, or at least, someone connected to one. At that moment, his father, the Tu-family patriarch, leaned in and whispered, "This sounds a lot like your glowing sword. Are the two connected?" "Father, they are definitely connected." Tu-san whispered back urgently. "But listen to me, there's a problem. From what Duke Zonshan said, not all of those heaven-tier weapon masters have goodwill toward this god. And the god himself has hidden his identity, likely unwilling to be exposed. If we reveal this connection and offend him, his wrath would be far worse than the Water Sovereign's havoc." The elder patriarch froze. Offending the Water Sovereign might lead to Yeshan Lake flooding Jining Prefecture, drowning a dozen counties. Offending a god would doom the entire Ning kingdom. Tu-san had no intention of exposing Qi Yuan's identity. Less than hour greater than Wei Kun let out a long sigh. This is a desperate gamble. Searching for a god in a sea of uncertainty may yield nothing, but it's all we have left. Just then, Xie Danren stepped forward. His posture was straight, his face filled with apparent resolve. "I have a plan," he announced, his voice steady but tinged with hesitation. "However, it is an extreme one. A cruel and ruthless strategy. Revealing it may cause some of you to curse my name forever. But for the heavenly sect, for the millions of innocents, I must speak." Xie Danren's words stirred the crowd, who saw him as a self-sacrificing hero ready to make a tough call. "Speak freely, senior brother Xie. No one will blame you. We are all here for the heavenly sect and the people of Jeongjo." Tu-san, observing this, scoffed inwardly. Xie Danren, always despicable and petty. A man so narrow-minded and vindictive that he thought himself a genius strategist. Xie Danren took a step forward, bowing slightly as he spoke. "Our ordinary treasures are not enough to entice the heaven-tier weapon masters of Luoka. But what if the treasure isn't ordinary?" "What treasure?" someone asked, intrigued, but others frowned deeply, sensing where this was going. Xie Danren turned his gaze toward Shenling Xuan, his eyes burning with determination. "If I can't have her, that worthless husband of hers won't either." Junior sister Shenling Xuan possesses the profound Yin physique, an unparalleled constitution. If an earth-tier weapon master were to pair with her, they could comprehend the unity of heaven and earth and ascend to the heaven tier. Even heaven-tier weapon masters could deepen their enlightenment by pairing with her. Why not offer junior sister Shen as a tribute to the heaven-tier weapon masters from Rosha? With this treasure, they would certainly act on our behalf. Xie Danren's impassioned words echoed through the gathering like a thunderclap. "Junior sister, this is for the greater good," he said, feigning reluctance as he turned to Shenling Xuan. "Please do not blame me. This is all for the sake of the heavenly sect, for the millions of innocent lives at stake." The moment he finished speaking, an uproar ensued. Shenling Xuan's profound Yin physique was not a well-guarded secret. This extraordinary constitution was highly coveted, drawing the attention of countless powerful figures. Yet due to her not having fully stepped into the Earth-tier weapon master realm, the true potential of her physique had not yet been unlocked. Coupled with the protection of the Shen family and the heavenly sect, Shenling Xuan had remained safe, until now. "Xie Danren, do you even realize what you're saying?" Shen Wanshan, the head of the Shen family, bellowed furiously. His eyes burned with rage, and his entire demeanor radiated killing intent. Xie Danren ignored Shen Wanshan's fury and looked at Shenling Xuan with feigned sorrow. "Junior sister, you've always carried the weight of the people in your heart. I beg you to consider the greater picture, to endure this sacrifice for the sake of countless lives. Pairing with a heaven-tier weapon master won't harm your life, and at most, it's just your chastity. Wouldn't it be better than wasting your body on that useless husband of yours?" His words were shameless yet spoken with such conviction that a few people in the crowd nodded, albeit uncomfortably. "Xie Danren, why don't you sacrifice yourself, then?" Yi Zhen couldn't hold back any longer. Her eyes narrowed, and her tone dripped with mockery. Xie Danren stood unflinching. "If the heaven-tier weapon masters from Rosha fancy me, I would gladly offer myself. For the greater good, for the people, I'd give anything." His shameless declaration was made with dramatic fervor, his eyes gleaming with self-sacrifice. "You truly are despicable, Xie Danren," Yi Zhen spat, her disgust evident. Others in the crowd began murmuring. Well, the profound yin physique is an extremely rare treasure. It could indeed entice even the heaven-tier weapon masters from Russia. Who wouldn't be moved? While this plan is ruthless, it may be our only choice. Shen Wanshan's fists tightened. His voice thundered through the gathering. Xie Danren. If you dare to bring up such nonsense again, I'll carve your tongue out myself. But despite Shen Wanshan's fury, some present seemed swayed by Xie Danren's words. I object to this proposal, came a commanding voice. All eyes turned to two-family patriarch Tu Zhang, who stepped forward with an air of authority. Sacrificing an innocent young woman to buy peace. What kind of heavenly sect are we if we resort to such barbaric tactics? Tu Zhang declared. His voice carried a weight that silenced many murmurs. Shen Wanshan cast Tu Zhang a glance filled with gratitude, though inwardly he found it puzzling. The Shen and Tu families had always been rivals. Why was Tu Zhang standing up for them now? The truth lay with young Master Tu San, who had tugged at his father's sleeve moments before. Father, don't let Xie Danren's vile plan go through, Tu San had whispered. Trust me on this. The reasons are complicated, but I know for certain that if this happens, our entire Ning kingdom will face unimaginable consequences. Tu Zhang had immediately understood the gravity of his son's plea. Sacrificing one life to save millions. Xie Danren asked in mock defiance. I would gladly lay down my own life if I could. Shenling Xuan, please consider the greater good. Good. Tu Zhang suddenly laughed coldly. Then why don't you sacrifice yourself first, Xie Danren? I won't stop you. You claim your own life is unimportant compared to the people's. Prove it. Xie Danren's face turned pale. What's the matter? Afraid to die? Tu Zhang's tone sharpened as he pressed on, his words cutting through the room like a blade. You speak of sacrificing one life for the greater good, yet when asked to sacrifice your own, you falter. Are you truly so cowardly? Or was this all a facade to advance your own petty schemes? The disdain in Tu Zhang's voice was palpable, and it drew smirks and laughter from the crowd. Senior brother Xie, you should try sacrificing yourself first, someone jeered. Yes, led by example. Isn't that what true heroes do? Another chimed in mockingly. The pressure mounted. Xie Danren's face flushed red with embarrassment and frustration. Eventually, Wei Kun raised a hand to restore order. Enough, he said sharply. This matter will be shelved for now. Though his tone carried authority, his gaze lingered briefly on Xie Danren, filled with thinly veiled contempt. As the commotion subsided, two figures burst into the hall. Your Grace, terrible news. It was Yun Li and Yun Hu, two trusted servants of Duke Zonshan. What is it? Duke Zonshan demanded, his expression tense. Miss Yunxi, Duke Zonshan's heart skipped a beat. What happened to Yunxi? Miss Yunxi, she's killed a lot of fish. Yun Li exclaimed breathlessly. Duke Zonshan blinked, confused. No, I misspoke. Yun Li quickly corrected himself. She's electrocuted a lot of fish and then disappeared into the depths of Yeshan Lake. Duke Zonshan covered his face with his hand. That foolish girl. Less than an hour greater than deep within Yeshan Lake. A small wooden boat glided across the water. Zhang Yunxi stood at the helm, her knife in hand, slicing and hacking away with ferocity. Zap, zap, purple lightning sparked through the waters. Hundreds, if not thousands, of specter fish perished in her wake. You've slain a specter fish. Your experience has slightly increased. Yunxi's strikes were relentless, her spirits high. Old knife, these fish are too weak, they're not even worth my effort. I agree, this method is far too slow. Let's go to their nest and wipe them all out in one go, Qi Yuan's voice echoed calmly from the knife. At 80% synchronization, Qi Yuan's control over the knife had grown significantly stronger. He estimated that exterminating the specter fish or crafting a dish of unmatched quality might push his synchronization to 100%, granting him new rewards and unlocking the next character role. This next stage of his journey filled him with anticipation. Currently, Qi Yuan had reached the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, and his grasp over his Yin God Dao was becoming increasingly profound. To create, one must first understand all things. To shape life, one must understand the myriad beings of the world. Without creation, how could one dare call themselves a god? Complete annihilation, that means facing the water sovereign directly, doesn't it? Yunxi's face turned pale, her courage waning. How confident are you? Qi Yuan asked. I don't have a single shred of confidence, Yunxi stammered. That means you have 99% confidence, Qi Yuan declared. Not bad. As expected of the chef I've chosen. Let's go, together, we'll take down the water sovereign. Wait, what? Yunshi blushed, unsure how to respond. Before she could explain, Qi Yuan acted. With a sudden motion, the boat flipped, throwing Yunshi into the lake. Confidence, Yunshi, push through your limits. The world is counting on you. Qi Yuan's voice echoed like a motivational chant. Yunshi flailed in the water, her knife gripped tightly. Wait, old knife, are we really doing this? Specters are just oversized ingredients. Chop them up and turn them into dumplings for old man Zanshan. Qi Yuan's tone was calm and encouraging. Underwater, Yunshi clenched her teeth. Okay, I'll do it. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In the underwater palace, Elder Water Serpent twisted his body, his face twisted with both ferocity and excitement as he looked at the endless stream of specter fish before him. Once this plan succeeds, with the merit I've earned here, I may be transferred to the core of the headquarters, and eventually, even ascend beyond this world to truly become one of them. As this thought crossed his mind, Elder Water Serpent's expression grew frenzied. Behind Bloodthorn lies an ancient and incomprehensibly powerful organization. It is said that joining them grants immortality, a state of eternal existence untouched by death or decay. And this immortality is not like the mere prolonged existence of specter creatures. In fact, it's said that the emergence of specter creatures in the Blue Mountain realm and across other realms is closely tied to this mysterious organization. Elder, the specter fish are multiplying rapidly. Over time, this entire region will become a haven for specter fish. The gray-robed elder spoke with reverence, his half-transformed body bearing an uncanny resemblance to a specter. The gills on his face flared open and closed as he spoke, lending him a terrifying visage. However, recently, it seems that many newly created specter fish have been killed. Some have even been discovered by the heavenly sect. The gray-robed elder's voice carried a trace of unease. So what if they're discovered? With this many specter fish, some deaths are inevitable. As long as we continue producing them, it doesn't matter if some are killed. It's like spilling a cup of water into the ocean, Elder Water Serpent said dismissively. You're absolutely right, Elder, the gray-robed elder agreed. How many were killed? Dozens. Hundreds, Elder Water Serpent asked casually. Approximately 70,000, the gray-robed elder answered. 70, wait, what? 70,000, Elder Water Serpent's expression twisted in shock. Nearly all the ones we released are dead. How is that possible? These 70,000 specter fish, perfectly suited for water, were incredibly agile. Even an Earth-tier weapon master would struggle to kill them all. Who did this? Elder Water Serpent demanded, unease creeping into his heart. I don't know, the gray-robed elder replied, shaking his head. Could there be an unexpected variable? Elder Water Serpent's body writhed in agitation. Then, after a moment, he shook his head. The Weilong Xuanyuan is broken, and with the current strength of the Ning Kingdom, no one poses a threat to the Water Sovereign. Even if something unexpected has occurred, it's of no concern. Reassuring himself, Elder Water Serpent let out a breath of relief. The Water Sovereign was his ultimate trump card. In Yeshan Lake, the Water Sovereign was the unquestioned king. Without the Weilong Xuanyuan repaired, even the Heavenly Sect's Tao leader would find no victory here. Keep monitoring the specter fish leaving this place. Inform me immediately if anything unusual happens, Elder Water Serpent ordered. Understood, Elder, bad news. The 30,000 specter fish we just released are gone. What? Just now, another 20,000 were wiped out as well. The gray-robed elder's forehead was slick with cold sweat. The specter fish created here were being funneled out into Yeshan Lake through a steady current. Their numbers reached the hundreds of thousands. But now, those leaving were being slaughtered en masse. The gray-robed elder trembled with fear, as if some unfathomable power had stationed itself at the exit, killing specter fish as they emerged. It seems, the moment they leave, they're killed, the gray-robed elder said shakily, wiping the sweat from his brow. Elder Water Serpent's expression darkened. Someone is stationed at the exit. Or, is there some other factor at play? He couldn't make sense of it. Let's go and check it out. Elder Water Serpent made his decision without hesitation, leading the gray-robed elder toward the fish outlet. At the same time, at the very outlet, Zhang Yunshi stood with her knife in hand, her face glowing with joy. I didn't expect specter creatures to be so easy to kill. Standing motionless, she had merely placed her knife into the pool at the exit. She just waited as the specter fish swam into the pool. The knife was wreathed in lightning, buzzing and crackling constantly. Every specter fish that swam into the pool was electrocuted to death, its lifeless body carried into Yeshan Lake. This is what being a true chef is all about. Knife in hand, turning Yeshan Lake into a giant pot and frying fish, Qi Yuan said with amusement. Don't just stand here electrocuting fish. To be a qualified chef, you must also debone, descale, and remove the spines, Qi Yuan reminded her. Old knife, you have a point, but who would dare eat this fish? Zhang Yunxi asked. Sometimes, her head wasn't completely empty. After all, no one would dare to eat specter fish. Still, she followed Qi Yuan's advice, methodically deboning the electrocuted fish. The old man will eat them, Qi Yuan replied seriously. Even the winged serpent elder had become a snack for Chen Kangbao, so these fried fish were hardly a problem. Old knife, there are so many of them. Good thing you're here, it's so easy to kill them without any effort. Zhang Yunxi said, delighted as she cheerfully swung the knife to slice the fish. But suddenly, Zhang Yunxi's pupils contracted, her body trembling with fear. Old knife, have you ever seen an old man with a fish head? A fish-headed man? Qi Yuan seemed amused. I've seen fish-headed women, shrimp-headed men, and shrimp-headed women, but a fish-headed man is a first. In his time exploring the mountains and seas scroll in Gongxing, Qi Yuan had encountered aquatic beings like Yushang fish maidens, some of whom boasted impressive physiques. And who are you? The words came from Elder Water Serpent, his voice tinged with fury as he stared at Zhang Yunxi. Her hand was holding a knife, and the lightning on the blade was frying any specter fish that got near. A talking snake? Zhang Yunxi was shocked. Then, realizing something, she spoke, you're an elder of Bloodthorn. Her face turned pale with fright. In the storybooks she'd read, Bloodthorn was always depicted as a terrifying villain, both evil and powerful. Could this endless tide of specter fish be the work of a Bloodthorn elder? Knife spirit, what do we do? This is a Bloodthorn elder, the kind of big villain that terrorizes the world. Villain, looks more like high-quality ingredients to me, Qi Yuan transmitted calmly. You're a chef destined to save the world. How can you hesitate when faced with fine ingredients? Ingredients. Zhang Yunxi hesitated. Meanwhile, Elder Water Serpent's eyes sparkled as they fixed on her knife. What kind of weapon is that? Could it be a legendary heaven-tier artifact? From a glance, Zhang Yunxi's abilities were laughable, merely at the Zan tier level. But the knife in her hand was extraordinary. Lightning crackled across it, and every specter fish that touched it died instantly. This was not a power an Earth-tier weapon could possess. It had to be a Heaven-tier artifact. Elder Water Serpent felt like he had struck gold. First, the Water Sovereign. Now, this artifact. Could it be that destiny itself was favoring him? Just then, the unexpected happened. The knife spoke. Soulless gods, thorn-covered blood. I am the debt collector knife. Hand over your silver. What? Elder Water Serpent froze in disbelief. A while back, headquarters had instructed him that anyone who spoke this phrase should be remembered, and all silver handed over immediately. But he hadn't expected the speaker to be a knife. Elder Water Serpent's greed only deepened. A weapon that can speak. This is no ordinary heaven-tier artifact. Elder Water Serpent's thoughts raced. Rumors spoke of some rare weapons possessing intelligence akin to that of a child, capable of speaking and even acting independently. Such artifacts were considered treasures among treasures, rare to find in any realm. And now, standing before him was such a weapon. Follow me, and all the silver I have is yours, Elder Water Serpent offered, his tone smooth and full of undisguised avarice as his gaze locked onto the knife. You want to keep me? Qi Yuan, the knife, sounded incredulous. Unfortunately, while you barely qualify for my moonlit standards, don't bathe often, a bit too old, I don't enjoy the idea of being someone's kept possession. Without waiting, Qi Yuan secretly activated a connection through the Divine Wood token and reported back to Bloodthorn's internal channels. Your organization's standards have really fallen. I asked for silver after giving the secret phrase, and not only was I denied, but this old fool even tried to keep me as his personal weapon. Such corruption can't stand. Clean up your ranks, for your own sake. After sending the message, Qi Yuan addressed Zhang Yunxi. Remember, cooking must be decisive. A true chef ensures ingredients meet their fate swiftly and cleanly. Otherwise, it's not cooking, it's torture. Zhang Yunxi swallowed hard, her grip tightening on the knife. She was scared, but in the back of her mind, she recalled her dreams of being the heroine in stories. Her resolve strengthened. I'm not just a chef, I'm a savior of the world. How can I let mere ingredients stop me? She took a step forward, raising the knife high. Her voice trembled but carried determination. Evil Elder, You're nothing more than a stepping stone to my hero's tale. HMPH. A mere Zontier weapon master dares to challenge me. Elder Water Serpent's tone was mocking, his serpentine body twisting as he prepared to strike. Even if the weapon she carried was heaven tier, its wielder was utterly weak. He had no reason to fear her. You're not fit to stand before me, he bellowed, lashing out with his tail. However, in the next instant, his mocking expression froze. The moment Zhang Yunxi swung the knife, a bolt of lightning surged out, slicing straight through his midsection. His body fell apart, cleanly severed into two writhing halves. That can't be. Elder Water Serpent's eyes widened in disbelief as the light in them faded. Behind him, Zhang Yunxi stood, breathing heavily. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as she stared at the two halves of her opponent's body. I actually did it, she stammered in disbelief. Her face lit up with uncontainable joy. I really am this amazing. Qi Yuan, ever unbothered, remarked, your cutting technique still needs work. Thin, consistent slices, like peeling potatoes, are a chef's standard. Work on it. But for Zhang Yunxi, the elder's death was a monumental victory. She felt her confidence soar. Another one remains. Don't waste good ingredients, Qi Yuan reminded her. Right. Fueled by her newfound self-assurance, Zhang Yunxi charged at the gray-robed elder, knife in hand. The poor man, already trembling with fear, stumbled back but was far too slow. With a few wild swings, Zhang Yunxi cut him down. Her breathing was labored as she looked at the second corpse, but her eyes shone with pride. Ha ha ha, the elders of Bloodthorn are nothing but paper tigers. Zhang Yunxi exclaimed, her knife held high in triumph. Her chest heaved with exertion, but her smile was radiant. Let's keep going. There are plenty more specter fish to deal with in this place, Qi Yuan said flatly. Yes. Zhang Yunxi nodded enthusiastically, her confidence brimming as she followed the knife's instructions. Less than hour greater than 5 days later, on a large ship above Yeshan Lake, Duke Junshan's face was etched with worry. Still no sign of Yunxi. It had been 3 days since Zhang Yunxi disappeared. Despite deploying every subordinate he had to search the vast Yeshan Lake, there was no trace of her. He had even ordered the capture of Chen Kangbao, the mysterious man who had sold Zhang Yunxi the knife. However, all that had been found was a courtyard full of steamed buns. Chen Kangbao himself had vanished. None, my lord, Yun Li said, lowering his head in shame. His complexion was pale, his voice trembling. This is my fault. I failed to protect the young mistress. I am willing to face death as punishment. Spare me your theatrics. Find Yunxi first, then come back and die, the duke snapped. His eyes were bloodshot, showing that he hadn't slept in days. The vast expanse of Yeshan Lake, where could she have gone? His anxiety only deepened as he thought back to his daughter's peculiar behavior over the past weeks. That fraud kept filling her head with nonsense about being a savior. One of the Earth-tier weapon masters beside him muttered angrily. A few days ago, Yun Li and Yun Hu had reported Zhang Yunxi's antics, using the knife to electrocute fish. The Duke had been incredulous, and the other weapon masters present had exchanged skeptical glances. But when they followed up with news of losing her entirely, the Duke's incredulity turned to dread. Even if that knife has special powers, even if it's an Earth-tier weapon, how could Yunxi wield it properly at her level? What if she fell into the water or encountered the water sovereign? The Duke's voice faltered, his worry clear. Over the past few days, events in Yeshan Lake had only grown more chaotic. The artifact forging conference had concluded, just as expected, with no one able to repair the Weilong Xuanyuan. One young genius proposed a repair method, but the process would take at least 100 years. This left the heavenly sect in despair and threw the prominent families of Jining Prefecture into turmoil. Meanwhile, rumors about Xie Danren's controversial proposal had resurfaced. Some factions even secretly supported offering Shenling Xuan to the heaven-tier weapon masters of the Roxia Kingdom to save Jining Prefecture. Yet to everyone's surprise, the Shen family, and even the Tu family, Jining Prefecture's top clan, had fiercely opposed the suggestion. Faced with the united front of these two powerful families, the proposal was ultimately abandoned. Today is Yunxi's birthday. The Duke's voice trembled with regret and self-blame. And I. Don't worry too much, my lord. The young mistress has always been blessed with good fortune. Even if she was captured by the Water Sovereign, she'll surely find a way to survive. The well-meaning but tone-deaf comment from a nearby weapon master earned a sharp glare from the Duke. Can't you phrase that better? He thought irritably. Why assume she was captured at all? Couldn't she just have gotten lost exploring Yeshan Lake? At that moment, a figure rushed in, his expression urgent. My lord, we've captured a member of Bloodthorn. He revealed that there's a spirit breeding site beneath Yeshan Lake, and Elder Water Serpent is stationed there. The announcement came from a heavenly sect elder. What? Bloodthorn has a spirit breeding site. So the specter fish, it was all their doing. The Duke's mind raced, the pieces falling into place. His daughter's knife, the electrocution of specter fish, could this have drawn Bloodthorn's attention? Could they have taken her? Where is this site? I will lead the expedition myself. Even if it was only a guess, the Duke couldn't ignore the possibility. Besides, Bloodthorn was a threat to the entire Blue Mountain realm. Already struggling with the Water Sovereign, the addition of Bloodthorn's scheme spelled certain doom for Jining Prefecture. Less than hour greater than half an hour later, a small boat floated on the lake, carrying 10 formidable Earth-tier weapon masters. These were some of the strongest figures in Yeshan Lake, their presence subdued but their power unmistakable. We cannot fail this time, Wei Kun said coldly. His killing intent was palpable. The group pressed on, their mission clear: destroy the Bloodthorn base and, if possible, rescue Zhang Yunxi. The group moved cautiously through the underwater palace, a colossal structure that had remained hidden beneath Yeshan Lake for decades. The further they ventured, the more they noticed a strange atmosphere. A pungent smell of blood filled the air, mingling with an odd, charred odor. What is that scent? It smells burnt, one of the Earth-tier weapon masters remarked, furrowing his brows. It's blood, but there's something strange about it, another replied, his voice low and cautious. Stay vigilant, Wei Kun warned. As they pressed on, the enormity of the underwater palace came into full view. The intricate architecture hinted at its use as a significant base for Bloodthorn. One of the elders touched the walls, examining the structure carefully. This palace has existed for at least 3 decades, he muttered, astonished. What, 3 decades? Another elder's eyes widened. That means Bloodthorn has been planning this for 30 years. This wasn't just opportunistic meddling. The group fell silent, the weight of this revelation sinking in. If Bloodthorn's schemes had been in motion for so long, then everything, the appearance of the specter fish, the rise of the Water Sovereign, might have been carefully orchestrated. Wei Kun's expression darkened as he gripped his weapon tighter. Move quickly, we can't let this continue any longer. They advanced deeper into the palace, but within moments, they froze. A mountain of corpses blocked their path. The pile was made up of countless specter fish, their lifeless bodies piled high in a grotesque heap. What happened here? One of the weapon masters stammered. This must be the work of someone, or something, Wei Kun said, his tone grim. But as they moved closer, something else caught their attention. Lying amidst the specter fish corpses were several human bodies. Wei Kun knelt to examine one of them. His face hardened. It's Elder Water Serpent. What? The others crowded around. Sure enough, the body belonged to Elder Water Serpent, one of Bloodthorn's most notorious figures. His serpent-like body was severed cleanly in two, his expression frozen in disbelief. This is impossible. Elder Water Serpent was at the peak of the Earth tier, an elder said, his voice trembling. Who could have killed him so easily? The precision of the cut left no doubt. This wasn't the result of a chaotic battle or even infighting. Keep moving, Wei Kun ordered. As the group advanced, the palace revealed even more horrors. The floor was littered with the bodies of specter fish, specter shrimp, and other grotesque creatures bred by Bloodthorn. Among them were dozens, no, hundreds, of Bloodthorn operatives, all slain. Each one bore the same clean, precise wounds. Someone massacred them, one of the weapon masters muttered, his voice barely audible. And not just anyone, Wei Kun added. This kind of precision, this was the work of a master. The deeper they ventured, the more the tension grew. The sheer number of corpses was overwhelming, and the silence of the palace only made it worse. 3 hours passed as they navigated the labyrinthine corridors. The dead seemed endless. Suddenly, Wei Kun froze, his sharp eyes narrowing as he spotted something ahead. Wait, the group rushed forward and stopped dead in their tracks. Lying before them was an enormous, grotesque creature, its size dwarfing everything around it. It's the Water Sovereign, Wei Kun whispered, his voice filled with disbelief. The massive entity lay dead, its flesh mangled, its body torn apart. Its enormous eye, a grotesque, crystalline orb, was shattered, and a gaping wound ran along its neck. It's dead, one of the elders said, his voice shaking. How? This thing was invincible in Yeshan Lake. Even a heaven-tier weapon master couldn't kill it here. The sheer presence of the Water Sovereign's corpse left everyone stunned. The monster that had terrorized Jining Prefecture for so long, the reason for their despair, was now nothing more than a lifeless heap of flesh. Who could have done this? Wei Kun examined the wound closely, his hands trembling. The cut was clean, precise, and filled with a residual energy unlike anything he'd seen before. This happened only a few hours ago, Wei Kun murmured. The realization sent shivers down their spines. Whoever had done this was still close. Look, one of the weapon masters suddenly shouted, pointing at the back of the Water Sovereign's corpse. Everyone turned to see strange markings etched into the creature's flesh. As they moved closer, the markings became clear. The world's greatest chef, savior of Ning Kingdom, Zhang Yunxi. Slaying a major villain, visiting the underwater palace. The words were bold, playful, and entirely out of place. Silence fell over the group as they stared at the inscription. All eyes turned toward Duke Junshin. That's her handwriting, the Duke finally said, his voice faint. Zhang Yunxi killed the Water Sovereign? One of the Heavenly Sect elders asked, his tone filled with disbelief. The Duke's mind was reeling. He thought back to his daughter's antics, the stories of her cooking lessons, her ridiculous declarations of saving the world, and her obsession with a talking knife. He had always dismissed it as youthful foolishness. But now, could it be true? Had his daughter, Zhang Yunxi, truly achieved what an entire kingdom couldn't? The Heavenly Sect elders exchanged uneasy glances. This can't be real, can it? The Duke said nothing, he was as stunned as they were. Less than an hour greater than meanwhile, on a small boat drifting across Yeshan Lake, Zhang Yunxi stood proudly, her green dress fluttering in the wind. In her hand, she held the now iconic knife. How amazing am I, huh? She asked, her voice brimming with excitement. Very amazing, Qi Yuan replied dryly. Hee, who would have thought that Zhang Yunxi could one day be the protagonist of her own epic tale? She puffed out her chest with pride, grinning from ear to ear. But then, as if remembering something, her expression turned a bit shy. She glanced down at the knife. Knife master, today's my birthday, you know. You're the knife master, Qi Yuan retorted flatly. Are you mad at me? I mean, I guess I could have added your name to the inscription. Like, Zhang Yunxi and Old Knife, visiting the underwater palace together. She peeked at the knife nervously, her confidence wavering. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Your birthday, what a coincidence. Killing demons and eliminating evildoers on your birthday, you're really starting to look like a protagonist. Well then, I'll stay. The voice gradually faded over the waters of Yeshan Lake. Roughly 2 hours later, a pale, delicate hand held a slender brush as crooked, uneven characters sprawled across the fine paper. I haven't written in my diary for the past few days because I was doing something incredibly meaningful. The knife spun in my hand, lightning surged like a tidal wave, and wherever my gaze landed, specters fell in droves. The final boss, the dreaded Water Sovereign, a powerful specter that terrorized the land, couldn't even struggle against the might of my heroic blade. In its last moments before life faded away, the Water Sovereign revealed its tragic tale to me. It turns out it was once a human, a disciple of the Heavenly Sect, and it even had a childhood friend and senior brother it deeply cared for. But during an adventure outside the sect, it unfortunately met its end. When it woke again, it was no longer human. See, every great villain has a moving backstory. Zhang Yunxi set her pen down and glanced at the knife lying beside her, feeling both delighted and regretful. It was a pity the knife hadn't shattered in her arms, dripping with its own lifeblood, or that she hadn't lost an eye or a leg. Only then would her journey as a savior feel truly legendary, something unforgettable. Although her diary painted this journey as fraught with peril and filled with bloody battles, the reality was that she had breezed through it with no danger at all. Turns out the savior I wrote about is far more interesting than what actually happened. At that moment, Zhang Yunxi was completely absorbed in her writing. Is it because reality was too smooth and easy, so it feels lacking in flair? Old Knife, what are you doing? She asked, her thoughts wandering again. She turned to glance at Qi Yuan. I'm reflecting on the gains from this experience. Qi Yuan responded curtly, offering no further explanation. What he said was half true and half false. At that moment, his emotions were complicated. The reward for completing the roleplay turned out to be wood. The first rewards for playing as the knife had been related to the sharpness of iron. The subsequent rewards had similarly enhanced his physical durability, granting him a body comparable to a heaven-tier artifact. But now that the roleplay was complete, the reward was the vitality of wood. An immense, inexhaustible vitality filled Qi Yuan's body. So, does this wood represent the knife handle? That was the only conclusion Qi Yuan could draw. The final reward seemed connected to the knife handle. Originally, I was more of a skill-focused fighter. But with this incredibly durable body, I became an unstoppable force. Now, with this boundless vitality, I've truly become unkillable. This reward was undeniably valuable. The seemingly endless vitality worked in tandem with his ability Death's Radiance, enabling him to unleash tremendous power when surrounded by enemies. If he were besieged by opponents of similar strength, he could feasibly achieve invincibility. Knife roleplay complete. 4th character unlocked. 4th character, the Blind Artifact Master. Suddenly, an influx of information poured into Qi Yuan's mind. The Blind Artifact Master had been born blind. His parents, poor and unable to care for a blind infant, abandoned him in a river one stormy night. Miraculously, the child survived, floating into the mountains, where an old man found him and took him in. The old man was a failed apprentice artifact master who had spent his life dreaming of becoming a true master. Unable to achieve his own ambitions, he pinned all his hopes on the blind child. When the blind artifact master turned 7, the old man passed away, leaving behind a lifelong regret. This regret became a heart demon for the blind artifact master, who vowed to achieve his mentor's unfulfilled dream. His talent was extraordinary, he possessed a prodigious memory and mastered various artifact crafting techniques with ease. But he was blind. Despite seeking out the best medical experts, his blindness was deemed incurable. Being blind was an insurmountable obstacle to artifact crafting. Even with his immense talent, the blind artifact master was unable to progress beyond the heaven tier. His greatest wish was to become a divine tier artifact master, or even greater, to see the world from the highest peak. Now, this is the kind of story that gets my blood pumping. Compared to that useless son-in-law Qi Yuan, what a waste. Qi Yuan mused, already forming his own theories. When this game world had collapsed, he had infused it with his lifeblood, preserving it from total destruction. The roles he was now playing seemed to be manifestations of that lifeblood. Still, Qi Yuan couldn't help marveling at the diversity of his bloodline. It had given rise to not only the pitiful son-in-law but also a sentient knife. Thankfully, there was now the blind artifact master, a figure of true potential. As Qi Yuan delved deeper into the blind artifact master's memories, countless crafting techniques and repair methods flooded his mind. His understanding of the path of artifact crafting deepened considerably. This blind artifact master really is a genius. His talent is unparalleled, not like that good-for-nothing son-in-law who spends his days getting bullied and fetching footbaths for his mother-in-law. Qi Yuan felt reassured. At least his bloodline wasn't entirely wasted. Suddenly, Qi Yuan's expression shifted. Within the blind artifact master's memories, he heard a familiar voice. That's the voice of the son-in-law's father. He had dealings with the blind artifact master. Qi Yuan was intrigued. What a small world. Sir, your talent is unparalleled. You are destined to reach the divine tier and even beyond. Please, join us. Together, we can protect the Azure Mountain realm, safeguard our homeland, and drive out the darkness to restore the light. The voice belonged to none other than Qi Yuan's father, the son-in-law's progenitor. From the blind artifact master's memories, Qi Yuan learned that his father had joined a mysterious organization. This group was enigmatic, often proclaiming that the world was on the brink of destruction. They believed that only by uniting all artifact masters to forge the ultimate artifact could the calamity be averted. Qi Yuan's father had invited the blind artifact master to join their cause and craft the supreme artifact. However, the blind artifact master had refused. I'll have to jot this down, Qi Yuan thought. If I want to roleplay the son-in-law, I'll need every bit of relevant information. Roleplaying as the blind artifact master. Qi Yuan pondered, narrowing his eyes. This role is peculiar. Once I begin, I'll actually go blind. And unless I achieve full completion, I'll remain blind indefinitely. None of the other roles had such constraints. He could switch freely between the knife, the divine avatar, and the son-in-law. But with the blind artifact master, once he committed to the role, he would have to complete it in one attempt. Is it because his willpower is the strongest among all the characters, exerting dominance? That seemed likely. Well, I won't take on the blind artifact master role just yet. I'll stick with the son-in-law and divine avatar for now. Still, even if he avoided it for now, the system imposed a 5-month limit. If he didn't willingly take on the role, he would be forced into it after 5 months. No rush, I've got 5 months. In that time, I'll focus on rapidly strengthening myself. And if I manage to become a divine tier artifact master in the meantime, I'll be able to clear the role as soon as I start. Qi Yuan had no intention of going blind. He glanced at Zhang Yunxi, a contemplative look in his eyes. This network of connections, might as well make use of it. The fall of the Water Sovereign caused a massive stir. Among the 10 weapon masters who had ventured into the underwater palace, the most powerful, Wei Kun, chose to stay behind. But shortly after the others left, the underwater palace collapsed with a deafening explosion. The once sturdy structure was completely obliterated. Wei Kun perished in the ruins, never making it out alive. This left the remaining weapon masters deeply unsettled. Many suspected there was more to the story, a conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Amidst these swirling uncertainties, the news of Zhang Yunxi's inscription on the Water Sovereign's corpse spread like wildfire. And the next day, Duke Junshan found Zhang Yunxi. When questioned about the events in the underwater palace, Zhang Yunxi stammered and avoided specifics. However, later that night, the Duke stumbled upon her personal diary and uncovered the full truth. Zhang Yunxi is a child of destiny. She was chosen by a mysterious old man who lent her a powerful artifact, a knife, that allowed her to slay the Water Sovereign. A mere Earth-tier weapon master defeating a foe even the heavenly sect couldn't handle. What kind of artifact is this? From now on, I'm just Zhang Yunxi's loyal follower. The Water Sovereign is gone, just gone. The news left everyone dumbfounded. Just as the artifact forging conference was gaining momentum and countless weapon masters were bracing themselves for a potentially fatal battle against the Water Sovereign, the threat simply vanished. Slain by an unknown noblewoman. Zhang Yunxi's fame skyrocketed. The Duke's temporary residence was inundated with visitors bearing gifts. The Duke greeted them all with a beaming smile, clearly delighted. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunxi kept a low profile, spending her days poring over ancient artifact crafting texts sent by the artifact forging conference. Her behavior earned her even more respect. Unassuming and humble, she has the makings of a phoenix among mortals. Too bad that knife, that legendary artifact, was destroyed while shielding her during the battle against the Water Sovereign. Amidst this, outside a courtyard, Xie Danren stood with a solemn expression. His posture was upright and composed, but a closer look revealed a trace of unease in his eyes. He stood respectfully at the gate, his demeanor exuding humility. A maidservant soon appeared. Master Xie, please enter. The lady is waiting for you. Xie Danren offered a polite bow and followed her inside. His mind was a whirlwind of emotions. Only a few days ago, he had encountered this seemingly foolish noblewoman by Yeshan Lake. At the time, they had clashed. She had claimed she was destined to save the world, insisting he let her pass. He had dismissed her words with disdain, silently mocking her arrogance. But now, against all odds, she had slain the Water Sovereign. Zhang Yunxi is upright, naive, and kind-hearted. She might have been upset with me before, but if I play my cards right, I can change her perception of me. Unlike the cunning Shen Lingshan, she's easier to fool. Xie Danren adjusted his expression, standing even straighter as he resolved to make a good impression. Soon, he was ushered into the room where Zhang Yunxi waited behind a curtain. Xie Danren immediately dropped to his knees, his voice brimming with reverence. Xie Danren of the Heavenly Sect greets Lady Zhang Yunxi. Your bravery in saving the people from peril is truly awe-inspiring. He bowed deeply, nearly touching the ground, his demeanor exuding contrition. Back at Yeshan Lake, I failed to recognize greatness. My actions were disrespectful. Every time I think back on it, I am consumed by guilt. Behind the curtain, Zhang Yunxi's toes curled with delight. She clearly enjoyed the praise. Still, remembering old Knife's advice, she huffed, her voice sharp yet sweet like a nibbling deer. I heard you suggested a vile scheme, to offer Shen Lingshan to the visitors from the Roxia Kingdom. Xie Danren froze. Wasn't this meeting about his previous rudeness? Why bring this up instead? He quickly dropped his head lower, his voice turning earnest and anguished. My lady, you may not know this, but Shen Lingshan is the one I cherish most in this life. The idea of sending her to the Roxia Kingdom pains me more than words can express. But even if it breaks my heart, I must think of the people of Jining Prefecture. Their lives outweigh my personal desires. For their sake, I made this unbearable suggestion. Tears welled in Xie Danren's eyes as he struck his chest, sobbing pitifully. Behind the curtain, Zhang Yunxi was momentarily swayed by his performance. Could Old Knife have been mistaken? Was Xie Danren actually a good person, misunderstood by everyone? Still, she thought back to Old Knife's instructions and let out a cold snort. HMPH, who knows what kind of wicked thoughts you're hiding? For the sake of the people, I would gladly break my own body. The two exchanged words back and forth. Despite Zhang Yunxi's slight cleverness, she wasn't particularly sharp. After an hour of conversation, she found herself moved by Xie Danren's words. Xie Danren's confidence grew. He straightened his back even further, convinced that a few more hours would be enough to win her over completely. You may leave now, Zhang Yunxi said suddenly, waving him off. Xie Danren was left a little frustrated, feeling as though he hadn't yet played all his cards. But he had no choice but to bow and retreat. Old Knife, I think Xie Danren might actually be a good person, Zhang Yunxi muttered once he was gone. When he talks, he seems so upright and passionate. He really seems like a righteous figure straight out of a storybook. Even when I tried to provoke him, he didn't get angry or say a single rude word. Nearby, Old Knife paused his reading for a moment. You're still too young, he replied. I'm leaving tomorrow, so let me give you one last life lesson. Tell me, did Xie Danren avoid using any foul or insulting language during your conversation? Yes, Zhang Yunxi nodded. That means he knows every single insult by heart, so he can avoid them perfectly. What? See, only someone thoroughly familiar with bad behavior would be able to hide it so flawlessly. He's not just your average morally corrupt person, he's a morally corrupt person who's an expert at pretending otherwise. Zhang Yunxi's eyes widened. Old Knife, you're absolutely right. Her mind cleared as though she'd been struck by lightning. And another thing, during your entire conversation, did he deny being a murderer, a rapist, a bandit, or a specter? I don't think so. Well, there's your answer. Horrified, Zhang Yunxi gasped. The more I think about it, the scarier it gets. Old Knife, if not for you, I wouldn't have realized how skilled he is at deception. I'll have him executed immediately. She jumped to her feet, fully intent on ordering Xie Danren's death. At this point, Zhang Yunxi was a hero who had saved Jining Prefecture. Her authority was immense, and her word carried absolute weight. Offending her meant certain death. Old Knife, you're truly a wise mentor. With just a few words, you opened my eyes completely. It's a pity I can't always keep you by my side. With my talents, under your guidance, I might not only become the world's greatest chef and savior but also the smartest person in Ning Kingdom. Although Old Knife had promised to stay for her birthday, he had lingered for several more days to finish reading the texts she'd gathered. Now that the books were finished, it was time for him to leave. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Half a day later, in a bamboo forest. Xie Danren stared at the person before him, his face etched with disbelief. Why, he could not understand. He had answered perfectly, his disguise was flawless, so why had the lady still sent someone to kill him? If this had happened in the past, with his status, he wouldn't have feared the lady in the slightest. But now, after the lady had saved Jining Prefecture, her decision to kill him was nothing more than a whimsical exercise of her newfound power. And he had no way to resist. The lady said, "You didn't deny being a murderer, a robber, or a villain," said the black-robed elder solemnly, holding a trembling artifact in his hand. Xie Danren's face froze in utter confusion. But she didn't even ask. How could he deny something he hadn't been accused of? Xie Danren's face was filled with unwillingness and frustration. But it was no use. His body slackened, collapsing lifelessly on the ground. The black-robed elder glanced down at him before disappearing into the bamboo forest. About 15 minutes later, an old man appeared, a steamed bun clamped between his teeth. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he casually poured a liquid from a vial onto it. Sizzle. Xie Danren's body dissolved into a puddle of water, leaving no bones or traces behind. Following the young master's instructions, this guy won't even have the chance to turn into a specter. Chen Kangbao's face broke into a mischievous grin as he disappeared into the bamboo grove. At the heavenly sect's stronghold, Zhou Xuan's face was dark as a storm cloud, but he quickly bowed toward Wang Qingyi, who was standing not far away. Days ago, Danren offended Ling Xuan. On his behalf, I offer my apologies. Moments ago, he had received the news of his disciple's death. Now that Xie Danren had died at the hands of Lady Zhang Yunxi, Zhou Xuan was furious, but there was nothing he could do. First, Zhang Yunxi had slain the Water Sovereign, carrying the momentum of great public favor. Second, the latest information revealed that the Water Sovereign had been deeply entangled with the Heavenly Sect, and that Wei Kun, the sorrowful wind, had perished as a result. The Heavenly Sect held no moral high ground in the matter. Third, Wei Kun's death was a severe loss for the Heavenly Sect. Since Xie Danren was already dead, Zhou Xuan decided to apologize in his disciple's stead, hoping this would prevent the Shen family from retaliating against Xie Danren's surviving relatives for his earlier actions. This was the only thing he, as a master, could do for his disciple now. HMPH, Wang Qingyi snorted coldly. The guilty will always meet their end. Zhou Xuan's expression grew awkward, and he quickly changed the topic. The artifact knife that Lady Yunxi wielded, do you think it's really as she claimed, broken? At the mention of the mysterious artifact knife, Wang Qingyi's expression grew serious. It's probably a lie. I'll be blunt, just based on Lady Yunxi's strength, even 10 of her wouldn't be a match for my disciple Ling Xuan. For her to slay the Water Sovereign, as well as the Elder of Bloodthorn, is an unfathomable feat. Thus, that artifact knife must be extraordinarily powerful. How could it have shattered? If the royal family possesses such an artifact, their power will increase substantially. Life will grow harder for both the Heavenly Sect and the Gulay Sect, Zhou Xuan lamented. In Ning Kingdom, the royal family's power had long waned, weaker than both the Heavenly Sect and the Gulay Sect. But if they had the artifact knife in their possession, the balance of power could shift. How could Lady Yunxi have obtained such an artifact? And who could have crafted it? Wang Qingyi wondered aloud, confusion clear in her eyes. It was a mystery. Everyone knew that Ning Kingdom currently had no divine tier artifact masters. As for the surrounding nations, there had been no news of any master forging an artifact, in the shape of a kitchen knife. The knife seemed ridiculously crude in design. While undeniably powerful, the idea of a knife-shaped artifact struck many as absurd. At that moment, Zhou Xuan's expression shifted as he muttered, if this is the case, then even the emissaries from the Roxia Kingdom might be very interested in the artifact knife. I wonder if Lady Yunxi will be able to keep it safe. Wang Qingyi's face darkened. Zhou Xuan, no matter what, this is an internal matter of Ning Kingdom. Whether the artifact knife ends up with the royal family or elsewhere, it will still be beneficial for Ning Kingdom. If you dare, you misunderstand, senior sister. I would never do such a thing. Zhou Xuan hurriedly explained. HMPH. Wang Qingyi snorted again. Cold sweat broke out on Zhou Xuan's forehead. He was flustered. Why was it that every time he tried to change the topic, he just ended up angering his senior sister further? He decided to try again. Turning to Shen Ling Xuan, he said in a calm voice, I've heard rumors that the flower thief, the master of Hengshan, has been plotting against Ling Xuan for some time now. Oddly enough, he hasn't shown himself lately. HMPH. If he dares to show himself, I won't let him leave unscathed. Wang Qingyi declared. Beside her, Shen Ling Xuan, her face veiled by a thin layer of gauze, remained silent. Although her features were obscured, a biting chill emanated from her presence. Her thoughts turned to that day outside the temple, the young man wielding the water sword. She was deeply curious about his identity. He had yet to achieve unity with the heavens, yet he had effortlessly slain a peak Earth tier fighter. That kind of strength was terrifying. If he dares appear again, I won't spare him either, Zhou Xuan added quickly. Sigh, Wang Qingyi sighed. Ling Xuan, perhaps you should return to the sect for now. The profound Yin constitution was too extraordinary. If Shen Ling Xuan were at the peak of Earth tier, it would inevitably attract attention from even Heaven tier elders from other nations. In order to fully harness the power of her profound Yin constitution, she needed to at least reach the Earth tier, and preferably the peak of it. With the Master of Hengshan in hiding, and the Roxia Kingdom's Heaven tier emissaries possibly aware of the events at Yeshan Lake, Wang Qingyi was growing concerned. Shen Ling Xuan's expression remained calm, but she eventually nodded. Very well. The sect was a haven of safety, guarded by the sect leader, other Earth tier fighters, and the formation of Earth tier artifacts. Even Heaven tier fighters would find it challenging to breach. Moreover, her sword from her past life remained in the sect. If a great enemy appeared, she would have some ability to protect herself. With so many dangers lurking, staying outside was unwise. Especially since her attempt to kill the Master of Hengshan had revealed her Earth tier strength. If that young man spread word of her powers, it could incite a storm of greed and violence. A profound Yin constitution at the late stages of Earth tier would drive even Heaven tier fighters mad with desire. Shenling Xuan left the main hall and returned to her residence. Her tall, slender maidservant, Ji Shuang, greeted her warmly. Has the young master returned yet? Shenling Xuan asked coldly. No, Ji Shuang replied, her face filled with anger. The young master has been completely unreasonable. He came to Yeshan Lake but didn't even meet with you. Now, he's vanished without a trace. Has he encountered danger? Shenling Xuan asked, though she quickly shook her head. Before Qi Shi passed away, he had left his son Qi Yuan with a gift. Ordinary weapon masters wouldn't be able to harm him. I'm heading to Tianmu Mountain now. Pack your things, you're coming with me, Shenling Xuan instructed. Should we visit the family home first? Ji Shuang asked. Shenling Xuan shook her head. No need, it would only cause unnecessary worry for my parents. At the Shen family's base, Qi Yuan and Chen Kengbao strolled leisurely back, causing quite a stir. But to Qi Yuan, it was nothing worth mentioning. At that moment, he held the divine wood token in one hand, sipping tea and chatting. I heard that something strange happened recently at Yeshan Lake in Ning Kingdom. Lady Yunxi, wielding a special artifact knife, killed the water sovereign. At the same time, the elder of Bloodthorn also perished. Knife brother, does this artifact knife have anything to do with you? One of the Bloodthorn members asked in their group chat. Ji Wuyun, seeing this, couldn't help rolling his eyes. You don't really think Knife brother is the artifact knife, do you? Artifacts don't have true consciousness. How could they chat with us? And even if they did, it'd have to be a divine artifact. At best, a divine artifact might have the intelligence of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Does Knife brother seem like a child to you? The Bloodthorn member was momentarily speechless. He had actually meant that Knife brother might be the divine tier artifact master who crafted the knife. Speaking of this, shouldn't Bloodthorn compensate me? That elder was absolutely disgusting. I'm applying for emotional damages. Qi Yuan said in the group chat. Come to Shenmue Abyss, and I'll compensate you with 100,000 silver taels. Promise, don't go back on it. Knife brother, don't go. Bloodthorns probably set a trap for you outside Shenmue Abyss. Of course not. The people of Bloodthorn seem pretty decent to me, and rich, Qi Yuan replied indifferently. Knife brother has such keen insight. Bloodthorn means no harm. Yeah, sure, turning people into specters isn't harmful. Specters are just another form of existence. It's no different from you disguising yourself as a man to avoid Bloodthorn. Isn't that also altering your existence? Ji Wuyun didn't dare respond. The Bloodthorn member continued, life is short, only a few hundred years. Unless one is marked by destiny, most are just fleeting passers-by, leaving behind little trace. But as a specter, one gains 1,000 years. Knife brother, with your talent, join Bloodthorn. Turn over the divine wood token, and let's accomplish great things together. Our contributions will allow us to ascend beyond this world, where we may pay homage to the ancestral effigy and be remade into undying, eternal beings. The Bloodthorn member's words dripped with temptation. I'm already undying and eternal, Qi Yuan replied bluntly. He was far too self-absorbed to consider being transformed into something as grotesque as a specter. Sigh, Knife brother, you misunderstand us. Bloodthorn isn't about destroying the world, we're trying to save it. Haven't you noticed this world is sick? The kings are corrupt, the aristocrats run rampant, and the officials are brazenly crooked, trampling on the law while the common people suffer. You have a point. The moral decay is indeed awful, Qi Yuan agreed. The Bloodthorn member's face lit up. So, will you join us in changing the world? Forget it. Bloodthorn doesn't seem any better. Your elder even tried to keep me. Let me change you instead. Sigh, I see you're unwilling, the Bloodthorn member lamented. I thought you were a kindred spirit. Stop talking like that, it's gross. Quote. Exiting the Divine Wood Token's interface, Qi Yuan fell into thought. Judging from the story so far, Bloodthorn is probably a mini-boss faction. But that's not important. What's important is improving my strength, and my roleplay. Sigh, leveling up is so hard. I'm still stuck at level 119. Despite killing countless specters and even the Water Sovereign, Qi Yuan's experience bar had reached 119 but had not advanced. In this world, that translated to a peak Earth tier weapon master. One more step would take him to Heaven tier. This roleplay as the knife had gained him over 20 levels, but it still felt slow to Qi Yuan. Strange. With my experience bar, killing so many specters, plus the Water Sovereign, should have pushed me to 120. Is it a restriction of the world's rules? On Moonwatch continent, Qi Yuan had previously encountered a bottleneck. His experience bar had surged but wouldn't progress. Now, the same issue had arisen. It must be this world's rules. To advance, a weapon master needs to achieve unity with the heavens to break through. So, I need to achieve unity with the heavens too. Qi Yuan pondered. In his memories, the blind artifact master's experiences and insights into reaching the heaven tier as an artifact master resurfaced. Plus, as a cultivator who had reached the Purple Mansion stage in his original world, achieving unity with the heavens was trivial for Qi Yuan. In an instant, he entered a state of unity with the heavens. From his perspective, the world grew serene. The wind stopped blowing, the rain ceased falling. The rivers halted their flow. A ripened apple froze in midair. It was as though he had become one with the world. The rules of the world flowed through his hands like water, and the essence of the world felt as intimate as a child. Qi Yuan had the distinct feeling that if he reached out to grasp the essence, he could achieve unity with the heavens. But then, his expression turned bitter. Unity with the heavens. The heavens are vast, and humans are small, hence unity can be achieved. But it seems, I'm too big. It feels more like I'm uniting with everything. Because Qi Yuan had infused his lifeblood into this game world, he was, in a sense, its creator, its shareholder. Instead of uniting with the heavens, he had ended up uniting with all of existence. So, I can't achieve unity with the heavens. Qi Yuan was troubled. Looks like I'll have to devour someone else's unity with the heavens. He sighed. The foodless Holy Mother had once bestowed upon him the devouring physique, granting him the ability to absorb others' powers. Even unity with the heavens could be devoured. Seems like I'll need to find some heaven-tier weapon masters to serve as my stepping stones. Since he couldn't achieve unity with the heavens himself, he'd have to hunt down others who had. Qi Yuan began pondering where he might find heaven-tier weapon masters with dubious morals. Just then, a voice drifted into his ears, ethereal and directionless. Subtle, subtle, seek not the Lord. Qi Yuan's meditation was abruptly interrupted. He immediately exited his state of unity with the heavens. Curiosity flashed in his eyes. Did I just hallucinate? He looked around, trying to locate the source of the voice, but found nothing. Hey, who's speaking? Qi Yuan activated his abilities to search for the speaker. But the surroundings remained silent. Not a single sound answered him. Is this a bug in the game? Qi Yuan wondered aloud. Well, it's not surprising. This game almost collapsed before. It's only running now because of my lifeblood. Some bugs are to be expected. Can I exploit this bug? It shouldn't count as cheating. Lost in thought, Qi Yuan pulled out the divine wood token. Hey, does anyone know where subtle, subtle, seek not the Lord comes from? In the past, he could have asked Baidu or AI. But in this game, he turned to the Bloodthorn members for answers. As expected, Knife Brother has been to Shenmue Abyss, one of the Bloodthorn members replied immediately. They seem to always be online and ready to answer. Oh, what does this have to do with Shenmue Abyss? The Divine Wood token has inscriptions. Knife Brother must have noticed. Yes, it says, Wood, and, Mystic Chaos, Qi Yuan replied. The Divine Wood token had the word, Wood, engraved on its front, and, Mystic Chaos, on the back. At the entrance to Shenmue Abyss, there's a broken stone tablet. It bears some ancient inscriptions. Do the words I heard match those inscriptions? Qi Yuan asked curiously. In ancient times, there was wood, standing still amidst mystic chaos. Today, I think of you, like wood longing for spring. Subtle, subtle, seek not the Lord. These are the words etched onto the stone tablet. Oh, by the way, the first character for wood is incomplete, its right side is missing. We don't know what the full character is supposed to be. True, wood, and chaos don't rhyme. It must be missing a character. Who carved these words? Qi Yuan pressed. According to the Secrets of Origins, it's likely related to the divine tree within Shenmue Abyss, the Bloodthorn member responded calmly. But these myths are too ancient. Why the sudden interest, Knife Brother? Because I'm kind-hearted. In the Ning Kingdom's capital, black clouds loomed overhead. Clatter. The sound of hail echoed across the city, a relentless cascade of icy pellets striking the ground. A young man in a purple robe embroidered with gold edges extended his hand, catching a piece of hail. He placed it in his mouth and sucked on it. The hail in Ning Kingdom doesn't compare to the sweetness of Roche's, he remarked. An old man dressed as a eunuch, his body stooped low, quickly chimed in. That's because Roche Kingdom is blessed by the royal family. Even the hail and air are sweet because of their presence. Ha! Fifth Wei chuckled lightly, clearly pleased. The royal family of Rosha bore the surname, Fifth. The emperor, Fifth Yushan, was the very son of Rosha kingdom. Since the destruction of the divine avatar, the royal family of Rosha had risen to unrivaled heights. They were the true sovereigns of the land. It's a pity there are still scheming fools who refuse to accept Rosha's greatness. They even dare to dream of resurrecting the arbiter of judgment. Fifth Wei's tone turned icy as he spoke, killing intent radiating from him. The expressions of those around him shifted, some even trembling involuntarily. The name of the arbiter of judgment still carried immense weight. A century ago, it had loomed over them like a sword, its threat ever present and inescapable. What's this? Are you afraid of it? Fifth Wei sneered, his gaze filled with disdain. Born after the destruction of the divine avatar, he had never witnessed its power firsthand. To him, the arbiter of judgment was undeserving of reverence. Moreover, he had reached heaven tier at a young age, an unprecedented feat within the royal family. He was the youngest heaven tier weapon master among the fifth lineage, basking in glory and pride. Not at all, the eunuch hastily replied. It's just a broken relic. Why would we fear it? Said a burly man. Fifth Wei's expression brightened with satisfaction. The divine avatar is nothing but scraps now. Even if fragments remain, they're no better than stray ghosts. Any one of us could suppress it with ease. Back then, our royal family destroyed the arbiter of judgment once. If it ever returns, we'll crush it again. The other heaven tier weapon masters inhaled deeply, their thoughts veiled. They wanted to tell Fifth Wei to stop being so arrogant. At its peak, the arbiter of judgment had been capable of suppressing an entire nation. They knew exactly how it had been defeated. Back then, the royal family had grown wary of the arbiter's power. They conspired with certain aristocratic clans to take it down. But how could they face it directly? Instead, they resorted to treachery, even colluding with foreign enemies. An army from a rival nation was dispatched to besiege the arbiter, forcing it into action. When the arbiter descended, it stood alone at Fengluo City, holding the line against the invading forces for half a month despite receiving no reinforcements. Ultimately, it was destroyed due to its isolation. Following its fall, the Rosha royal family scoured the land for its fragments, gathering the remains to be melted down by 3 divine tier artifact masters. The arbiter was reduced to ashes, ensuring its permanent eradication. Statues of the arbiter were also hunted down and destroyed. Even if fragments of the arbiter still lingered, without its statues or supporting relics, its power would be limited to earth tier at best. Even if it surpassed earth tier slightly, it would still fall far short of heaven tier, a trivial threat to someone like Fifth Wei. HMPH. If it weren't for the rats of the arbiter's covenant skulking in the shadows, a mere fragment wouldn't be worth my personal attention, Fifth Wei remarked. Although the arbiter's fragments posed little threat, the arbiter's covenant was troublesome. The secretive organization harbored several heaven tier weapon masters. If they were to recover a fragment and slowly nurture it, they might one day restore a faint trace of the arbiter's former divinity. That would spell disaster. After all these years, the arbiter's covenant still refuses to recognize reality. Utterly foolish, the burly man scoffed. Do we have any leads on the arbiter's fragments? Fifth Wei inquired. The eunuch quickly answered, in Jiangzhou's Ninghe County, there were traces of the arbiter. He recounted the events of Red Cloud Village. Fifth Wei sneered. To think it took so long to deal with a handful of yellow tier specters. This arbiter fragment is laughably weak. I wouldn't need to go myself. Even you, Mo Sangkong, could drown it with your urine. The old eunuch, Mo Sangkong, let out an awkward chuckle, hunching his back even further. Your Highness speaks the truth. This nation is pathetically weak. Only here would they exalt a fragment of the arbiter as divine. Even more ridiculous, they couldn't handle a mere earth tier peak specter. Instead, some lady Yunshi had to kill it with an artifact knife, Fifth Wei said with disdain. Mo Sangkong quickly chimed in, if your highness desires that artifact knife, I can retrieve it from Yeshan Lake for you. HMPH. A mere heaven tier artifact is beneath my notice, Fifth Wei said dismissively. However, I hear there's a profound yin constitution here. Now that interests me. She's a disciple of the heavenly sect. Mo Sangkong, take my decree to the heavenly sect. Inform them that I am offering her an opportunity to serve as my maid and follow me. Fifth Wei's arrogance was unrestrained, his presence radiating menace. In Rosha Kingdom, there were individuals he had to tread carefully around. But here in Ning Kingdom, he was utterly unrestrained. His only concern was the arbiter's covenant. At once, Mo Sengkong replied without hesitation. The other heaven-tier weapon masters looked on enviously. Congratulations, Your Highness. With this woman, your cultivation will surely soar. With a profound yin constitution at your side, your power will grow deeper than ever. Fifth Wei's grin widened. I just hope she's as beautiful as they claim. Only then will she be worthy of my favor. The fall of the Water Sovereign marked the end of the artifact forging conference, but the various families did not immediately leave. This was a rare opportunity, with so many artifact masters and powerful individuals gathered together. Auctions and networking events were held one after another. In a quiet courtyard, Qi Yuan, clad in a flowing white robe, looked as ethereal as an immortal. As the saying goes, refine your body until you walk like a crane. Only then will the palace maid strangle you in the dead of night. No, you're learning the turtle transformation technique. You should imitate a turtle instead. When you cultivate, you must mimic a turtle's movements and bask in the sun, Qi Yuan said to Zan Wenyu, who stood beside him. Over the past few days, Zan Wenyu had come seeking Qi Yuan's guidance on the turtle transformation technique. Young Master Tu had bought the technique with his silver after failing to purchase any remaining light blades, so he was now practicing it. Imitate a turtle's movements. Zan Wenyu, being naturally gifted, immediately dropped to the ground. Like this. Exactly. You've got good instincts. A turtle's movements are all about slowness. Master Qi teaches well, Zan Wenyu said, flattering him. Nearby, young Master Tu blinked in confusion. If not for witnessing Qi Yuan's overwhelming strength firsthand, he might have assumed Qi Yuan was a charlatan. Imitating a turtle's movements, how could that be considered cultivation? But you need to go further, Qi Yuan added, pushing Zan Wenyu. With that, Zan Wenyu flipped onto his back like an overturned turtle. Just as he began to struggle to right himself, Qi Yuan said, a turtle rarely flips itself over. This is an important lesson, memorize it. Hearing this, Zan Wenyu nodded seriously and lay still, his legs pointing upward. Young Master Tu watched this absurd scene in silence. Tu Jingxi, do you know where there are a lot of heaven-tier weapon masters? Particularly the unsavory kind, Qi Yuan asked. He urgently needed to absorb someone else's unity with the heavens to progress. This, I'm not sure, young Master Tu replied. There were no heaven-tier weapon masters in Ning Kingdom, so he had no idea where to find a concentration of them. Sigh, life is so difficult. Laziness is rampant in Ning Kingdom. Even the weapon masters aren't putting in any effort. Not even the mosquitoes are trying. Smack, Qi Yuan slapped a mosquito. If only this mosquito were a heaven-tier weapon master, he lamented. Young Master Tu remained silent, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he remembered something. Master Qi, have you heard? In the capital, heaven-tier weapon masters from Rosha Kingdom have arrived. It seems they're here for something called Divine Avatar. Young Master Tu carefully observed Qi Yuan's reaction. They're quite powerful, Master Qi. You must be cautious, he warned. Oh, is that so? Qi Yuan's expression remained calm, revealing nothing of his thoughts. They appear to be divided into two factions, one that seems friendly toward the Divine Avatar, and another that seeks to destroy it, young Master Tu continued. But this could just be a facade. It's possible both sides are acting. I see, Qi Yuan replied, stretching lazily. He turned to young Master Tu, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Would you dare take the light blade I gave you, and journey to the capital? Young Master Tu froze, his mind racing with thoughts. Why was Master Qi asking this? Was it a test of his loyalty? What would happen if he refused? Conflicted and anxious, young Master Tu hesitated, unsure how to respond. Then, from his overturned position, Zan Wenyu scoffed. You're afraid? Master Qi asking you to go is an honor. If he wanted to harm you, he wouldn't bother with schemes, he'd have fed you to the fish already. If you're too scared, give me the light blade. I'll go to the capital. Hearing this, young Master Tu's face turned red with shame. He was right. If Master Qi wanted to harm him, why go to such lengths? Moreover, Master Qi had saved his life before. How could he hesitate now? Even if it was dangerous, it might also be an opportunity. I'll go, young Master Tu declared resolutely. But, once I'm in the capital, what should I do? Qi Yuan stretched again, his tone nonchalant. Do whatever you feel is right. When you think it's time to summon the divine, summon it. Young Master Tu was stunned. He had full discretion. But summoning the divine, can I do that now? He asked hesitantly. After the last battle, the summoning function had ceased to work. The light blade had also become unusable. Yes, and since you'll be using it on my behalf, I won't let you suffer. I'll compensate you with 3,334 taels of silver. And don't call me stingy, I'm even giving you a little extra, Qi Yuan said, reaching for his purse. Master Qi, there's no need for silver. Young Master Tu quickly protested. It was like refusing a red envelope on New Year's, he wouldn't dare let Qi Yuan pay. Qi Yuan blinked. Since you're so insistent, I won't go against your will. No silver, then. Of course, young Master Tu dared not take money from Qi Yuan. Still, I don't want you to suffer. If you summon the divine on my behalf, I'll upgrade your light blade so it can summon the divine one more time. But don't misuse it, Qi Yuan said. He didn't like taking advantage of others, unless they were his, white moonlight. Why? Because his love for them ran deep. Because his white moonlight was special to him. Hearing this, young Master Tu's eyes lit up with excitement. This was an incredible blessing. Rest assured, Master Qi. I won't misuse it, young Master Tu vowed. Alright, I'm off to pack for a trip to the heavenly sect. Time to visit my wife, Qi Yuan said, stretching once more. The son-in-law roleplay had to continue. To play the part well, how could he not interact with his wife? As for unity with the heavens and the emissaries from Rosha Kingdom, he would let young Master Tu handle it with the light blade. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. After sending off young Master Tu and Zan Wenyu, Qi Yuan took out the divine wood token, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. The aftereffects of last time have finally been completely resolved. It's time to go out and stretch my legs. He had to meet Shenling Xuan. The final step to completing the son-in-law roleplay revolved around her. Moreover, achieving unity with the heavens would require encountering more high-quality, white moonlights. Hey, how many heaven-tier weapon masters, divine-tier weapon masters, or specters does your bloodthorn have? Qi Yuan asked directly. At that moment, Ji Wuyun, who was taking a bath far away, felt once again that this was going to be another tiring day. How could these two have such casual conversations when they were supposed to be mortal enemies? Not many, the Bloodthorn member replied. We only have 5 divine-tier weapon masters. As he said this, far away in Bloodthorn's headquarters, the member's face lit up with pride. Surely, this would shock the kid into silence. Ah, Bloodthorn isn't doing too well, huh? Only 5 divine-tier weapon masters. You should have them reflect on their progress. After so many years, has their cultivation improved at all? Have they even been training seriously? Qi Yuan said with complete sincerity. Quote. The Bloodthorn member's smug smile froze. You can pass on a message for me. Tell them not to eat too much tonight, skip sleeping, and focus on cultivating. Work hard to improve their strength. Qi Yuan sounded dead serious. The Bloodthorn members weren't working hard enough. How could they become high-quality, white moonlights, at this rate? Ordinary white moonlights no longer interested Qi Yuan. Only heaven-tier weapon masters who had achieved unity with the heavens could stir his heart these days. And so, when Qi Yuan looked at Bloodthorn now, he couldn't help but feel like they were wasted potential. Do you need me to help you create a training schedule? No one in this world understands planning better than I do. If you train according to my plan, I guarantee that within 3 months, you'll have several new divine-tier weapon masters. Qi Yuan spoke with utter sincerity. Ji Wuyun spat out a mouthful of bathwater in shock. The Bloodthorn member, too, felt a mix of emotions. Knife brother, I'm growing increasingly eager to meet you at Shenmue Abyss. I want to see what kind of person you really are. What virtue does the Blue Mountain Realm possess to produce someone as remarkable as you? Seems like you still don't want to work hard, Qi Yuan sighed. No wonder every ruler seemed to despise the term, slacking off. He wasn't even a ruler, yet here he was, worrying about Bloodthorn's lack of effort. Knife brother, if trying harder won't change the inevitable outcome, what's the point of trying? The Bloodthorn member's words carried a hint of emotion. How could that be true? That just means you haven't made a proper plan. I've played many games over the years, and whenever I set my mind to something, I almost always succeed, Qi Yuan replied, casually borrowing a motivational speech from a prominent figure on Blue Star. However, as he said this, a thought crossed his mind: plagiarizing might damage his reputation. Should he destroy Blue Star or buy it outright? That way, he could copy whatever he wanted without guilt. Knife brother, you're overly confident. Do you think you can change the fate of the Blue Mountain realm? Far away, the Bloodthorn member's eyes gleamed with a triumphant glint. He pushed open his window, letting the fresh air flow into the room. As he leaned against the windowsill, the lush green scenery stretched before him. Indeed, hidden among the wild mountains are extraordinary figures, ordinary people whose greatness goes unnoticed. If you meet them up close, you might discover their brilliance. I've read through the Green Mountain Codex but never found any trace of him. He must be some nameless nobody, he muttered to himself. The Green Mountain Codex was something he had exchanged for the Void Paradise. The book came from the Radiant Society. He had spent a great deal of merit to obtain it. It was his trump card for completing this mission. The carriage ambled leisurely down the road, occasionally passed by galloping horses. Chen Kangbao, who was driving the carriage, looked completely relaxed. Young master, we're only 100 miles from the heavenly sect. We should arrive by nightfall. After leaving the Shen family's base, Qi Yuan had set his sights on the heavenly sect. The final step of the son-in-law roleplay likely involved Shenling Xuan. This step required careful thought and planning. Qi Yuan looked ahead, where endless mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. The heavenly sect's headquarters was nestled within this mountain range. The range also bordered the 10,000 mountains abyss and the neighboring Mo Shan kingdom. Back then, when Mo Shan Kingdom's army advanced with unstoppable momentum, Ning Kingdom could not resist their assault. Ultimately, it was the current Dao leader of the heavenly sect who used the Patriarch's artifact to halt the Mo Shan army's advance. Afterward, the Mo Shan forces pulled back, and peace negotiations began. However, Ning Kingdom still lost several of its provinces. The heavenly sect's Dao leader was gravely injured during the confrontation and passed away 6 months later. The mountains to the south must be the 10,000 mountains abyss. What a coincidence, we just narrowly missed this side quest, Qi Yuan remarked as he glanced at Chen Kangbao. Chen Kangbao seemed to have some connection to the 10,000 mountains abyss. Qi Yuan had received this clue when he killed Feng Tai. Should we visit the 10,000 mountains abyss sometime? There might be treasures waiting to be found, Qi Yuan mused aloud. Both Hengshan Master and Feng Tai, 2 peak Earth tier weapon masters, had explored the 10,000 mountains abyss in search of something. Whatever you decide, young master. Chen Kangbao replied enthusiastically, but as he gazed at the 10,000 mountains abyss, his stomach growled, and he quickly stuffed another bun into his mouth. Though his belly was already round, he still seemed hungry. Young man, if it wouldn't trouble you, may I hitch a ride? A hoarse voice interrupted them. A burly old man with cropped hair and rugged clothes appeared. He exuded the air of a bandit, though his tone was surprisingly refined. Sure, Qi Yuan replied after glancing at him. It was Tu Sihai, a peak Earth tier weapon master. Tu Sihai dismounted from his horse with ease, leaping into Qi Yuan's carriage. His horse followed the carriage obediently. You're not afraid I might be a robber? Tu Sihai asked with a hearty laugh. Not at all, I enjoy punishing evil and promoting good, Qi Yuan replied, adhering to his personal code of lawful good. He never harmed innocents. If anyone suffered, it would only be his, white moonlights. What's your purpose here? Just say it outright, Qi Yuan asked. For a peak Earth tier weapon master, one of Ning Kingdom's top 30 fighters, to seek him out, it was unlikely to be mere coincidence. Young man, you are blessed with great fortune, but misfortune is upon you, Tu Sihai said seriously. You're a fortune teller. I dabble in that too, Qi Yuan remarked. He had read people's fortunes many times in the past, and his predictions were always accurate. If he said someone would meet a bloody end, they inevitably would. Tu Sihai shook his head. I'm not joking. Young man, take a look. With a flip of his hand, Tu Sihai revealed a bronze mirror. The mirror's surface was uneven, pockmarked with tiny dents. The handle was rusted, giving it an ancient appearance. Disaster-suppressing bronze mirror, heaven-tier artifact. Contains several flaws. With modifications, its power can increase by 90%. Take a look. Tu Sihai held the disaster-suppressing bronze mirror up for Qi Yuan to see. Tu Sihai's face held a trace of smugness. Surely, this would shock the young man. But when Qi Yuan gazed into the mirror, his expression remained eerily calm. So, there was a specter following me all this time. And it even avoided my detection. How strange. His tone was steady. He looked into the mirror and saw a colorful insect the size of a football perched on his shoulder. Its patterned body was vibrantly sinister, exuding an unsettling aura. However, it appeared lifeless. This is a spirit body GU, A special kind of specter. It has no physical body. It's a manifestation of the world's laws. It's invisible to the naked eye, and only heaven-tier weapon masters who've achieved unity with the heavens can detect it, Tu Sihai explained. Without this disaster-suppressing bronze mirror, even I wouldn't have noticed it. Chen Kangbao turned to look at the Gu in the mirror, his face pale with fear. Young master, this thing's been dead and still sticking around, it's creepy. Chen Kangbao shuddered, clearly frightened. Tu Sihai's gaze grew complicated as he looked at Qi Yuan. This spirit body Gu was likely placed on you by a powerful individual to protect you. However, that person has likely passed away, and this Gu has also died for some unknown reason. A dead spirit body Gu lingering around you is not a good thing. Its body emits faint traces of misfortune and disaster. If it remains with you, you'll inevitably die. Tu Sihai raised an eyebrow, his tone a bit smug. Kid, aren't you going to thank me? If I hadn't pointed this out, you'd be a goner in a few years. Thank you for letting me know, Qi Yuan said earnestly. Although the spirit body Gu posed no threat to him, and in time, when he achieved unity with the heavens, he could see it himself, he appreciated Tu Sihai bringing it to his attention. Old man, if you run into trouble in the future, come find Qi Yuan. I'll guarantee your safety, Qi Yuan said generously. You're a cheeky one, no manners at all, Tu Sihai muttered, though he didn't seem angry. Clearly, he had a good temperament. I'm a peak Earth tier weapon master. Do you think I need you to protect me? There aren't many stronger than me in Ning Kingdom, Tu Sihai said. Now, be a good boy and ask me nicely. I'll help you deal with this spirit body Gu. He had his own reasons for wanting the Gu's corpse, it would be a valuable object for research. No need to trouble yourself. I'll handle it myself, Qi Yuan said casually. You're just a kid, don't brag. This spirit body Gu, when alive, was on par with a heaven-tier weapon master. Even I would struggle to deal with it. You couldn't even see it before, how will you handle it? Tu Sihai naturally assumed Qi Yuan was bluffing. He looked no older than 20. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't be more than an Earth-tier weapon master. Watch and learn, Qi Yuan said calmly. He turned to face the spirit body Gu and opened his mouth wide. Before Tu Sihai could react, Qi Yuan snapped his mouth shut. The football-sized spirit body Gu was swallowed whole, vanishing into Qi Yuan's stomach. Tu Sihai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qi Yuan like he was a monster. Did you just eat it? That was a spirit body Gu. A special heaven-tier specter. And he just ate it. This went completely beyond Tu Sihai's understanding of reality. How could a human eat a specter? Chen Kangbao swallowed hard. Young master, does it taste good? If it gets stuck between your teeth, can I try some? Tu Sihai felt increasingly unsettled. The more he interacted with these two, the more abnormal they seemed. His legs trembled slightly. Tasty. I'd like more, Qi Yuan said, patting his stomach. The spirit body Gu felt like eating air, but it contained the essence of unity with the heavens. The barrier preventing him from reaching level 120 was unity with the heavens. The spirit body Gu filled part of that gap. Though the amount was small and not enough for him to break through, it had significantly increased his combat strength. Monster, Tu Sihai muttered, swallowing nervously. How did you do that? Just felt like eating it, Qi Yuan replied lazily. Tu Sihai took a deep breath. What's your name? I am Tu Sihai of Wangshen Sword Sect. Qi Yuan. Tu Sihai committed the name to memory, searching his thoughts for any notable figures with the surname Qi but finding nothing. Wangshen Sect is based in Yunhai Kingdom. Why are you here? Qi Yuan asked casually. Though Tu Sihai had helped him, Qi Yuan still wanted to know more. Tu Sihai hesitated for a moment, wary of Qi Yuan, but eventually said, there's a rumor that a treasure has appeared in the 10,000 Mountains Abyss. Many experts are heading there. What treasure? Qi Yuan asked, surprised. The 10,000 Mountains Abyss again. It seemed this side quest was destined to cross paths with him. Tu Sihai squinted, lowering his voice. A divine artifact embryo. Above heaven-tier artifacts were divine artifacts. In the surrounding small nations, there were no divine artifacts to be found. Even heaven-tier artifacts were rare. A divine artifact embryo, however, was a half-finished divine artifact. Its value far exceeded that of even 20 peak heaven-tier artifacts. That's it, Qi Yuan asked, unimpressed. He himself was the pinnacle of divine artifacts, so this didn't excite him. Tu Sihai was surprised but still clasped his hands. Brother Qi, if you're interested, why not accompany me? The fact that Qi Yuan had swallowed the spirit body Gu placed him on equal footing in Tu Sihai's eyes. No, I have to go see my wife. I'll check out that side quest some other time. A divine artifact embryo didn't interest him. You couldn't eat a divine artifact embryo, after all. Tu Sihai had his own assumptions about Qi Yuan's reaction. He guessed Qi Yuan's strength was average, but his methods were strange. Qi Yuan likely didn't want to risk entering the 10,000 mountains abyss. After all, the weakest individuals heading there were peak Earth tier weapon masters. There was even a chance that Heaven tier weapon masters might show up. So it made sense for someone of Qi Yuan's presumed level to avoid the danger. Brother Qi, since the spirit body Gu has been dealt with, I won't impose further. Farewell, and may we meet again. Tu Sihai was straightforward, wasting no time on pleasantries. He still found Qi Yuan and his servant far too strange and decided it was best to keep his distance. If you're ever in trouble, come find me at the heavenly sect. I'll protect you, Qi Yuan said generously. Thank you, Brother Qi. Tu Sihai replied seriously, taking note of the heavenly sect. Though the heavenly sect was one of Ning Kingdom's top 2 sects and had some formidable strength, Tu Sihai was only mildly cautious. After all, Wang Shen's sect far surpassed the heavenly sect in power. Tu Sihai leapt back onto his horse and rode off. Let's go. Pick up the pace to the heavenly sect, Qi Yuan said casually. He had his own speculations about the spirit body Gu. It was likely left behind by the original Qi Yuan's father to protect him. Even the likes of Elder Black Crow of Bloodthorn and Fang Shisen of the Radiant Society might have refrained from acting against Qi Yuan out of fear of the spirit body Gu. The spirit body Gu may have been protecting more than just me, it might also have been safeguarding the divine wood token. Qi Yuan mused. It seems the original Qi Yuan's father wasn't ordinary either. I'll have to factor him into the roleplay to make it more authentic. Lost in thought, Qi Yuan enjoyed the scenery as the carriage wound through the mountains. By sunset, they reached the heavenly sect. Shen Lingshuan's husband, Qi Yuan, requests an audience, he announced softly at the base of the sect's mountain. Without prior notice, visitors were required to declare their purpose at the lower hall. A moment later, a pretty young woman approached. Upon seeing Qi Yuan, her eyes flashed with astonishment. So it's senior brother Qi Yuan. I'll inform the elders right away. Please wait here. Though Qi Yuan was a son-in-law, he was still Shen Lingshuan's husband, making him someone ordinary disciples couldn't afford to offend. After about half an hour, Wang Qingyi appeared, dressed in her Taoist robes. Her expression was filled with surprise. What are you doing here? Her hair was casually held in place with a wooden hairpin, and fatigue was evident in her eyes. I haven't seen Lingshuan in a while, so I came to visit her. Is she here? Qi Yuan asked. Wang Qingyi frowned, her worry deepening. Lingshuan isn't in the sect right now. She glanced at Qi Yuan and Chen Kangbao. There have been many troubles near the heavenly sect recently. You should return to Fengshan County immediately. I'll let Lingshuan know you came. Wang Qingyi paused, then added, it's not safe for the two of you to travel alone. I'll have some heavenly sect disciples escort you back. Predecessor Wang, where did Lingshuan go? Qi Yuan asked. After a brief moment of thought, he addressed her as predecessor. That's not something you need to know, Wang Qingyi replied curtly. To her, Shen Lingshuan's husband was just an ordinary person. Telling him would only make things worse. It was better to send him back to Fengshan County immediately. Staying here would only complicate matters, especially if the Heaven-tier weapon master from Rosha Kingdom learned of his presence. Recently, that Heaven-tier weapon master had arrived with a show of force, pressuring the sect to present Shen Lingshuan as a servant for Fifth Way. The heavenly sect naturally refused. In response, the Heaven-tier weapon master attacked directly. Though the heavenly sect was an old and powerful institution with deep resources, their Tao leader had to use the Patriarch's sword to repel the invader. The Heaven-tier weapon master, deterred by the Patriarch's sword, didn't press further but remained stationed outside the sect. The heavenly sect had been in a state of panic ever since. Given Mo Sengkong's power, he could break through their defenses if given enough time. Shen Lingshuan would remain in danger as long as she stayed. At the same time, rumors of a disturbance in the 10,000 Mountains Abyss had drawn many Earth-tier and Heaven-tier weapon masters to the area, plunging it into chaos. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Lingshuan suggested leaving the heavenly sect. Staying in the sect wasn't safe anymore. Hiding in the 10,000 Mountains Abyss seemed like a better option. Shen Lingxuan possessed an artifact capable of altering her appearance, making it an excellent disguise. Wang Qingyi had opposed this plan, unwilling to let her disciple take such a risk. But in the end, the Dao leader approved Shen Lingxuan's suggestion, and she was secretly sent out of the sect. Of course, Wang Qingyi wasn't about to tell Qi Yuan any of this. A heaven-tier weapon master named Mo Sengkong. Qi Yuan murmured to himself. What Wang Qingyi didn't realize was that Qi Yuan had heard her inner thoughts. Though his ability to hear thoughts wasn't always reliable, it had worked perfectly just now. Alright, predecessor Wang, I'll head back immediately. No need for an escort. If I can come here, I can return on my own. For once, Qi Yuan lied. He had no interest in dragging out a back and forth with Wang Qingyi or staging some kind of dramatic confrontation. He'd just pretend to leave and move on. Wang Qingyi was momentarily stunned by his quick agreement. She hadn't expected him to yield so easily. Her gaze grew colder as she looked at Qi Yuan. In her eyes, this son-in-law was just a coward running away at the first sign of danger. Clearly, her disciple had married the wrong person. Fine, off you go, she said, her tone frosty. Qi Yuan didn't argue. Old man, drive the carriage. We're heading back. Got it. Chen Kengbao whipped the reins, and the carriage soon disappeared from Wang Qingyi's sight. Wang Qingyi sighed. The world is in chaos. First, the water sovereign, and now this divine artifact embryo. Lingxuan, sigh. The heavenly sect was like a barrel of gunpowder ready to explode, sitting at the center of multiple disasters. Meanwhile, the carriage sped along the road. Qi Yuan's eyes glinted with amusement. Didn't expect to hear about my wife's location. Who knows, I might even run into some white moonlights. The divine artifact embryo in the 10,000 mountains abyss was sure to attract several heaven-tier weapon masters. For Qi Yuan, this was excellent news. If I'd known this earlier, I'd have agreed to Tu Sihai's invitation. Now I have to travel an extra few hundred miles. Old man, pick up the pace. Young master, the horse is exhausted, Chen Kengbao replied. The horse pulling the carriage was indeed panting heavily, clearly worn out. In that case, I'll bless you, and you can pull the carriage yourself, Qi Yuan suggested. This time, the blessing was real, not the fake kind he'd handed out before. Master, this, Chen Kengbao hesitated. You've been eating too much. If you don't exercise more, you won't last another 3 years, Qi Yuan said matter-of-factly. Chen Kengbao's health was a mess. He had suffered severe injuries in the past and was lucky to be alive at all. All right, gritting his teeth, Chen Kengbao released the horse and took its place. With Qi Yuan's blessing, he began pulling the carriage. Faster, faster, Qi Yuan urged. Young master, I only have 2 legs. I can't run any faster. Chen Kengbao complained as he jogged ahead. Let me bless you with 4 more legs, so you can run faster, Qi Yuan said, a mischievous glint in his eye. With a flick of his hand, a drone in Qi Yuan's possession transformed, materializing into a ferocious tiger. The tiger roared and charged after Chen Kengbao, placing its front paws on his shoulders and using its back legs to push off the ground. Ah, Chen Kengbao screamed, running even faster. 6 legs really are better than 2, Qi Yuan remarked casually. Once he reached level 120, he planned to officially cure Chen Kengbao's ailments. If nothing else, his overeating habit needed to be addressed. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Young master, but now I've got 4 legs. The tiger clung to Chen Kengbao's shoulders, scaring him out of his wits and making him run even faster, as if he had a rocket booster strapped to his back. Oh, Qi Yuan flicked his finger, and the roaring tiger immediately changed its position. Its forelegs stopped clinging to Chen Kengbao's shoulders and instead bit down on his belt. In an instant, the carriage now seemed powered by 6 legs. The carriage sped off, heading toward the 10,000 mountains abyss. Along the way, they attracted a great deal of attention, though most onlookers simply looked on with curiosity or amusement. Nightfall. Inside a mountain inn, the place was brightly lit. The wooden railings, aged and rotting, were coated with a thick layer of lacquer to conceal the bloodstains of the past. On closer inspection, one could even find knife marks on some of the railings. The inn, situated in a remote area, was notorious for its dark dealings and seldom saw visitors. But now, business was booming, as many had traveled from outside Ning Kingdom. The once arrogant innkeeper, seeing so many weapon masters in attendance, stooped low and, for the first time, conducted legitimate business. Ladies and gentlemen, with the divine artifact embryo appearing, does anyone have useful information to share? Let's pool our knowledge to explore the ruins together. Otherwise, if more heaven-tier weapon masters arrive, we won't even get a sip of soup, said an elderly man with a goat-like beard. His face was thin, his eyes sharp and bright, and a gourd hung from his waist. Since Wine Grand Master has spoken, let's not keep secrets. Share what you know so we can explore the ruins together. The longer we wait, the more heaven-tier weapon masters will arrive, and we'll lose any chance of claiming anything, said another man with a genial demeanor. This man was an elder of the ancient Thunder sect, and his artifact was the 1,000 silk golden feather cloak, renowned for its defensive capabilities and unparalleled resilience. Indeed, these ruins are extremely strange. Not only are they difficult to enter, but even once inside, bizarre and horrifying events occur. It's enough to make your scalp tingle. There are many specters inside. They bear some resemblance to the breeding grounds of Bloodthorn's spirit-nurturing zones. Just yesterday, Grand Master Wu Zhen entered the ruins. Being a peak Earth-tier weapon master, he thought nothing in the ruins could harm him, so he charged in recklessly. But who would have thought? A clay doll suddenly appeared and stabbed him to death with one strike. At the mention of the clay doll, a chill swept through the room. Fear flickered in the eyes of everyone present. To be called a Grand Master meant one was a peak Earth-tier weapon master, with the potential to reach the Heaven tier if they worked diligently as per Qi Yuan's philosophy. Yet, such a powerful figure was killed by a mere clay doll in one blow. How could anyone not be terrified? These ruins are too dangerous. Even Earth-tier weapon masters might not be able to protect themselves. Only Heaven-tier weapon masters might be able to sweep through them, said an elderly man with a hint of helplessness in his tone. As peak Earth-tier weapon masters, these individuals were overlords in their own right, able to summon wind and rain in their territories. But here, they couldn't even guarantee their safety. This is the most treacherous ruin I've ever encountered in my life. Indeed, most perilous locations are guarded by one powerful specter, at most with 100 similar specters. But these ruins are different. We've already encountered hundreds of distinct types of specters. It's beyond strange. The weapon masters present were all experienced, having faced countless perils. Yet the peculiarities of these ruins were unlike anything they'd ever seen or heard of. Some frowned, deep in thought, while others closed their eyes, contemplating. I have some thoughts about these ruins, rasped the old hag of Fox Mountain, drawing the attention of everyone present. Do any of you recall the records in the Origin Secrets? It stated. On that day, night fell, and specters descended upon the world. The fewer the words, the greater the significance. Upon hearing this, the weapon masters' faces changed drastically. Could it be a forbidden specter zone? This world still has forbidden specter zones. Several Earth-tier weapon masters began reconsidering their involvement. In the Blue Mountain realm, specters didn't always exist. One day, the night came early, and specters descended upon the Earth, turning numerous regions into forbidden specter zones. At first, people thought it was just a small anomaly. But in these forbidden zones, horrifying creatures, specters, were born. This disaster spread like wildfire, with endless specters spilling out of the forbidden zones, slaughtering countless innocents. The world turned into hell. In just 10 years, the population of the Blue Mountain realm was reduced by 2/3. The death toll numbered in the billions. Eventually, an extraterrestrial coalition arrived, aiding the Blue Mountain realm in suppressing the specters. All 10 of the original forbidden specter zones were destroyed, and the specter tides were eradicated. But some forbidden zones, fragmented or minor, remained. If this is truly a forbidden zone, only divine-tier weapon masters could cleanse it. The Earth-tier weapon masters were horrified. Relax. Even if this is a forbidden zone, it's a broken one. Otherwise, we'd all be dead already. Exactly. If it were a complete forbidden zone, both Ning Kingdom and Moshan Kingdom would have been annihilated by now. Still, if it's a forbidden zone, the treasures inside must be unimaginably valuable. Many divine weapon materials originated from forbidden zones. The weapon masters weighed the risks and rewards. The divine artifact embryo might be out of reach, but securing other valuable materials would still make the venture worthwhile. If this is a forbidden zone, it'll be even more dangerous than we imagined. I suggest we form teams. That way, even if we encounter a heaven-tier weapon master, we'll stand a chance of fighting back. Yes, let's team up. The Earth-tier weapon masters quickly began forming groups. Tu Sihai was among them, teaming up with some old acquaintances. Sigh. The 5 of us are strong, but it's a pity we don't have a top-tier grandmaster, lamented a seductive woman, her demeanor oozing charm. There are only a handful of top-tier grandmasters, and we're not familiar with any of them. Why would they team up with us? Said a one-eyed elder with a sinister tone. As long as we don't encounter a heaven-tier weapon master, we should be fine if we're cautious. The other 2 in their group were twin brothers, both newly advanced to peak Earth-tier weapon masters. Their coordination made them a formidable duo. With the Blackshade brothers, our group isn't weak. We should manage, Tu Sihai said, though he still felt disappointed. The top-tier grandmasters they knew hadn't come, and it was too risky to team up with strangers. Nearly 100 Earth-tier weapon masters gathered at the inn, forming teams. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance. Everyone turned to see an old man running frantically, pulling a horse behind him, sweat streaming down his face. Behind him, a tiger was gripping his belt with its teeth. The scene was both comical and bizarre, drawing the attention of many weapon masters. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a strikingly handsome young man. The moment he waved his hand, the tiger transformed into a small bird and disappeared into his sleeve. The Earth-tier weapon masters were stunned by the scene. What a dashing young man. That's illusionary arts. Impressive. Tu Sihai's eyes widened in surprise. Chi, brother Chi. You know him. The seductive woman licked her lips. What a young, energetic body. He's not ordinary, Tu Sihai replied, recalling the moment Chi Yuan swallowed the spirit body Jiyu. A trace of fear lingered in his heart. But why had Chi Yuan come? Hadn't he said he wasn't interested? The carriage came to a stop, and the young man stepped out. He scanned the crowd of weapon masters and spoke in a clear voice. Which one of you is Mo Sengkong? Get out here and prepare to die. How dare you bully my wife? I may be a mere son-in-law, but I'm not someone you can trample on. A son-in-law might endure insults, but only from his in-laws. Outsiders bullying him? No way. It was time to flip the script. His voice echoed across the crowd. With so many people present, Chi Yuan didn't bother searching for Mo Sengkong individually. As for Shenling Xuan, he could tell with a glance that she wasn't among the crowd. The Earth-tier weapon masters exchanged glances, some amused, others frowning at Chi Yuan's audacity. Grandpa Mo Sengkong is here. A thunderous voice boomed as a burly man wielding a purple gold hammer emerged. His open shirt revealed a bulging belly, and his body radiated an oppressive aura. This young man has guts, challenging Mo Sengkong. Mo Sengkong is an old grandmaster, just a step below the top tier. Chi Yuan glanced at the burly man and shook his head. You're Mo Sengkong. I'm looking for Mo Sengkong, not you. Mo Sengkong is a eunuch. You're calling me a eunuch? The burly man's eyes bulged in fury. You brat, take my hammer. The hammer whistled through the air, leaving afterimages as it hurtled toward Chi Yuan. The sheer force of the strike was enough to split mountains and shatter stone. Even a regular Earth-tier weapon master would be gravely injured if struck. Chi Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he watched. This hammer is useless. He stretched out a pale hand and lightly tapped the hammer. Boom! A surge of indescribable force traveled through the hammer, slamming into Mo Sengkong's arm. Pain and numbness rippled through him as his massive body flew backward, landing 7 meters away. The weapon masters were stunned. He blocked Mo Sengkong's hammer with his hand. Is his hand made of iron? He defeated Mo Sengkong in one move. He hasn't even reached unity with the heavens. How is he this strong? Tu Sihai took a sharp breath, his expression shifting. Brother Chi is this powerful. Though he'd seen Chi Yuan swallow the spirit body Jiyu, he hadn't thought much of Chi Yuan's strength. He was too young, likely a newly advanced Earth-tier weapon master. But that display just now was stronger than many top-tier grandmasters. If not for his lack of unity with the heavens, everyone might have mistaken him for a heaven-tier weapon master. Chi Yuan stepped forward, gazing down at the fallen Mo Sengkong. His voice was calm. Are you ready to talk properly now? Mo Sengkong wiped the blood from his mouth, his previous ferocity gone. This is a misunderstanding. With my strength, I'm not qualified to be your enemy. The once aggressive Mo Sengkong was now surprisingly agreeable. I thought you'd be more stubborn, boldly claiming it was your doing, Chi Yuan remarked casually. When falsely accused, Chi Yuan rarely bothered to defend himself. He'd just kill the accuser and say, yeah, I did it. What now? But this was a different situation. It was clearly a misunderstanding. Let's drop this matter, Chi Yuan said dismissively. He scanned the crowd. If anyone has information on the eunuch Mo Sengkong, let me know. I'll reward you handsomely. As for Shenling Xuan, she'd come here to escape trouble, likely in disguise. Finding her wouldn't be easy. It was unlikely these people would know anything. The crowd exchanged glances. No one had seen a eunuch resembling Mo Sengkong. Mo Sengkong himself looked embarrassed, realizing he wasn't even the target. After a few moments of silence, a timid voice spoke up. Senior, are you perhaps referring to an old man with a hoarse voice and no beard? The speaker was a man named Wang Dao, who had just reached Earth Tier. He had come here hoping to seize an opportunity. However, his weak strength meant no one was willing to team up with him. Venturing into the ruins alone would be suicidal. Still, he couldn't leave. He had a hidden illness that would kill him if he didn't find a way to cure it here. Summoning his courage, he spoke. That's probably him, Qi Yuan replied. In this region, eunuchs weren't common, so the hoarse-voiced man was likely Mo Sengkong. Where is he? Qi Yuan asked. He was eager to find the unwashed, white moonlight, and kill him. Killing Mo Sengkong would give him a massive amount of experience and allow him to absorb Mo Sengkong's unity with the heavens. Wang Dao recalled the figure, fear flickering in his eyes. The man had hidden his aura, but even so, the faint traces he emitted were terrifying, at least a top-tier grandmaster. If not for his desperate situation, Wang Dao wouldn't have dared get involved in the affairs of such powerful figures. Senior, that man entered the ruins through the 17th Black Gate in the northeastern section, Wang Dao said honestly. What do you want in return? Qi Yuan asked, convinced Wang Dao wasn't lying. I'd like Senior to take me along when exploring the ruins. If it's not too much trouble, please protect me, Wang Dao said through gritted teeth. He had no choice but to gamble. That's all. Qi Yuan's expression grew thoughtful. Fine, no problem. Then, his gaze shifted to Tu Sihai in the distance. Old Tu, want to team up with me? I still owe you a favor. Let me repay it now, Qi Yuan said. He disliked leaving debts unpaid. Tu Sihai's eyes lit up and he was about to agree. But the blind old man in his group interjected, Old Tu, Mo Sengkong might not be easy to deal with. If we get involved. Clearly, the blind elder was wary, suspecting Qi Yuan might be using them to handle Mo Sengkong. Having lived for so long, the blind elder trusted few people. Don't worry, that eunuch Mo Sengkong is nothing. Once I find him, I'll subdue him with a flick of my hand, Qi Yuan said confidently. The seductive woman flashed a sweet smile. If you're joining us, we couldn't be more honored. No objections, said the Blackshade brothers in unison. The blind elder fell silent. Tu Sihai cupped his hands toward Qi Yuan, his smile tinged with complexity. Brother Qi, I'll be counting on you to keep us safe. Don't worry, with me around, you'll be fine in these ruins. Qi Yuan's confidence was unshakable. After speaking, he suddenly addressed all the Earth Tier weapon masters present. Everyone, I have a favor to ask. With a flick of his hand, dozens of silver banknotes flew out. Each note was worth 10,000 taels. The sight made everyone gasp. This man was rich. Even top-tier grandmasters wouldn't have such wealth readily available. Yet this young man had casually thrown it around, suggesting he had much more to spare. Even the seductive woman's gaze grew brighter as she looked at Qi Yuan. Some women even began flirting with him subtly, their eyes brimming with admiration. If Qi Yuan wasn't here for serious business, he might have filed a sexual harassment complaint against them on the spot. Speak your request, one of the weapon masters said respectfully. Having witnessed Qi Yuan's strength, none dared to show him anything but deference. When you enter the ruins, if you encounter anyone, regardless of whether they're a man or a woman, tell them this, Shenling Xuan, your husband is here to find you. Don't be afraid. Qi Yuan let the power of money do the talking. If you do this for me, the 10,000 taels are yours. For an Earth-tier weapon master, 10,000 taels was a considerable sum. And all they had to do was relay a message. It was an incredibly easy payday. This man was truly a wealthy fool. Many weapon masters couldn't help but feel baffled by Qi Yuan's generosity. Tu Sihai, however, wasn't surprised. Based on his previous interactions with Qi Yuan, he had already concluded that Qi Yuan's behavior was anything but ordinary. Agreed. Many weapon masters responded eagerly, accepting the task. The banknotes floated into their hands. Only 3 weapon masters abstained, unwilling to get involved despite the money. If you've taken the money, you'd better do the job. Otherwise, Qi Yuan's voice remained calm, but he moved his hand slightly. A faint sound pierced the air, and suddenly a figure fell from the sky, crashing to the ground. It was a scrawny old man, his face frozen in disbelief. A deep wound ran from his forehead to his chest, and his aura rapidly faded until he was dead. Stealing is a crime. Stealing from me is 3 times as bad. And to think you not only tried to steal from me but also plotted to ambush me. Death. Qi Yuan's tone was as calm as ever. The weapon masters present were filled with unease. They realized Qi Yuan's display wasn't just strength, it was a warning. And it was effective. That's leisurely Cloud Elder. And he was killed in a single strike. He was a top-tier grandmaster. He specialized in speed and concealment. None of us even noticed him. With strength like this, even a heaven-tier weapon master would struggle without using unity with the heavens. How does he train? The crowd was awestruck. Tu Sihai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Qi was far stronger than he had anticipated. With him leading the way into the ruins, the journey might not be as perilous as they'd feared. Wang Dao, meanwhile, was elated. The stronger Qi Yuan was, the safer Wang Dao would be. Let's go. Time to find that eunuch, Mo Sengkong, Qi Yuan said calmly. Understood. The team of 5 wasted no time following him. Wang Dao quickly fell in step behind Qi Yuan. Tu Sihai, however, couldn't suppress a lingering question. Brother Qi, the Shenling Xuan you mentioned, is she the profound yin physique of the heavenly sect? Yes, Qi Yuan confirmed. She's here. Brother Qi, your actions might draw danger to her. After all, as a profound yin physique, if she's discovered, Tu Sihai's tone was heavy with concern. Relax. She's my nominal wife, after all. Do you really think she's that weak? Qi Yuan chuckled, recalling the 2 times he had encountered Shenling Xuan. Shenling Xuan was far stronger than she appeared. Even Mo Sengkong might struggle to defeat her. She had likely entered the ruins with a plan of her own. Either that, or she was avoiding exposure, which might invite a siege from heaven-tier weapon masters of the Rosha Kingdom. Brother Qi, you're paying people to deliver your message. But even if they tell Shenling Xuan, how will she find you? The seductive woman asked, tilting her head. Seeing that Qi Yuan was looking for his wife, she decided to put away her flirtatious demeanor and act more reserved. That's complicated to explain, Qi Yuan said casually. Let's just say, I have technology. The silver notes, were they really just silver notes? Qi Yuan's abilities, from his shape-shifting drone to the technology aboard the Gongxing spaceship, made tampering with silver notes a trivial task. As long as they encountered Shenling Xuan, Qi Yuan would immediately know her location. He could then rush to her side. No matter how well Shenling Xuan disguised herself, she might fool the Earth-tier weapon masters, but she couldn't deceive Qi Yuan's advanced technology. The technology on the Gongxing spaceship even seemed to share origins with the ruins of the ancient clan. And the ancient clan's ruins were incredibly significant. Even Yang gods weren't much in comparison. In Qi Yuan's estimation, the ancient clan's foundation likely surpassed even the immortal realms. After all, yin gods were like malnourished infants in comparison. Technology, what is that? The group was puzzled, having never heard the term before. Technology is an alternative path to the Tao, Qi Yuan replied, sharing his insights. The stronger he became, the more profound his understanding of the Tao grew. The immortal Tao, the martial Tao of the 10,000 paths, and technology, each was a distinct path to the Tao. And each, when taken to its ultimate conclusion, was terrifyingly powerful. Meanwhile, within the ruins, in a sealed, narrow chamber, Shenling Xuan stood. She was dressed in a flowing black dress, her aura cold and icy. Her delicate brows furrowed as she examined the wooden chest before her. Within it lay a diary. She opened the diary and began reading, her expression neutral. Today, they came looking for me again. I really wanted to refuse, but the reward they offered was irresistible. For the sake of my poor child, who has yet to be born, I must fight for them. Today, Lu Mei learned a new dish. It was delicious. I encountered a blind weapon master. He had the greatest talent I'd ever seen for crafting weapons. I was ordered to invite him to join us, but he refused. I don't know if this is right or wrong, but I have no choice. If the chaotic starfield is destroyed, the Blue Mountain Realm will also fall into darkness. Will this work? Will it, the fragments of the divine bright artifact, can it really be created? Divine light awaken, will the divine truly protect us? It has begun. There is no turning back. Either I die, or the divine bright artifact is created. Or, I die, and the divine never awakens. The diary was filled with cryptic entries. Shenling Shuan flipped through the pages, her expression unchanged. After some time, she closed the diary and let out a deep sigh. So it's true. Master Qi joined them to forge the fragments of the divine bright artifact. But is it worth it? She gazed into the ruins, her voice soft. Failure. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1.